Look at you. Taking a test for that. Let's go. All right, nice to meet you. Music on any, but then back up here. This is what about now? They have any you know.
You can't fill out the lunch menu.
I was calling you this way to see if you need it. Just come in there, that's not all. I have it. Just have it here.
Probably don't need to move this at all, as long as you're, but you could, like if you do have any questions. I think if you just project well, this will catch it easy. But I'll put this next to you, but just in case.
What's that?
They project really well, but I don't know where Carmen's gonna go. In case we gotta toss it around, we'll keep this one on this side of. Yeah, let's do that. Let's keep this mic on this side and this mic on this side. Sorry. Yes,
Oh, it's sticky? Oh, yeah, it is. Wow.
That's what I'm talking about your table.
What do you mean?
Yeah, well, fastest three over there.
Feeling good?
Test.
Let you know here in a minute.
You
Whose alpha brain fell out?
That's not like this, is it? Nice. I don't know if this right. I don't even know if this right. Oh, yeah. I had a section of children on it, very good. Okay. I don't like it. Almost not me on it.
It is? You did a heck of a good chance to get on Facebook ads.
Best one we've had.
Average of best.
Average of, that's what I heard on the street.
Well, that's the best one we've had in the group so far on that topic. We've only visited it like 3 times.
Really?
Yeah.
It was the best in what way?
Actionable?
Okay.
Actionable, and I guess.
Easy to follow.
Yeah. And I would say also
It
like.
can get confusing very easy, very.
Well, it's also like the goal of the meetups is not necessarily to teach someone everything there is to know about land, but to just kind of make sure they're dangerous when they leave and like empowered to actually take action. Not overwhelmed, like, well, that's one thing I'm never gonna fucking touch. So
Yeah,
like,
it sounded like those people came away with how they could get started.
one of my business partners was like, well, we're just gonna do $10 a day, and I'm like, look, there's a lot more to that.
Yeah,
But like.
that's where to start. Something you want me to set up?
Yeah, let's get let's start right now. I just sent you the link
Every Wednesday.
for the workshop.
ready for that?
Sure you ready for that?
Ready for what? The chaos moving through?
As long as you have them like clipped on, feel free to like leave that area. If you want to walk out and look at somebody's computer.
Well, it's more workshop.
Yeah, so like,
Thought I worked yesterday, I didn't.
yeah, as long as you have the mic on, it doesn't matter how, this area doesn't matter.
WE5, I think.
Mike's got battery for all day.
Yeah, but when we go to lunch, I'll swap it out and just give it some more days just in case, or just swap mics. Cool.
Carlos, is the Wi-Fi, the WE3 Wi-Fi, is that better than secure Wi-Fi?
It's better because I don't remember the password for secure.
Nice.
Yeah.
Much, it's 100%
Makes
better.
it way better.
So that's why I kind of go to the other one. And the other good thing is I get your email.
Yeah, I see that.
And I can spam you with like print ideas, it's like awesome.
I put a good one for you. I put a good email for you.
I'll leave this up here in the front, so you know where it is.
Yeah.
Leave that out.
Carmen's on the way, I think she's gonna head out like at 10:30. Here around lunch.
Did you see one of the $1 billion seller hacks was a girl took a picture, a random picture from anywhere, right-clicked it, and put it into ChatGPT and said, create similar to this.
Yeah.
It came back and created the image similar to it, and she basically was taking the Revlon lips off of a lady, and she was doing lip gloss. So she like, and then she said, create like this Melba toast with this Indian honey on it, and it created an image that was even better
Yeah.
than that.
So,
I think the Lee and Mid Journey are similar, but they definitely have their own advantages. Mid Journey is way better though
Then who?
than Dali. Dali is
No, I agree, but what she did, the prompt that she did integrated with ChatGPT, I guess that. plugged it
ChatGPT is
together.
Dali. That's what I'm saying.
No, but that's what we were talking about yesterday, but
How close was the image that you got, like?
I'll show it to you.
In Midjourney right now, you can upload, you can upload an image and do something similar, but they're never very close. But it's not, the intention is not to get.
What was
them
the other one too? I
exact.
think it was Leonardo that actually
Yeah,
allows you
Leonardo.
to put up images and it gets the script right, whereas Midjourney doesn't, you know?
Yeah, the problem with Mid Journey is that the script. Yeah,
Is there a certain spot that should be on this table?
whatever's comfortable with people. All right, go to share screen. Entire. If you can, pull up whatever you're gonna have presentation wise or showing. Okay, can you move one slide back and forth? All right. All good. Oh, wow, Tom, in the stream, it looks like your shoulders are really, traps are,
Yeah?
I think Lifetime's working.
The peptides are kicking in.
And you have that like,
Peptide, it's the peptides.
you have that Swayze stance too, like. Oh, it's Lexi, now look.
Yeah, it's like,
look at that.
For the camera, for the camera, for the camera.
Here we go, baby.
Look at him. Did he just blush?
There you go.
Oh!
Lift up that.
So she, that was the end result. And then it's under the screen. Okay, we got 10 on that.
Yeah. More back.
That's it, that's it. Should be better. Better, right?
The editors are also doing that.
That's great.
That was
For that application.
That was the original, and then that was the ChatGPT.
Yeah. Pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. What we have coming for us, man, that's gonna be.
This is whatever they call it. That versus that, right?
Yeah.
Vitamin supplement, it says take
The question is, how do we get it to include our product in that picture? That's the next step.
Can't you just, well, you mean I think you mean your product in a lifestyle type image?
Yeah, but to say, yeah, create a picture for me that has this element and that element, but it has to have this product in the shop. That's the next step for AI. Not
Doesn't
gonna
it
be
do that?
fancy.
Yeah, you can.
No, not yet.
Is it?
You can Photoshop it,
You
after
can-
the fact.
What kind of product? What do you want?
I was talking to somebody from film booth.
Like,
$13 ads.
let's talk about t-shirts. Like your t-shirt that says this design. You can't do that yet.
WOE
Can?
for
Seen
He's
ideogram?
gonna ask for an email,
Go
no?
to ideogram.ai.
I don't know the password of the other one.
Ads.
IDEO.
So 9 ads.
That I go?
Or dot
It's
AI.
not 9 ads total, it's
Yeah.
three of the same.
I'll actually
ads.
show it today, man.
Three of those.
It's the newest.
See what works.
No, I got it wrong.
Pronoun
I,
AI tool.
instead of idea, ideogram.
Ideogram.
IDEO brand, dot AI.
Really good.
Dot AI.
Of course, we have access to.
You need to use there.
Of course. Who's there?
But it'll actually do text.
We'll get there.
It will not what you did.
Um,
I'll send it up.
But it's pretty interesting to see exactly.
But you can look through who's there. That one will actually handle text, the first one I've ever seen. It's pretty impressive. It's not 100% correct all the time, but like, a lot of times if you get if it messes up the text, it'll regenerate it, it'll be right at the same time.
You just change that.
Pretty cool.
10%.
Specifically for that kind of stuff. It's not like the Mid-Journey. The Mid-Journey is a stylus.
Yeah, the style is incredible, but you cannot add specific.
The first thing you look at is the picture. And you look at the ad. I'll have to worry about looking on top. Just to tell you what the So how do you do the
Yeah, 100%. So we're on.
Well, you know what he did? So, first night he came in, he looked around for pickleball, and he dropped apart. Played challenge pickleball, the challenge pickleball for 3 hours, dominated with some type of, ran the court for like 2 hours. And then yesterday he did presentation the rest of the day, and I took him down to Lifetime. And we went upstairs, and I got him into Lifetime, and there was nobody playing pickleball. So we left, and then he said, "I'm gonna go to Shake Shack," and then from Shake Shack, he went back to Tropical Club. But it belonged.
Okay.
I mean, I think you and I found Nashville, I go to pickleball.
Yeah.
Without that, we wouldn't go at all.
No, I think we're good. Big sign.
So, I'm trying to just get into certain.
So we'll do that, we're up to my limit. But,
There. What he's gonna do here. He leaves 2 times. So, I don't know if he's. So it's our Facebook account. He's over here going to add manager and set it up.
okay. Go in there, you know.
Just create the ad, create the campaigns. 4 ads, sold out. Stack, carousel. You reference the stack ad first. Eventually, you can have a carousel ad.
Find the stand.
4 different helpful to see which one you want. Kerry, let's just a good clarity on that, on Facebook ads from yesterday. It's 3 ad groups, 3 populations, and then the 3 ads underneath it, are they the same ads across all of them? We're not doing 9 different ads, we're doing 3 of the same, just targeted at those 3 audiences.
Yeah, that's generally, if you're wanting to test different audiences to see kind of which one gets the best results, that's what I would do.
Don't change the variables again.
Yeah, I don't make it too complicated, like, I love duplicating, like, I just duplicate over and over, you know, in there, that. The hard part is when you start to get like a bunch of different audiences, and then it's like, you wanna test different products, so it's like, do you test 3 different products underneath the audience? Probably, that's where it's like, you probably wanna start with the carousel to kind of test more products as opposed to like.
Is that where you use the carousel more
Yeah.
often, not as you, the right design, but then put it on different products within that carousel, so maybe have a t-shirt, hoodie, sweatshirt.
No, I would more test like 10 different t-shirt designs in the same niche on a carousel.
10, you can do up to 10.
You can do up to 10 cards, yeah, and then put that same carousel on 3 audiences. And then from there, after 3 days, look at which one of those cards, which one of the carousel cards is getting clicked on the most. And then that might be an indication you turn that into a single image or video ad. And then go from there.
Got it, okay.
Yeah.
When you
It's
ever
a lot of
add-
testing.
Yeah, when do you ever add like other products, not designed, but like other products, there's like thermos, mug, stuff like that, when do you ever add that to?
I mean, you don't have to start with a t-shirt. I mean, kind of whatever your core product is, probably what you want to start with, which in your case might be t-shirts. Usually that, I would add more products when you kind of have like a bestseller or a standout design, then start putting it on other products and running ads to it. You know, it's like, if it fits on a thermos, and they liked it on a t-shirt, they'll probably like it on a thermos, but, you know.
And what's the
So-
software that you use to take that flat design and make sure that it goes on around it thermoses?
Just in the print on demand,
It'll do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, in the print on demand, it will give you the specifications for each product. And then, you'll just wanna make sure your image file is that dimensions. And then when you upload it, it'll actually, throw it over there in your mock-up, and then they'll print it the correct way. Or you teach over here.
All right, so.
Hello, check.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
But for those of you that weren't here yesterday, Kerry presented yesterday on Facebook and Facebook ads. I keep saying Facebook and Instagram. Facebook ads. Crushed it. Met Kerry at Kajabi Hero Live. How long? When was that, Tom? 6 months ago?
June, I think.
Last year,
June. Or May, end of May.
May or June of this year. I was really impressed with. Actually, I didn't even know you did Facebook ads at the time. It was more of your YouTube channel,
Yeah.
Kerry Egeler, for print on demand and shirt school. So we immediately connected, had him on the podcast. Very impressed with what he does. Checked him out as much as I could. He's a real deal when it comes to that. So the idea was to put this workshop together way back then. You can cross, it's fine. Was to put this workshop together that we're going to do today. So that he was in Miami, we just added on the yesterday thing. I had no idea it was going to be as good as it was. But this was the meat and potatoes of what we wanted to put together. So really hope you enjoy it. We've had, I think the last time we've had a print on demand topic in the meetup, Fernando was a regular. So this was like what?
5, 6, 7 years ago.
7 years ago.
Dang.
So, right, and it was merged by Amazon.
And it was me doing it.
And it was you doing it, yes. Like the world has like really expanded since. A lot of opportunities. So looking forward to it. Thank
All
you.
right, ready to rock and roll? So yeah, so great to meet you guys. Glad you're here, glad to be here. Thank you, Carlos, for having me. We're going to start. This is my beautiful family. Many of you guys were here yesterday, so you saw my family. I'm from Oklahoma, land of tornadoes. Really happy to be out of the cold, rainy weather, be in Miami. And so just to give you a little bit of a backstory on myself, started in print on demand. I wouldn't even say print on demand. Started in t-shirts, like just selling t-shirts. Didn't know anything about print on demand on the internet about 7 years ago. So that was interesting. He said the last print on demand was 7 years ago. I was probably just a baby getting started. So got started in t-shirts, apparel stuff about 7 years ago. Started a brand. And did that for 2 or 3 years, and then just had so many people asking me to, like, can you help me set up a business? You know, how do you actually sell? What do you do? So I launched a course, and launched a course 4.5 years ago called Shirt School, and it's been a wild journey. It's kind of taken over my life. So we have probably, I think it's somewhere around 2,300 to 2,400 students inside Shirt School and our other programs all around the world. And pretty cool to get to do what I do. So super happy to be here, and gonna dive very deep into print on demand, so buckle up. You guys ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get rocking and rolling. So first session of the day, how print on demand works. So we're gonna start by kind of going through some of the basics. Definitely get more deep into different topics as we go through the day. Keep in mind, like my full program plus advertising, all that kind of stuff, it's near 100 lessons inside the program. So unfortunately, I can't cover every single topic. There's a few things that I wanted to include in here throughout the day. Just couldn't quite squeeze them in, but time pending, we may be able to dive into a few of those things. Trying to think of a couple of those topics I was thinking of. Stuff like mock-ups. There's not a lot of stuff in here about mock-ups. You had mentioned something yesterday, Tom, and I was like, man, I wish that was in there. Can't remember what it was, but there's a few different things that I'm like, man, that I'd like to teach on that. It just kind of depends on time. So try to give you kind of a roadmap here, start to finish, on print on demand, starting with the basics and then moving into some of the more, topical stuff in different areas of print on demand. This afternoon we'll talk a lot about designs, how to actually create the designs. This morning we're covering the basics of print on demand and how to actually get set up with a store and a print on demand provider and that kind of stuff. And then the late afternoon we'll move into marketing, and I'll talk about mainly some organic strategies. I'm guessing we might not be able to jump back into the paid marketing stuff that we talked about yesterday. I don't know that we'll get there. We'll just have to see. But I'm sure, if you talk to Carlos, you can get a hold of yesterday's presentation. I'm sure it's somewhere, and you can go through that. It was much more in depth than I'll probably be able to get into Facebook and Instagram ads today. So let's do it. How print on demand works. This is going to be mainly teaching in this first session, and then we'll move into some more practical stuff in the second and third session. So, all right. So what is print on demand? Print on demand is an online business model that allows you to sell products printed with your designs and have them fulfilled by a third-party company one at a time, completely automated. So this is an illustration that I just pulled off Google from this company called Do Dropshipping that kind of illustrates how this print-on-demand model works, how everything flows. So basically, you start with your customer coming over to your website. There's a couple different ways to do this. I'll get into that, but for now, let's just talk about it here. Customer comes over to your website. They place an order on your website. Let's say it's $30. That order gets forwarded to your print-on-demand supplier, and you pay the wholesale amount. So whatever that supplier is charging you for the product. The supplier is going to take your artwork, put it on whatever product you've sold to the customer. You're going to keep the profit, obviously, the difference in that cost. And then the supplier is going to ship the product directly to your customer. So print on demand is a form of drop shipping. I'm sure everybody here is familiar with that term, where you don't have to ever see the product. It doesn't have to travel through your hands or through your business. So it's very hands-off. And everything's pretty automated, which is awesome, right? We don't have to deal with products and inventory and that kind of stuff. So we'll get more into those benefits. I do want to start kind of by talking about this first. There's really two paths when we talk about print on demand as a term.
Hey, I should have asked you this in the
You're
beginning.
good.
Questions that people have, should they hold them? Do they ask you throughout?
I'll do Q&A at the end of each session. So I'll get through the session and then we'll have Q&A there.
And the slides for the people that are frantically trying to take notes, are we gonna get access to the slides?
Yeah, definitely give you a link for sure. Absolutely. So there's two paths when we talk about the term print on demand. There's really two ways that you can do it. You'll hear different experts, gurus talk about it in different ways, which can be a little bit confusing. So the first way is through your own store. Now it doesn't have to be on Shopify. You could be using WooCommerce or any of these BigCommerce or any of these other platforms. And basically you're selling print on demand products through your own store, your own brand. Which means you're driving all your own traffic, you're in control of your marketing, all that kind of stuff. The other way is through marketplaces like Amazon, Etsy, Redbubble, and it's really two different strategies. I don't want to get too far into the first strategy because we're going to be talking about that all day. That's really what I teach is the Shopify, your own brand way. But when we talk about marketplaces, it's the strategy is more, I'm going to create 1 million designs, I'm going to upload them to these marketplaces, going to try to optimize them for SEO and hope they sell. That's kind of the strategy in a nutshell. Not hating on it, not saying it's a bad strategy, just a different strategy than what I've kind of made my living from and taught over the years. So the strategy that I teach, which is mainly what we're going to be going through today, is building your own brand and controlling your own marketing. So you're driving the traffic, right, to your own website, your own brand. And that's what I teach is through a Shopify store, but again, it could be through any e-commerce platform that you want to choose. There's nothing wrong with the other path. If you want to also add your designs to marketplaces, you're welcome to do that. But again, the strategy is different. It's not something that I have expertise in. So again, I'll be focusing on kind of building your own brand through your own Shopify store. So that's kind of my path. So again, another illustration just to kind of quickly discuss how the print-on-demand model works and what the flow is. So number one, you're going to upload your design to a print-on-demand software. The second step, you're going to place your design on whatever product that you want to sell. and we'll be walking through this throughout the day. Third, you're going to list your product for sale. So you're going to set the price, you're going to type in the product description, all that kind of stuff. Then your item's going to be for sale. Your customer's going to come and hopefully make an order of that product. Then a factory is going to print the design on whatever product you've chosen, and the factory is going to ship that product directly to your customer. So this is kind of the flow start to finish. And again, this is throughout today. I'll be walking you through kind of how this works step by step. So let's talk about some of the benefits of print on demand. Why is it such a powerful business model? Why is it so attractive? Why do thousands of people, why is everybody doing it? Here's some of the benefits. So first of all, no inventory, right? You're not having to keep inventory in an office, a warehouse, your house. You don't have to purchase inventory up front. You don't carry any inventory. You're paying for your items one order at a time. So as you make sales, you're paying for those orders. So you can pay one at a time. Traditionally, especially apparel, you're having to order big quantities, right? If anybody's familiar with screen printing, that's kind of the traditional way of doing apparel. And the only way to make that work is to really order it in bulk. So if you go to a screen printer, they're going to say, hey, we've got a 25 piece minimum, and the more you order, the more bigger discounts you get. And so print on demand has revolutionized the way that especially apparel works, because now you don't have to order them in bulk. You can just pay for them one at a time as you make sales. There's no upfront or monthly cost. So when you do print on demand, we're going to talk about, there's hundreds of different print on demand companies that you can work with. It's really, the industry has exploded over the last 5, 6, 7 years. And most of those, if not all of those, I'd say the majority, probably 85, 90%, have no monthly costs to them. They have no upfront costs to work with these companies. They're literally completely free to use and to work with to have them fulfill your orders. You just pay for the cost of the product, and I'm sure they've got labor built in and all that kind of stuff. But there's one price for the product, and you don't have to pay any kind of monthly cost. Now, some print-on-demands do have a monthly plan, and you'll get additional benefits with that. We'll talk through that in a little bit, but no obligation to do that. You can use most companies for free, depending on your needs. Most of the time, if you're doing high volume, if you're doing, let's say, more than $10,000 to $15,000 per month, then it might make sense to do a monthly plan with some of these print-on-demand providers. But for most people getting started, you want to start with a free plan with your print-on-demand. So next, you can test as many products as you want with no risk. So this is kind of related to not having any inventory. So one of the reasons I love print-on-demand is because, again, talking about the traditional way to do apparel, if I had a design and I wanted to test that design in the marketplace, I would literally have to go order probably a minimum of 25 of those designs, and then test it, see if it sells. And if I can't sell it, I'm stuck with those t-shirts, right? Using t-shirts as an example. So I'm out that money, got all this inventory I can't sell because that design wasn't a good design, right? And so there's a ton of risk with that traditional model. With print on demand, I can upload 100, 500 different designs and test those with marketing, and I don't have to pay to test those different products. I don't have to buy the inventory, right? If a product's on my website and doesn't sell, I don't have to pay anything. There's really no risk. So this is something, I might have this in a later point, but this is something that's really been valuable to me over the years. And I want to give you just a quick backstory on just one example of how this helped me. When I was first getting started, the first brand that I ever built was in the Oklahoma niche. So I'm from Oklahoma. The culture in Oklahoma, the sports, the things we say. I mean, I'm sure you have the same thing here in Florida. We have it everywhere, right? The accents, the little sayings, those kind of things. I built this brand around Oklahoma-based things. Well, there was, in the state of Oklahoma, there was probably 5 or 6 competitors there that were doing the same thing. The difference was most of those competitors had a retail store, or they were either printing everything themselves, their apparel, or they were having it locally printed. But I was the only one using print on demand. Now, they probably had no idea I was using print on demand, because how would you know, right? On the surface, I look the same as any other brand. But what that allowed me to do is when there was a trend that would come up in that niche, I was able to get a design listed for sale in 30 minutes, right? Whereas my competitors, it would sometimes take multiple weeks because they had to plan for all the logistics of having those items printed. So they would say, okay, I got to get the designer, got to get the design done, prove the design. Then I've got to figure out what blanket's going to go on. Is that blanket in stock? Then I've got to order it in bulk. Then I've got to send the order to the screen printer. Then I've got to wait for the screen printer to go through their next 50 orders before they get to me. Then I've got to go pick it up. Then I've got to organize everything in my warehouse. Then I've got to package it and ship it when I sell it. And so speed to market was multiple weeks sometimes for my competitors. Whereas by the time they got a product up, I'd probably already sold hundreds of that trend or that design that they didn't have yet. So speed to market is really important depending on niche. Huge product selection is the next one. So many print-on-demands offer as much as 150, 200, even some of them up to like 500 or 600 different products. So I talk a lot about apparel because it's kind of my bread and butter. It's where I've had the most success. But print-on-demand has expanded over the years. And like I said, there's literally hundreds and hundreds of products that you can sell with print-on-demand. And it's almost anything you can think of. I mean, there's probably 50 products in this room that could be printed with print-on-demand if we just started going around the room, because there's just some wild things out there. Some of the strangest ones, I did a video somewhat recently on just strange print-on-demand products, but some of the strangest ones, there is a company that does 3D printed print-on-demand products, and you can upload, I don't even know what the file type is, but there's some software you can create these 3D printed things, and they'll print you like a little sculpture and send it to your customer. You can do print-on-demand candles that just have, the sticker on the front is your brand, so you can brand a candle and with print-on-demand. Just crazy stuff. Skateboards, right? Like you can do print-on-demand skateboards. Almost anything you can think of to print on, there is a product. Another one that I thought about was like travel, like luggage. You can do print-on-demand luggage. So you want bananas on your luggage, like I can create a design for that and then sell a suitcase to you with print-on-demand. I don't have to buy the inventory. I just have it fulfilled one at a time. I just pay for the orders as I get them. So huge product selection. We'll talk more about that. Shipping materials and cost of labor built in. So again, pretty self-explanatory, but you don't have to pay employees. You don't have to calculate your time for shipping, packing, folding, all that kind of stuff. All that's built into the price of the product when you use print-on-demand. Your print-on-demand deals with the issues. Another huge one. In most cases, your print-on-demand is going to take care of any issues you have with the product or your customer has with the product. Some print-on-demands, this is pretty wild, some print-on-demands will even take over your customer service line usually at certain volumes. If you get to a certain volume, they'll say, hey, just forward your customer service email over to us. We'll take care of all your customer service. Because most of the customer service inquiries you get are going to be related to the product, maybe an issue with the product. So your print-on-demand will replace the product if there's issues with it. So taking a t-shirt, for example, if the print quality is not super good, they'll replace it. If there's an issue with the print, maybe there's something wrong with the print, they'll replace it. If the print-on-demand ships the wrong size, they're gonna replace it. The only cases where you're gonna be responsible is if it wasn't something that was on the fault of the print-on-demand, basically. And in apparel, the biggest thing is like the sizing, right? Sizing issues. So that would be something you're gonna have to cover if there's like a sizing issue, but that's probably gonna be about the only thing that your print-on-demand's not going to take care of. And you think about it in this way, if you were to print your own stuff or order your own stuff from screen printer, that kind of thing, there's always going to be printing issues. You're always going to have errors and things. And when you are shipping that yourself, you're 100% responsible. But the print-on-demand is going to take care of most of those issues, when they have those problems that come up. So that's a nice benefit. Can capitalize quickly on trending events and topics. Covered that earlier, kind of why that exists. And then the last thing is white labeling. So it looks like the package came straight from you. So again, this is a form of drop shipping. But when that package goes from the print-on-demand to your customer, the customer doesn't know. The customer never knows it comes from whatever print-on-demand company that you're using. You can be here in Miami. Your print-on-demand can be on the other side of the country in California. And when that package goes from California to your customer in Minnesota, they think it came from you in Florida because of white labeling, right? You can put your business, your address and everything on the package. And so they never know it came from print-on-demand. As far as they're concerned, it comes straight from you. In addition to that, just to expand on that a little bit, now print on demands I would say over the last like maybe 2 years, print on demands have started to add more of these kind of white labeling features and custom packaging and custom labels and different things like that. So now with some print on demands, you can have custom inserts put into the package. You can have custom printed packaging so that you heighten that experience with the brand, get a better brand experience. You can also do custom printed tags inside your apparel or sleeve prints, or prints on the back on the top. If you want to put like your brand on the top there, different things like that. I mean, it's almost anything you can think of. You can do it out there with a print on demand. So lots of cool stuff you can do with that. A few examples of the products you can sell with print on demand. Obviously, t-shirts, custom printed leggings. You're like all over print. Athletic leggings, baby onesies. Hats. Many print on demands will do, some will do printed hats, some will do fully embroidered hats, some will do patches. So there's any option you can think with hats. One of the things I talk about a lot is just, in some cases being a specialized brand in a certain type of product is an awesome idea. And so I often encourage people to just start up a hat brand. You don't even have to sell all these other products. If you just were the expert in hats and you had a really cool hat brand around a niche, you could pick one of these products as your core product and really build a brand around that product. So that's kind of another topic, but I love the idea of just like a hat brand, and there's many of those brands out there that do really well just focusing on headwear and hats, right? And as well as many other categories here. Let's keep going. The tote bags, iPhone cases or Samsung cases or whatever, iPhone, Android cases, custom printed socks, jewelry is a huge one. Jewelry has huge profit margins in print on demand. Really good product to sell. This is like a book. You can do custom printed books. You can do custom printed calendars. You can do, anything you think of. Notebooks, journals, things like that. Pillows, mugs. Tumblers, a lot of like Yeti style tumblers you can do. Then lots of different drinkware items you can do with print on demand. Dog bowl. This is like a journal type thing. Notebook. Shower curtains. This is like wall art. We've got like this kind of stuff up here on the wall. Coasters, like custom printed coasters. Headphones. I don't know if anybody's actually selling headphones, but you can print on the little side of the headphones. Pretty crazy. So that's just a few examples. There's hundreds of products. We'll explore that a little bit more. But if you can think of, if it can be printed on, you can probably sell it with print on demand. I think they've almost thought of everything. It's pretty wild. So let's talk a little bit about how you actually get paid with print on demand. This is a topic that kind of surprised me over the years. I didn't think it was something that most people would be confused about, but it can be very confusing. And I think the reason getting paid with print on demand is really confusing because a lot of people wonder, when I get a sale, does the print on demand just take the money out of that sale and then I just keep the profit? That's actually, in most cases, not how it works. So it can be a little confusing when we talk about how you actually collect the money. So let's just talk through that process a little bit. First, the customer is going to place an order on your website, your store, your brand with their credit card. This could be a Shopify store, again, any platform you want to use. The customer is going to place an order on your website with their credit card. That money is going to be held by the payment processor typically for 2 days. Hopefully everybody in here, you probably heard of Stripe. Stripe's a payment processor. They allow you to take credit cards. If you're using Shopify, Shopify has a payment processor built in called Shopify Payments. And typically, with pretty much any payment provider I've ever used, it's always 2 days for whatever reason. They hold the money for 2 days. I don't know if that's just the time it takes to get to your bank account, whatever, but it usually takes 2 days, at least 2 business days to get access to that money. So let's say the customer spends $30 on your website. Know that $30 is going to be held for at least 2 days before it gets to your bank account. The money is then paid to your bank account after 2 business days. Once the order is placed, it's also sent to the print on demand for production. So things are happening simultaneously, right? The customer is paying you money, but then also their order is being sent over to print on demand. And the print on demand is going to charge your credit card or your payment method for the cost of the items. This presents a small issue for some people, depending on how much capital you have, is that if you start getting orders, that money is going to be held for a couple days. You're going to have to front the money for the cost of the items up front, right? So in most cases, what I recommend is get a high cashback credit card. It can be your personal credit card or it can be a business credit card. I use the Capital One Spark card because it gives you 2% cash back. Put that on file with your print on demand, okay? And you're going to earn 2% cash back as you're getting charged for the items with your print on demand. There's a ton of other cards. That's just the one that I like to use because it's got that high cash back. So put your credit card on file. Once that money is paid out to your bank account in 2 days, go pay your credit card off, and then you're keeping the difference. You're keeping the profits there. So next I've got like a little illustration just to kind of show you. So customer makes an order on your website. That little cart is your website, $30, right? That money is then sent to your payment processor. In this case, Shopify payments, just using them as an example, could be any payment processor you're using, could be PayPal as well. So that money is sent over to the payment processor. At the same time, the order details are sent over to your print-on-demand provider. The print-on-demand is going to then charge you for the cost of the items. Let's say in this case it's $14. And then in 2 business days, there's you down there. Yeah. Shopify pays your bank account $30. So you keep the difference there, $16, right? And that's your profit. So just a little illustration of kind of how it works.
As a finance guy, I look at this and I say, a credit card is going to wait 30 days for me to pay that credit card bill in full.
Mm-hmm.
So I still get that float there for 30 days. I'm getting paid on that initially as well. I've heard of, and help me out here, I've heard of some payment processors, let's say you, I don't know, catch a wave and all of a sudden you sold 1,000 t-shirts.
Yep.
They're going to hold that payment from paying you in fear of maybe all these customers are going to return that product.
Yep.
Can you allay some of those fears as to the payment processors not paying you because of that?
Yeah, I mean,
Have you seen that?
it's definitely a real, I mean, it's a real thing. Yeah, it's a real thing. I haven't heard of it a ton with Stripe in my experience. Like, I know it happens with Stripe, but I haven't heard of a ton of cases of that with Stripe. I know PayPal's the bigger one that really does that. I would probably say the best course of action would be at least have a little bit of money up when you start. Maybe wait a little while to kind of put the credit card on file. If there's, get through your first, let's say 20, 30 sales with the payment processor before you maybe go the credit card route, because you definitely don't want it to be held and then not have the funds to pay off the credit card, and then you're incurring interest, all that kind of stuff. So you might want to wait a little bit on the credit card when you're starting. I think in most cases that doesn't happen, right? Most cases you're not going from 0 to 1,000 like that. It might be 2, 3, 4 months in, maybe even longer. But some people, it happens
so you
quick.
have it connected to your bank account first and then
Yeah.
switch over to the credit card.
That's
afterwards.
probably the
That's
best.
one way. Okay.
That's probably the best course of action. You want to have a little bit of capital if you're really anticipating like, hey, I'm going to hit the ground running the next 30 days. I'm selling 1,000 things. I know we're all ambitious. That's not normally the case. It doesn't ramp up that fast. But if you're expecting that, you think you've got a hot seller, or you've got some proof in the market that it's going to be a hot seller, definitely at least have a little bit of capital to be able to pay for those orders.
But that doesn't happen after you've been established. That only happens in the beginning.
Yeah. I mean, in most cases, like once you start getting orders regularly, you're good to go. Well, another thing you can do, this is something to take note of, is you can contact the payment processor in advance of expecting those orders, right? If you know I'm ramping up my ad spend, like I'm expecting it's the holidays, we get a lot of sales, like go to the payment processor in advance, either call them or chat with them or whatever the case may be. Say, hey, I'm expecting a wave. I want to make sure my account's not going to get shut down or get suspended. A lot of times, just notifying them is a really good step. Same thing you would do with your credit card when you go on a trip, you're going out of the country or something. It's like, hey, going out of the country, don't shut down my credit card. Like it's not fraud, it's me. Similar idea there, and that can definitely help. And they'll also be able to tell you in most cases, like, hey, there are some limits here, so unfortunately, this is we can't do anything past these limits, or there's going to be a hold for 5 days once you hit whatever number, whatever limit. So it's probably a good idea if you're expecting something like that to contact the payment provider. But these are very niche issues that are not super common, so it's not something I would be too concerned about. Okay, so that's kind of the first session. I think we're around time. Any other questions for that? That's just explaining the business model. Is that confusing to anybody? Do you have any questions on kind of how that works, or is it pretty basic?
Just wanna make sure you want questions after, not while you're talking.
Yeah, I'm gonna,
After.
that's
Oh, I
right,
just thought
that's
it
right,
was
Tom.
Q&A time.
That's right, Tom.
I'm just asking.
See, you see the slide, Tom? Q&A, question and answer.
Oh,
That's
you're
just
part of the
for
club
us.
now, you're part of the club now.
That just applies to us.
The sessions are fairly short like this, right? We got a bunch of sessions, so I wanted to do Q&A just kind of after each session as we kind of transition topics, just to get some time there, so.
So on the returns on the apparel, how do you handle that? So someone says, hey, this large is too big, I want a medium. So how do you handle that? How do you eat that? How do you put that aside as a quote unquote loss to offset with taxes? What's the process or what's the flow for that?
Yeah, so depending on what the nature of the return is, so like in your example there, the customer, let's say the customer gets, they order a medium, they get the medium, they're like, it's too small, I need a large. That's going to be on you as the business. They're going to come to you. They're not going to come to the print on demand. A lot of people ask this, like not that question, but a lot of people ask like, we kind of automatically think like, well, if the print on demand printed it, the customer's just going to go back to the print on demand. But remember, print on demand is just for you. The customer never knows. The customer never knows that you work with the print on demand. So they're thinking, I bought from Tom's T-shirts. I didn't buy from Printful or whatever. So they're going to come to you. They're going to send you an email, customer service. They're going to say, hey, I ordered a medium. It's too small. Can you exchange it for a large, or whatever can you refund it? Then what you're going to do, if it's any kind of exchange and it's not a refund, you're just going to forward that over to your print on demand, to their help at whatever. You're going to say, hey, can you send out a replacement item? And in most cases, the print on demand will just charge you for that item. You're gonna want to have the customer ship that back to you, not the print on demand. In that specific scenario, the cost is on you. And the best way to combat that, like sizing issues, is to have a really good size guide on your product page, both with measurements, but also what I would encourage you to do is order a few of the apparel items. Look at, kind of examine the sizing and determine, hey, does this run a little bit small, run a little bit big? And the best thing you can do is kind of have that guideline on your product page. Says, t-shirt runs slightly small, order a size up. Those kind of things can be really helpful, because when a customer sees that, it's like, well, I normally order a medium. I'm going to go large just because it says they run a little small. Just being really upfront with those kind of expectations is the best way you can combat that kind of stuff.
Does the print on demand company give you any break on the pricing at all because it's a return or no?
Not usually in that case, but again, if it's anything that's like, if the customer comes to you and they say, hey, I ordered this t-shirt with a red design, this red is like orange. It's really not, it just looks gross. The print on demand is going to ship a new one at no cost to you, and the customer is going to be able to keep the old one in that scenario as well. They're not going to make the customer ship it back.
How do you make sure that the customer ships it back before you send them out a new one?
Yeah, so if you're using Shopify, in there you can create like a return label. And what I do is I just tell the customer, I will ship the new one once that one's received. And so in the case,
Received.
yeah, in that case, I would wait for it to actually come back to me. Once it's received, then I would notify the print on demand, ship a new one, or I could just create a new order. Either way works. Some print on demands will say, hey, we can't do anything without an order. So they'll want you to go in and actually create another order for that customer to get the new one shipped out. But I normally wait until at least the tracking shows, it's on its way.
And who pays for that return?
I make the customer pay for the return shipping in most cases, but that's totally at your discretion. It's just at your discretion. I mean, I wouldn't say there's a right or wrong way to do it. If the customer just orders the wrong size, and I felt like I'd set the proper expectations, I'm a small business. Like, hey, happy to return it or refund it or exchange it. You're gonna have to pay the return shipping. That's the only stipulation on that. Most customers, I haven't run into issues with that. While we're on this topic, just kind of a trick or a trick of the trade that you can do, which is really, really effective, is a lot of times so if they have let's say they ordered a medium, too small, they want a large. A lot of times, instead of having them do the whole exchange, what I'll do is I'll actually say, hey, I'll give you a couple options here. Number one, if you want to return it and exchange or whatever, totally cool, no problem. You will have to pay for return shipping. Option number two, you can keep that item, maybe give it to somebody as a gift, I'll just drop you a 50% off discount code. You can go order either a different item, you can order a bunch of items, or just order the item you need. Either way, I'm happy to do it, whatever's best for you. The reason that works well, when you make them pay return shipping, oftentimes like 50% off makes more sense. So if I have a t-shirt and it's the wrong size, and you say, I've got to pay return shipping, that's going to be $5-6 to get it back, to pay that. Whereas I could order another t-shirt for $12, $15, whatever. It's like, in the mind of the customer, it's like, well, pay a few dollars more, I keep both t-shirts. Or I can use a 50% off code, order more stuff. I like the brand. Maybe I'll go order a hoodie. On your end, you're going to be either at break even, or in most cases, you're actually going to pull a little more profit and not have to process the return. So it's really good for you because you're actually making a little bit more money and not eating cost. To my shock, it works really, really well, like really, really well at avoiding a lot of exchanges. And there's different ways you can do that. I mean, you don't have to do a 50% off code, but that's generally what I've gone with. And yeah, it works great.
So in the event that they do return the t-shirt to you, what do you do with all of them?
So give them away to your friends.
Yeah, I mean, you can.
I got a closet full of return shirts. You want some? Bring them in.
Exactly. You can give them away, or you can do giveaways, stuff like that. What I usually do is, most of the time they're unworn. I mean, they're in new condition.
Yeah.
So examine it obviously, but I like to do like a discount bin or like a clearance section on the website.
I've shipped them out to get another order with the same
Yeah.
size. I'll just ship it out in a bag
Exactly.
straight from me. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you want to look at it, inspect it, make sure it's not, funky. But I like to do things like, 2 tees for $15, grab bag, mystery bundle, different things like that. Just being creative with it, or just putting them in a clearance section on your website, $10, $15, and you'd be surprised. Works pretty well. Yeah.
But in Amazon, the industry average is 15% return rate for a product. What do you see in Shopify, and what kind of return rate do you see in Shopify?
I don't have like a super specific number, but I would say it's much lower than 50%.
Yeah, I mean, Amazon makes it so easy that people just return.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it's that balance. Like, you want the customer to have a really good experience. So you want to have a somewhat generous return policy, but you also just can't return everything. Like as a smaller brand, you're not Amazon, right? You just can't return everything. So for me, it's been much lower. But the biggest things are, set the proper expectations on your product page. Set the proper expectations up front as far as sizing goes, because sizing is going to be the number one thing, right? That's going to be the number one thing. And again, if there's any print issues, it's no cost to you, so that doesn't hurt you, which might be different on Amazon, right? Like, you might actually, if you have print issues, that might be different. But most of the time, it's going to be sizing. So just set proper expectations. Provide a size guide. Make sure you explain kind of how it fits and different types of people. And it should be much lower. And then using some of those tactics like the 50% off code, different things like that, can help you avoid some returns. There was one more thing I was going to add there, and I'm blanking on what I was going to add on that. But yeah,
I'd like to add to that.
go ahead.
I think that being on both sides, the Amazon buyer is a different buyer than a Shopify
Exactly.
buyer. They are not thinking about the return.
Mm-hmm.
They are thinking about the return once they receive it and there's an actually issue. Amazon buyer will buy something already thinking that they're going to return.
Yeah.
That's my experience.
Yeah, and I think I'm glad you brought that up because it jogged my brain at what I was going to mention. Is it is important to think about, this is a different customer than the Amazon buyer. It's not the same customer. And I would even go as far as to say, even if that customer is an Amazon customer, remember they're coming to your brand and they're looking at you as a specialty, a novelty brand. Maybe they're not looking at you as Amazon. No one goes to your website and thinks this is the same level as Amazon, right? They're like the biggest company in the world. So no one, in my opinion, now you might get one-offs here and there, but most people are not putting the same expectations on your brand as they are on Amazon. Yeah, you're gonna get the angry customer once every couple months. It's like, expect you to have 2-day shipping or something, but it's like, set the proper expectations up front. Realize that you're offering a product that they can't get anywhere else because it's your unique designs, your unique brand, and you're going to do well in most cases.
there's a chance that you can set up some products for you to fulfill them and some to put on print on demand.
Yeah. There's a couple ways to do that. You can. So what he asked was, can you have some that you fulfill, some that are print on demand? So you can either set up two products. One's fulfilled by you with your inventory. One is fulfilled by the print on demand. What I like to do, which what you mentioned, is if you get an order for a product that you have in stock, obviously there's usually going to be bigger profit margins there for the one you have in stock. Just go to the print on demand app and cancel the order, and then just ship it yourself. Like when we're going to talk about this more, but when you have Shopify and print on demand, when you cancel a print on demand order, it's not going to cancel the Shopify order. The Shopify order is still going to be there. So you can just cancel the print on demand order, go into the Shopify, fulfill the order yourself, and get rid of some of that inventory.
Those shipping costs, I'm guessing you buy it through Shopify. Like what kind of rates are you getting for shipping?
If you're
when you
shipping
ship
yourself.
You're not shipping.
Each print provider has different shipping prices.
Yeah,
Right. When you
He's
ship
talking about when
directly
you
from
ship
your
yourself.
But what about the rest?
Whatever it costs.
You could go through Shopify, or you can have ShipStation, you can have anything you want.
Or you could just say it's media mail and they probably won't look.
Yeah. Black hat.
Yeah, it's tough. I've had some issues with T-shirts on media mail. Be careful.
Yeah.
You get returned.
No, I don't think you should do it. I was just messing with him. Yeah. I used to think that was a pretty solid strategy.
Buying samples.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're going to want to buy samples anyway. because
Magazine?
You're going to want to do your own ads and stuff for it. You're going to want
Yeah.
to get them. Once
Am
you
I the
say
only one
different
who's ever tried
sizes,
that?
I was going to buy a couple different colors, and that was going to be it. But you're saying different sizes just to flesh that out. In terms of how to fit it.
I don't think you need to necessarily order different sizes. I would order probably your size, put it on. Is this
Like a medium.
Tighter, just tighter than normal? Yeah, with those muscles, man. You need it small.
He's
Yeah,
wearing
but order your size. Feel how it fits compared to other T-shirts. Does it run a little small, run a little big, and just use your best judgment on that kind of stuff. And we will get into some of these topics are later down the road.
So you buy, if the customer wants to return, you buy the shipping, you send them the shipping label, correct?
So the way that it works in Shopify, if they want to return, you can, there's a couple ways you can do it. You can either generate a return label and send them that return label, and then you can take the cost out of their refund. Hopefully that makes sense. So if I generate a return label from them to me, it costs $4.95, let's say, then I go to do the refund. I just deduct that $4.95 from their $30, whatever the cost was. That's usually the easiest way to do it. When you do generate a shipping label in Shopify, what's kind of nice is they charge it to your Shopify balance, like your account. So you don't have to pay that like immediately. Whenever your next billing charge is, they'll charge it to you, which is nice.
Kerry, here. You say no inventory in the beginning, no inventory. So I was dealing with the company's called Printful. Printful is very famous because when I was trying to order, they're only able to print the design on their products, but their clothes and t-shirts are very expensive. So after we do the printing and you do free shipping, it turned out for my profits not even 50 cents. So I was thinking, can I order bulk on my end and ship to them so they don't provide that type of service? So that kind of.
I think Printful does.
Printful does. They're one of the only ones that do. But
I asked the customers, maybe they did now. Before they asked.
I wonder if do they let you ship products that they already sell? That's the only thing. Is like, could I ship them a bunch of Bella and Canvas T-shirts if they sell those?
Yeah, well, sounds probably not.
It's more like if you had.
They do custom screen printing though.
Yeah.
Printful does.
Yeah.
You can't sell those.
Yeah, I mean, so I'll give you a couple different answers. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of Printful, mainly because of the pricing. You can get much better rate, considerably better rates with many other print-on-demands. Printful is probably going to be the highest price print-on-demand in most cases.
They don't have the widest variety of products. It's small.
Yeah. So that would be kind of the first thing. I mean, the second thing is, I do think, we have this perception, because we've all been around for a long time, that a T-shirt should be $20. Like that's kind of like, oh, T-shirt $20. Well, that's not the case. Especially if you're like branding your products, if you're doing a label and that kind of thing. Like T-shirts can be $35, $40, $45. Like it's.
Cupcakes T-shirt.
Yeah. I mean, So, if there's not margin there, like, don't be afraid to raise your price to create that margin. That's something else. But the biggest thing I would say is I wouldn't use Printful. And we'll go through some of those options and maybe kind of compare.
Okay.
I feel like I'm missing part of your question that I had something else to say, but
I personally, I prefer to look for a local printing company here, so you can I can bring like 100 pieces close to your shop, and then you can print it right there. I can pick it up, and I can ship out myself with my own shipping method, and packaging is better than, because I did receive quite a few samples from Info. What they shipped to me, it was a bag. It doesn't worth the much cost I'm paying for. Cost I'm paying for $50 for a baby shirt, but when I receive it, it was junky. It's like literally like a Temu or a Shein, that type of product. It's not worth it at all.
Yeah.
So that kind of scared me a little bit.
I remember you brought it to my memory. What I was going to say was the other thing is ordering in bulk. Personally, I would not recommend ordering in bulk from any print on demand. Even if Printful offers like screen printing, I would not order in bulk from print on demand. If you, this is kind of we could do a whole day workshop on this right here. But if you get a wholesale account with like an apparel wholesaler, couple that you can take down, SS Activewear, Sanmar. Those are the two biggest ones that I've used. But get a wholesale account with them. You can order the blanks in bulk, and then have them printed by a local screen printer, kind of like you're saying here. But there are there's some things you want to avoid. You could go directly to a screen printer and you could say, hey, I want this T-shirt, and how much can you give me 50 of these, and what's the cost going to be? My screen printer calls that retail pricing, and that's going to be much higher than if you order the blanks yourself and send them to the screen printer, and then just have the screen printer print them. So that's just something you want to look out for. But you can do that. It's just, in my opinion, and maybe we can look at, I don't think I have this in my slides. If we have time, we can maybe look at some comparisons of kind of printing yourself versus print on demand. When you start to really look at the time commitment, and how much time and effort it takes you, it's tough.
On the road, if you have a design that's selling 1,000
Yes,
a day,
exactly.
you can go screen print 1,000 shirts and they might sell. But
Now, the other option is, and this is something I'm not super familiar with, so I don't want to speak to it too much. We have a podcast called Print on Demand Playbook, and my co-host, his name is Adrian Von Arx. One of his brands, they have a company, I forget what the company's called. They have a company that ships all their orders for them. So what they do is they actually have the items locally screen printed, then ship those in bulk to the fulfillment center, and they handle all the orders. So it's almost like a half print on demand. They're not printing it, but they're actually fulfilling the orders, just like a fulfillment center. So that's another option. If you're really selling a lot, you want to get more margin. So if you have a best-selling design, like you could go, hey, I'm going to go print 500 of these. I know they're going to keep selling. You could have a fulfillment company handle the orders for you, so you don't have to package and ship them all yourself. Because that's where really it's tricky. Is the packing and shipping thing. If you're trying to do it yourself, it's so time-consuming, and it's tiring. So.
Thank you.
Yep. We ready to keep moving?
Yep.
All right. I think we're ahead of schedule, so that's good. I think we started a little early, though. So. All right, let's keep rolling. Next session, picking a print-on-demand partner. So we're going to talk about some things to look out for, what to look for in a print-on-demand, and then I'll take you out to the Shopify App Store to look at some of the different print-on-demands, and we can kind of explore a few different print-on-demands, what's good, bad about them, and we can talk through that. I'm sure this one will probably be a little bit more interactive because we can do question and answer kind of throughout that section. So I've got a few slides, and then we'll go into the App Store and kind of look at some print-on-demand. So when you go into the Shopify App Store, now this isn't the only way to get set up with print-on-demand, but remember the business model we're talking about today is setting up a Shopify brand, connecting that over to a print-on-demand partner. So the way that we connect up with a print-on-demand or find one is through the Shopify App Store. So inside the Shopify account, you can click on apps, or you can go to apps.shopify.com. That'll pull up this. this screenshot, I've searched print on demand, and you can see 458 results for print on demand. So when I started, 7-ish years ago, there was like 5 results in the Shopify App Store. So this kind of just is one indication to show you how much print on demand has grown over the last few years. This number, it's funny, when I put this slide in there a couple days ago, it was at 458, and then I Googled it this morning, and it was at 464. So that's literally like every week there's another 5, 10 apps that come up for print on demand. There's print on demand companies just springing up every day. And some of these print on demand companies are getting hundreds of millions of dollars of investments, venture backing, those kind of things. Like, it's just a growing, exploding market. There's some really huge companies in this space. So my point with showing you this is that it can be really overwhelming, right? You go in here, you're trying to find a print on demand. Where do you even start? You got 458 apps. Which one are you going to use? How do you pick one? And that's what I kind of want to walk you through. Here's some things to consider. Number 1 is product selection. Now, these aren't in order of most importance, so these are just a few different things to consider. Number 1, product selection. So you're going to see print on demands that, first of all, many print on demands specialize in one type of thing or a few different types of things. So, if you're wanting to do hats, you might go with one print on demand. If you're wanting to do blankets, you might go with another print on demand. If you're wanting to do apparel, you might go with another print on demand. There's a lot of things to think about there. There are some print on demands that kind of specialize in one category, but then they've bolted on other products. And a lot of times those other products are sometimes not as good. The quality's not as good, right? Not to bash them, but I talked with somebody about Shine On yesterday. And Shine On's a print on demand company. They specialize kind of in jewelry, and now they're potentially adding on apparel. Not to say that's going to be bad. I'm sure they'll do a great job. But a lot of times when you see a print on demand specialize in one category, they add on other products. They're not quite up to the quality or the standards that category that they specialize in is. So you have no way to know that, right? Like when you're looking at these, it's like you have no way to kind of know those things. So hopefully I can help you sift through some of that. Product selection is one to consider. The next thing is product cost. This is a huge one. Just talked with the lady over here about that. You'd be shocked at how much product cost can vary throughout these print on demands. Like you would think they're all going to be pretty competitive, yada yada. That's really not the case. Like there are many print on demands that's like, why is this same T-shirt double the cost of this other print on demand? Is the quality really that much better? So product cost is something to consider. There are print on demands out there that are also dirt cheap. Generally, when you find something that's dirt cheap, the quality is going to be dirt cheap, right? So I've had a ton of experiences with these different print on demands, and it's like I try to go somewhere in that middle ground. I try to find the products I want to sell at a pretty reasonable cost, but also ordering a few of those for myself, testing the quality. So product cost is definitely something to consider. Don't just go with Printful because they're the biggest, right? Don't just go with whatever brand because they have a certain thing. Product cost is something to consider. Quality of print is probably number 1 for a lot of people. I wouldn't say it's the number 1 thing I look at, but it's definitely an important piece, and you want to have quality products. So for most people, I recommend ordering some samples up front, testing what the quality, looking at what the quality is like, making sure, like she said, that's up to your standards of what you want to sell. I would add one caveat to the quality, especially on apparel. So a lot of times when we get into this, as we should, we start doing a lot of research. We start learning from maybe people like me, and we get really obsessed with the print types and exact how great it's going to look and all this stuff. Your customer has a completely different expectation. Your customer is not an apparel expert. They're not a screen printing, direct to garment, sublimation, vinyl print expert. They have no idea that the Nike shirt they bought at Dick's Sporting Goods is a vinyl print. They're like, it has a Nike logo, it looks cool. They have no idea, right? They have no idea that the band T-shirt they bought at the concert is, a Gildan $2 T-shirt that's going to shrink, half the size, and they won't be able to wear it ever again. They just don't. Obviously they know some of these things, but especially when we talk about the print quality, they don't have the same expectations as you. So what I find a lot is that a lot of, for instance, I would order a print-on-demand print, and then I would compare that to a T-shirt that I've had that's been screen printed. And print-on-demand most of the time is going to be direct-to-garment, which is totally different. And I'm looking at the two side by side, and I'm like, well, this print-on-demand doesn't look as good as a screen print. And I have to remind myself, my customer's never going to do that. They're never going to take the two T-shirts and go, and like analyze this. They're going to look at the T-shirt and they're going to be like, that looks good. They're going to put it on. You know, some customers are going to have slightly higher expectations, sure, but it's good to remember that you're your biggest critic of your products, and your customer's not going to be doing that deep. Now, on the contrary, if you're selling $50 T-shirts, it's got to be really, really good. You know what I mean? For most of us, that might not be the case. So just remember that quality is very important, but your customer is not going to be directly comparing and the brightness of all these kind of things, and they're not going to be quite at that level that you are. Another thing to consider is shipping time and cost. Again, this is something that can vary a lot between print-on-demands. The cost can be multiple dollars per item different on some print-on-demands. The time can be, some print-on-demands can take 10 to 12 days. Some print-on-demands can take 2 to 4 days. There's vast discrepancies. So again, I would encourage you not to just go to a print-on-demand and be like, oh, this looks good. They got a nice website. Add them in. Do your research on this kind of stuff, and I'll help you sift through that. Expansive feature set. So many things we don't consider with print-on-demands, especially when it comes to apparel. Apparel can be pretty complex. To give you some examples, obviously you have sizes in apparel, and some print-on-demands might offer 4 and 5X, whereas other print-on-demands only offer up to 3X. Some print-on-demands offer extra small, or most print-on-demands don't offer extra small. They start at small. That's something to consider. As far as other features, like, do you want a custom printed label? That's not a feature that you can find on every print-on-demand. There's only going to be a few that offer that. So again, don't just sign up and think every print-on-demand is going to have that feature. The custom inserts and packaging and these different things. Even things like personalization. If you want to start a brand or have products that your customer can personalize, they can add a date or a name or those kind of things to it. There's only a few print-on-demands that actually let you do that, right? So these are important things to know if it's important to your brand about what features does this print-on-demand actually offer. And the last one is probably the least important, but it's one that goes underrated, is having an easy-to-use app. There are many print-on-demands I've used. Their software just sucks. Like, it is terrible. And it makes the experience for you is just bad. When you're trying to create products, you're trying to look at the fulfillment and track all this kind of stuff, like, it can just be a horrible experience. And then on your customer side, a lot of times some of these print-on-demands, you'll have tons of errors. It's like the orders, every 5th order isn't going over to the print-on-demand. It's like you're having to sort through all that, and it can just create additional headaches. So believe it or not, software is a very important piece to the print-on-demand company, obviously, because that's what kind of automates all the orders going to here to there, sending to, when you get an order, not only is it going to your print-on-demand, but it's got to get to the printer that's actually going to print the item. And oftentimes that's not the print-on-demand company. They have a printer that they're sending that order to. So these are all important pieces that if the software is not very good, that can be something that can kind of trip you up. So which print-on-demand should you choose? Now, so I work with a company called Gelato, and I'm an affiliate for them. Full disclosure, I think they're a great company. Don't want to not telling you have to use Gelato. There's a ton of options out there, and in fact, depending on the products you want to sell, it might not be the best option for you. That's perfectly fine. But I do want to mention Gelato because they do have some unique benefits, and we also have I get a special discount code I can give you guys to order samples and different things if you want to try Gelato as a print-on-demand company. A few of the benefits of Gelato, and I'll show you their website and kind of some of the things in there in just a minute when we go into demonstration. They have a simple, easy-to-use, free platform. This is what really makes Gelato a unique print-on-demand company. They have 130-plus production partners in 32 countries. This is a really, really interesting thing to talk about because this is not common with print-on-demands. What this means, 130-plus production partners in 32 countries, it means that if I'm here in Miami and I sell to a customer in Australia or anywhere in the world, they actually have a local printer in Australia that's going to print that item and ship it right to the customer right there near their home, right? If they're in Europe, that order will go to a printer in Europe. So it's local fulfillment where your customer is at. Why that matters, the biggest thing, or the biggest two things, it takes way less time to ship. It's super fast shipping, right? Then it also cuts down on your cost of shipping. So talking about shipping time, obviously if the order's got to get from here in Miami all the way to Australia, that could take like 2-3 weeks in some cases to get that order over there. Whereas if it's a local printer, it's going to be right there, right? As far as cost, if you've ever shipped anything internationally, it can be $15, $20 or more. Then a lot of times you got customs charges, which causes all kinds of headaches, right? So by having that order printed locally, you save on shipping cost, you save on shipping time, and then in addition, you don't have an airplane traveling with a package across the world, which reduces carbon emissions, better for the environment. So that's a huge benefit, right? So they are kind of eco-conscious in that way. So that's really unique about Gelato, that you can sell internationally without all the headaches of shipping things across the world, the currency conversion, all that kind of stuff. They kind of take care of that, which is really nice. Local fulfillment, so you got lower shipping costs, faster delivery. They have a large product selection. I think it's somewhere around like 150 products that they have in their catalog. And then they have really competitive product pricing. So I'll show you this and kind of compare some prices. They're not going to be like the cheapest print-on-demand provider, but they're going to be well below the most expensive print-on-demand providers. So that's really good. I think I maybe have a few more things here. High-quality mock-ups. They have mock-ups built in that you can use on your store, which are pretty good. Ability to offer personalized products. That's something we just talked about. Many print-on-demands don't let you do personalized products. Gelato has that function built into their software where you can offer that. They do front, back, inner neck, outer neck, and sleeve printing, which is really cool to have those options on apparel. They have custom branded packaging that they're starting to roll out different product categories. I'll get to that in just a second. And then they have easy integration with Shopify, Etsy, and a few more platforms as well. What's up?
The inner neck, outer neck, that's not Gelato the whole thing, that's for specific products within.
Correct. Yeah,
Why
correct.
didn't we see the Q&A for it?
It's coming up. It's coming. Well, yeah, we'll do some questions throughout the demonstration here. But anyways, if you guys want to take advantage of this discount, you're welcome to. If you go to shirtschool.com/gelato, that's the link. That'll take you to the Gelato page, like our affiliate page. You can sign up for an account there. It's free. But then if you take down this discount code, Kerry, just all capital letters, I think it does have to be capital, Kerry, they'll actually give you 60% off your first order if you make that order within 72 hours of signing up. So why that's important is because you can order samples at 60% off of the wholesale price. So if you got a t-shirt that's $10, your cost, you can literally order that for $4 to test the quality, which is pretty crazy. They're definitely taking a loss on that. But as far as I know too, there's no cap on the amount. So if you want to order $500 worth of merchandise and test the quality, you can, different products and everything. So if you want to use that, feel free, no obligation to do that, but you can take down that discount code. The only thing I would say is it only works within 72 hours. So if you're not, by the end of the day, if you're not ready to order samples, maybe hold off. Don't sign up your account until you're ready, because that clock will start ticking as soon as you hit, you complete signing up your Gelato account. Any questions on that before we keep going? Pretty self-explanatory. Cool. Basically,
Comments.
what's
You
that?
should put that in the beginning because by the time you got to this slide, I had already signed up for Gelato.
There you go. Dang, you're fast. Fast. Anyways, yeah. So that's okay. Sorry. I think you can still use the discount code.
Okay, just a kind of question, or maybe what your thoughts are. Now, we looked at print on demand from folks that would supply us outside the country, and they had a very low cost, but like you said, the shipping was a little high, and then the time frame. What do you think are the pros and cons of finding someone maybe overseas that maybe it's a larger print on demand item that would likely be more expensive to source here in the States versus over there? And what are your thoughts maybe on a customer getting a very unique product that's larger, and they would be okay with waiting that long for a more specialized thing Not like a T-shirt where they expect
Yeah.
probably quicker turnaround.
Yeah, it's a really good question. So there's certain print on demands, and we could probably pull up a few of those, but there's certain print on demands, which you're mentioning for everybody here. There's certain print on demands that are like based in China that, you know, they do everything in China, print all the products there, and they ship all around the world. And the cool thing about that is they have really like super unique products, right? Like I'll show you some of them. They have like these crazy products you can't find anywhere else. Like most of the print on demands that offer like custom printed shoes, those are usually coming from China, and you can get, you know, they're obviously not the real brands, but you can get Converse looking shoes and Adidas looking shoes, Nike looking shoes, and you can get Crocs, and they're not real Crocs, but they're that design, and you can have them custom printed. And let me see if I can pull up. Like one I'm thinking of is, I think it's Sublimator. Let's see. Yes.
Pop Custom.
What's that?
Pop Custom.
Pop Customs, yeah, that's another one. So this is Sublimator. Subliminator, I'm saying that wrong. So just kind of look at some of their products. So they're going to have, they're mainly going to focus on all over print stuff, but they're going to have some of these weird items like, you know, a baseball jersey. You can't really find that a lot of other places. Blankets, leggings,
Was it printed here in the U.S. or
some
in
longer stuff.
That's China?
I think this one is China. And to speak to your question, though, I didn't really answer your question. Is that okay? Like, absolutely, it's okay. Yeah, it definitely works. Like, there's a lot of brands having a ton of success with some of these you know, China-based print-on-demands. It's because they have such unique products, right? But again, the most important thing I can't stress enough is just setting proper expectations with the customer. You don't want the customer ordering and thinking it's going to get there in a couple days, and then it takes two weeks or more. So on the product page, providing proper expectations. This item ships in 14 to 21 business days or something. And then even having that in the follow-up email, right? Like in the order confirmation email, it's saying, hey, I want to make sure you know about shipping. Just if you're upfront with it, most customers are going to be okay with it. It's just having the proper expectation.
About customer expectations. So let's say somebody places an order for a T-shirt, a mug, and a hat. 3 different print providers, print from 3 different places, 3 different packaging. Have you had any bad experiences with customers complaining, or what's usually?
So that's actually, in my experience, that's actually, especially over the years, as the years have gone on, that's more of a common thing. Only the reason I say that for customers, I mean, is because this actually happens with Amazon all the time, right? Like, you make a big order, and then you get like 4 different packages on different days. I think what really has helped is that, like Shopify specifically, and Amazon of course, but Shopify has gotten really good at updating the customer on which items are shipping. So, and this is all automated. So when in that example, the customer makes an order on your store, it's a T-shirt, a mug, and a hat, and they're all different print on demands. They're going to get an order confirmation email with all 3 of those items, right? And then when one ships, they're going to get another email that says part of your order has shipped. This one item, here's the tracking. Then they're going to get another email that says another part of your order is shipped, and they're going to get basically 3 emails saying your items have shipped. Most customers are cool with that. Could run into a few issues, but it's very few and far between on those kind of issues. Shopify does a pretty good job of letting them know on the back end. Anyways, this is one example here. They have some kind of odd products. You said Pop. I'm trying to remember what that one is. Pop Customs. This one's, I think, got some weird ones. Okay.
It can't get weirder than this.
It didn't get weirder than this. They got some weird stuff. So here's your custom printed shoes. Now, but I mean, look at it. Like $11, you can probably make some pretty good margin on that, right? You can sell these for $40-50. Now, obviously, they're not going to be authentic Converse, but kind of have that look. And yeah, so shoes are pretty cool. There's like 3 pages of those. Let's look at a few different categories here, though. So you can see some of the crazy stuff here. Let's see what we got.
The recently new ones, just released.
You said go to just released?
Yeah, you'll see some stuff.
New products. Let's see. Dog tags, some different styles of shoes, stocking. So this is definitely more on the wild side. print on demand. Some of this stuff isn't too crazy, but
For that first one, the first new release, or
what's that?
the hot selling
Oh yeah,
product.
hot selling products.
There you go.
Oh, really, Jack?
And the product, the price is obviously a little bit lower because it's coming from overseas. So that is another benefit. Is sometimes you're going to get a little bit better price. You know, I can't vouch for the quality of the product. Probably gonna have to check that out for yourself. But there's definitely some cool options in here. Steering wheel cover, that's pretty cool. $3.99. Here's your kind of Crocs type items. So, anyways, kind of getting back to where I was going with that. When you go out to the Shopify App Store, you search for print on demand. 464 apps. They've actually changed the way this is laid out. It used to be always organized by most installed, so you could see right up front like what are the biggest ones. I actually don't know how they're sorting it right now because I'm pretty positive Gelato is not number one, but it's showing number one right now. I don't know if that's maybe recent installs. I know they've been growing a lot. But up here at the top, you're going to have 3 ads. So there's always going to be 3 ads at the top. And then right below that, you're going to see usually the top print-on-demand providers. So you've got Gelato, Printful, Printify, Shine-On, Appleak, SPOD. And then going down from there, Pop Customs we just looked at. These are all like actual apps you can install into your Shopify store. A few that I'm familiar with here, Goody, Custom Cat, Fuel. So I mentioned earlier that I had a print on demand that extremely cheap pricing, but just didn't live up in the quality department. That was Fuel print on demand. So like they will do, I should probably pull it up, but I think they'll do a Bell and Canvas 3001 t-shirt for like $6 or something for your first I think it's for your first 30 days or for your first 60 days, but even after that, the price was still like pretty cheap. But I started kind of recommending that years ago. I was like, oh my gosh, and just started to have students with really bad experiences, and then had a few bad experiences myself, and I was like, gotta get away from this one. So it's not one that I would recommend, even though the pricing is really, really attractive. Another one of those that in most cases wouldn't recommend is Custom Cat. Now they do have some products that are pretty unique to them, and I can pull that up, and you might want to check those out. But I've also had some pretty rough experiences with myself and students with Custom Cat, but it's mostly on the hats and apparel side. So they do have some interesting products. Let me pull that up real quick. They do have some interesting products that you can't always get other places. So taking a look at some of the things they offer. Blankets is one that you can't kind of find everywhere else. Ornaments, towels. You guys tell me if you want to see something. Drinkware.
China as well, or is this US?
What's that?
Is
This
this
is US. This is US.
That's Chicago.
Chicago. Yep.
I
That's
use
right.
them 100%. I
You use
say they're good.
You like them.
I love them.
It's funny because with Custom Cat, like you get people like that are like Custom Cat all the way, and then you get people like my podcast co-host who's like, I will never recommend Custom Cat to anyone ever again. Like it's like,
but
yeah,
I have no, have I had issue with the print? Yeah, but they replace it.
yeah.
But service-wise, people might say that you can't get in touch with them quick enough. I already have a direct line, but,
Yeah.
quality, shipping is like 24 hours. I can get a tracking number tomorrow.
Mhm. That's nice.
So it all depends on the experience. You have to go through.
So we could spend a lot of time here. We can compare some pricing next if you guys want to do that and look at a little bit of the pricing on a few different print-on-demands. I can tell you more about Gelato, which I can do in that as well. Or I can tell you just more about other print-on-demands that kind of specialize in different things. Any preference on where we go for the next few minutes?
I have a couple questions on,
Yeah.
like for example, Printify has Bella Canvas for X number of dollars, but if you join their Printify Premium, you get it for like $2 or $3 cheaper.
Yep.
And I think the Premium costs you what, a month? I don't know what that is, but that seems to make sense if you're gonna sell.
Did you say Printify or Printful? Printify.
Printify has like a, what do they call it, Printify Premium? So you get better pricing when you get their premium plan. My question was, at what point do you buy those? I think like for $24.99 a month, you're gonna get t-shirts that are probably $3, in some cases sweatshirts that are $4 or $5.
Yeah.
To me, it makes sense to buy, because you get the premium up front when you
Yeah.
launch, I don't know.
Yeah, it's so up to 20% discount on all products on the premium, $25 a month. So you just have to do the math. I've done the math before, and I don't remember the exact numbers. I should have it written down somewhere. But I've done the math on the premium on a bunch of different print-on-demands before. It's relatively low, right? If you say, let's say your T-shirt's $10 cost, you save 20%, that's $2. So that means you have to make 12 orders a month to pay for that.
Correct.
So it's like once you hit that mark,
Yeah.
you know,
And then,
it's worth it for sure.
Do these companies offer expedited shipping? And just what brings to mind is, obviously when the holiday season, so somebody is saying, oh my gosh, I got this, I need an expedited shipping, can I pay X number of dollars? Do most of these print-on-demand companies have that, at least with Printful, Gelato, Printify, et cetera? Do they have that option?
Most print-on-demands do. It can be a little difficult to set up, but once you get it set up, not too big of a deal. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing that. During the holidays, most of the time they're going to have a cutoff date. So you just want to be aware of that. If you're offering expedited shipping, yeah, I mean, some things to consider.
Actually a couple more questions here. So savings on shipping, let's say someone comes onto a site and says, hey, I really like these shirts, I'm going to order 3 of them for my aunt, uncle, and cousin, whatever it is. Do they bundle them all together?
Yes.
Okay, and then do we save on that shipping to be able to offer the customer that discount? And where do we see the pricing for something like that?
That's a great question. So this brings up something. So with most print-on-demands, what they're going to do is they're going to give you a shipping discount for multiple items ordered in the same category. Generally, that's how it's done. That's not how it's done everywhere. What it really depends on is how many print providers that print-on-demand is working with and where those items are being printed. So some print-on-demands have their own facilities, some print-on-demands don't. That's also something that you would never know on the surface. So it's good to kind of, it's good to know that. So what that means is, generally, again, with most print-on-demands, if your customer orders items in the same category, meaning, if it's an apparel item, let's say they order a t-shirt, a hoodie, and a sweatshirt, those can all be printed in the same print facility. And so what they'll generally do is they'll charge you if it's something like that, they're going to charge you the hoodie shipping. So that's going to be the heaviest item. Then they're going to give you a discount on those other 2 items that are lighter. One example I can just give you off the top of the head is multiple T-shirts. So generally with multiple T-shirts, to give you roundabout numbers, this isn't exactly what every print-on-demand is going to be. Generally, it's going to be somewhere around like $4 to $4.50 for the first T-shirt. If they order 2, they're going to give you each additional T-shirt for around $1. So it really helps. Like it helps you get more margin. And one of the things I like to do on my stores a lot of times is, and especially when you're starting, it's a good simple thing to test. It's just when you do free shipping over a certain amount, you do like free shipping over, for orders over $40. Well, you can do that partly and do well with it because you save some money on the additional items when you upsell them. So the idea of giving your customer free shipping over, let's say, $40 is hopefully they will order 2 items versus 1 to get the free shipping, and you actually are going to get a shipping break on that. So it makes a lot of sense to do that. Where can you see that? You can see that you should be able to see that on any print-on-demand's website. Just find their shipping policies. Usually the easiest way to find it is to go down to the bottom of any of the print-on-demands in most cases, and you'll find something like right here on Printify that says shipping rates. Now Printify is actually going to be the weird one here on shipping rates because they have all these different print providers they work with, so you have to actually look at rates for each print provider, which is a headache. Any other questions about what we've covered so far? Do we want to just I can take you through a few different print-on-demand providers?
You mentioned Gelato Australia. So you put out your T-shirt that's in Australia that you like here. Gelato then fulfills that order based upon the customer's address, not that you set up, let's say, an Australia store, because we're all Amazon sellers here, and typically we have to set up a storefront in that country. So you're saying this is all triggered just by the address of where that customer lives?
Yes, and this is kind of the beauty of Gelato. So let me give you 2 examples. And I'm going to use Gelato versus Printify because these are actually the most similar in terms of shipping. So with Printify, let's start with Printify, and Printify is probably most likely the second biggest print-on-demand behind Printful. With Printify, the way that it works is they've got all these print providers they work with, which means Printify is not printing any of your items. They're working with print partners in different places to print your items. Now, these are going to be all over the world, but the way that Printify works is when you go to create a product, you're going to have to select the print provider for that product. Meaning, if I select a print provider for that product in Canada, and I sell it to a customer in Australia, that item will be printed in Canada and shipped to Australia, right? That's the way it works with Printify. If I wanted to have it locally printed in Australia, I have to create a product with a print provider in Australia, list that in my store, and then if somebody orders it from the US, it's going to be printed in Australia. So it's pretty weird.
Do you have to do that with Printify in the US too?
Yeah, so in the US, you're gonna, actually I can just pull it up real quick. So if we go to like a common product like like a t-shirt, let's pull it up. I'm a Bell and Canvas fan, so that's just kind of like a base t-shirt. The first one, yeah. Sorry. So you can see the pricing here on this one, actually $10.16 with $4.75 shipping to the US. And then if you have Printify Premium, it's going to come down to $8.48. So that shows you that premium pricing. So if we scroll down, or actually we probably have to show additional providers. Let's see. Here we go. So here's all the providers, and they'll show you. So there's 20 providers for this item, and you have to pick which one you want to use. So you've got Jams, Monster Digital, Underground Threads. These are all US print providers. And the biggest difference is going to be pricing. They all have their own pricing, and then they have different color options. This is the same blank t-shirt. It's just that the print provider decides they only want to stock a few colors or more colors, right? So you're going to have to pick who you want to use. This can be pretty overwhelming.
And one company has 5XL, some
Yep.
don't.
And I think there's a way. There's a way in here to change the country. I don't know where it's at, but where you can. There is actually other.
So this is really why you work with Gelato, is because of this reason, I would imagine, right?
So yeah,
Gelato picks the person for you. You don't have to
So
do this.
what Gelato did is they basically have a similar model, but the difference is in Gelato is that you're just going to select the product you want. Their software is intelligent enough to route that order to a local printer in your customers, based on your customer's address. So it does all that back-end work for you, that's the biggest thing that makes Gelato really unique. So you can see right here, this is kind of a map of their network. I know that's not super easy to see, but where they have print partners. And again, if we go to Gelato and we go to that same T-shirt, let's pull that up real quick. It's going to be this one right here. So they just added embroidery, which is really cool. You can actually select whether you want direct-to-garment or embroidery. So delivered to United States, it's going to be at $9.92 USD. So first of all, just looking at the price compared to what we just looked at here. This is going to start, so with Printify, it's going to start at $10.16. That's going to depend on which print provider, right? If you pick their top, this is their top, you see Printify ranking. This is their top print provider, Jams Design. That one's $13.44. Yeah, and then shipping's still $5. So on Gelato, you're going to get the same price no matter what print provider they send it to. There's one price.
And that's not their premium plan either, the $9.92, right? What do they have as their premium plan?
$3.50 on shipping.
They give you a shipping discount
But not
on
a
the.
printing but not a printing discount.
I don't believe they give you a printing discount. We can look at that though on their subscription plans. So Gelato Plus is the first one here, and that's going to be 24-month or $239 per year. You get 30% off standard shipping. You get the premium mock-ups, stock images, graphics, and fonts. So if you're doing designing in there, branded labels and packaging, and then whatever product expansion tools is. And then it goes up to 50% shipping on the gold, so on and so forth. So anyways, going back to here, so $9.92, and you get all these colors. What I really appreciate also is that, let's see. I appreciate they have all these different options. There's a lot of different options. There's also all the header colors here as well. So you can see, if I mouse over some of these, you're going to have the header colors, which are a little bit different. Sometimes the pricing is different on those, on some of the different colors. But yeah, I mean that's basically it. So here's the different pricing for different countries here. Let's see. So they do have a little bit different pricing depending on where it's shipping.
And then do you set up like a Payoneer because you're receiving money in different currencies, or they do that currency exchange for you?
That's a good question. I think they do it for you. I think it all does it in there, but we can take a look at that.
Oh, you know, I mean, I'm
Yeah.
not selling in Australia right now, I'm worried about
Yeah.
just setting a store.
So and you can also see on here that, you know,
parts of Japan too that you probably haven't explored.
so you can also see here where the specific item is produced. So you know this is produced in 12 countries. So you know that kind of thing. The other thing to note is what they will do is, if you're shipping to a country that doesn't have a print provider in it, they're always going to find the closest print provider to your customer, even though it may not be right there, depending on where your customer's at. I know most of us aren't selling in some of these areas that aren't covered, but just to let's do a little bit more comparison here, and then we'll probably wrap this part up. But Printful's the biggest print-on-demand provider. They have a huge selection of products, one of the biggest selections. But if we just kind of look at that same product to get an idea here. So here's the Bell and Canvas. It's going to start at $11.50. Most of the time, selecting different colors, sometimes that will change. So that if we go to Heather colors, it's going to go up to $12.10. They do have a Printful growth plan. I think this is a new thing that rolled out pretty recently. 1084 there. So you can kind of see the difference in price. Anything else you want to see from print on demands? What's up?
Quick question while you're going through these different providers. In your experience, would it be savvy to have, and I assume you could do this with Shopify, integrate 2 providers or multiple, or is that not a good business practice to get too confusing and stretch your product offerings out too far?
It's definitely something you can do. You can definitely have multiple print-on-demand providers. It can get logistically a little bit confusing, especially when you're trying to make your shipping rates work correctly and different things like that. Usually, what I recommend if you're going to go that route, just to make it simple, I like keeping things simple, is either offering free shipping site-wide. If you offer free shipping site-wide, you don't have to mess with shipping rates, basically. Just make sure you account for that shipping in your product price. So raise your product prices a little bit to account for that shipping cost. But if you have, let's say, 5 print-on-demand providers, all shipping from different places, how are you going to charge your customer the right amount of shipping? It gets pretty difficult. It can be done, for sure, but that's something to think through because you're going to run into a lot of problems in the store just with shipping. So by keeping it simple, offering free shipping site-wide, you kind of get rid of some of those issues. And then the other thing you can do is just set up free shipping over a certain amount. That's can still be a little bit confusing to set up with multiple print-on-demands, but that's one of the easiest ways to set it up. The worst thing you want to do is just in my opinion, is try to just do calculated shipping, because what it's going to do is, let's just say you got 5 print-on-demand providers, and God forbid the customer orders 5 items from 5 different print-on-demands in one order. Well, if you do calculated shipping, it's going to charge your customer the calculated shipping from each of those print-on-demands. I mean, obviously it's as you set it up, but if you're trying to cover your shipping cost, then you're talking about $20 in shipping. Plus, $20+ in shipping that you're going to try to be passing on to the customer. So, because you're paying shipping charges from 5 different print-on-demands. So that's where it just gets really confusing, and I would recommend to keep it simple, just go with free shipping overall.
What kind of margins are you looking for on t-shirts? Just like a simple plan.
Yeah, on t-shirts, I look for at least 60% margins, at least, which is very doable. If you take this here at, let's just round about to $10, depending on color, $10.50. You put your product at $25. That's really reasonable cost. You're still going to be within that. You're going to be above that 60% mark. I would actually have it in a later slide, but I would put your t-shirt somewhere in the range of $27 to $32 is what I usually recommend. I wouldn't go any lower than 27 in today's, with inflation, different things. Like $27 to $32 is pretty good. If you're doing custom branding, if you're doing neck label type stuff, custom branding, you're going to want to raise it more. 35 to 40 is probably going to be a better spot for that. But for just basic blank front print only, I would go with 27 to 32 would be kind of the sweet spot. At least 60% margins. Give yourself room for discounts and sales. You're going to be running Black Friday, different things like that throughout the year. So 60% can even be a little bit low in a lot of cases, because then if you give them 15, 20% off, then it's really starting to squeeze a little bit. So I would go 60% or more. If you can get more, go as high as 70, 80% for sure.
I think what you're saying is the only time you'd probably use a different print provider, let's say you decided to go with Gelato, would be to do something off that what Gelato doesn't do. Let's say they did sneakers, then you maybe bolt on a different print provider that did just the sneakers, right? That's the only time you'd probably have two on a Shopify store.
Usually the advice, you're exactly right. Usually the advice I give is to pick a print on demand. This may be the most important thing in this scenario is pick a print on demand that you can grow with. So if you want to start with a core product, but you're thinking in the future, I may want to add this, this, and this, just try your best to pick a print on demand that has a big enough product selection that supports some of those additional products that you're maybe going to want to expand to in the future. That's my best advice for you. There are going to be situations where, one of the situations I had early on was I went with a really small print on demand very early on in the process. They're still around. They're called, I forget the name of them now, T something. Not T launch, it was T. They're really small. I can't remember right now. I forgot that. Anyways, I went with a really small print on demand provider. I had a really small product selection, but I went with them because they had really good prices on the product that I needed. And then when 6 months go by and I'm like, man, I need to add baby items because customers were asking for them. I wanted to add onesies and t-shirts and they didn't offer them. So I had to add another print on demand provider. And it was fine. Like I figured it out. I had some issues, but eventually got it figured out and it can work fine. But just you don't want to be doing it too much. You don't want to be like, well, one customer asked me for shoes, let me add on this one. One customer asked me for embroidered hats, let me add on this. Like you got to be strategic about what you add on and not to. And another good practice is just always be testing your shipping, your checkout experience, right? Just be testing it yourself. You don't want your customers to run into shipping issues because here's why: most customers won't let you know; they'll just leave. So
Testing and order your own product?
Order your own product and then just refund yourself. Run through the checkout process. Go Google an address that's on the other side of the country and make sure it works. Go Google an address in another country. Make sure it's getting the right shipping that you've set up. So it's a good practice to test a lot of different scenarios and make sure the shipping is set up and that the experience is good. So just to kind of, where are we at on time here? Let's see, it's 11:30. This is the second. Okay, so we actually need to end this one right around 11:30. So just to kind of wrap this up, last few minutes here on this session. What's up?
What's been your experience with Gelato's design tool?
I usually typically don't recommend designing in a print-on-demand software because you're very limited on what you can do, even with the best. And Gelato, in my opinion, probably the best software out there. They consider themselves a software company. Like that's what they do. They build really good software, and but still, it's very limited in what you can do. So, for instance, like they have 1 million fonts, which is great for putting text, but like you can't curve the text. You can't really do any of these like stylistic things other than like bold and change the color, I'm yet to see a print-on-demand provider that has a really good design tool that could compete with like Canva or something. So I don't recommend it in most cases. Some things are rolling out. For instance, one really cool thing that would probably interest you guys is Printify has just rolled out a AI image generator inside their software. So literally, when you're going to create a T-shirt, like we see here, inside the software, you can tell it, you can do like Midjourney or ChatGPT or whatever and tell it, create me this image. And it will create an image for you that then you can just use right there in the software on the T-shirt. I don't know how good it is, I haven't tried it yet, but that's recently rolled out in the last month or two. So it will probably get better as far as like designing in the print-on-demand app, but I don't usually recommend it.
Because from what I understood with Gelato, playing with it after seeing you go to your school or whatever, because I'm a Printify, I'm all about Printify.
Yeah.
Obviously, the point that you just made about the shipping in different countries, that's a big deal. But when I uploaded the design, it kind of just put it static on whatever products I selected. I was like, check this, check this, check this, okay, I want it on these. And then it kind of was just static there.
There's a couple different ways you can create products in Gelato.
User error.
Well, no. There's like, this is one thing I've been talking to Gelato about. Is I'm like, this is confusing. Like, there's 2 or 3 different ways you can actually go create products, and one of the ways I know what you're talking about. I don't know specifically what it's called, but It's like you tell Gelato, I've just created a T-shirt. I want to add it on all these other items, and you just check the box, and it like just pops the design on there.
Right.
But there is a way where you can actually go in and edit where that, like how big the design is and where it fits. You can do that for sure.
Okay.
Okay, we're right at about time, but I do want to show you guys real quick. I'll just give you a few pointers here on a few different print on demand. So with Gelato, I want to let you know that their biggest category and kind of what they're known for is wall art. So that's somewhat what they specialize in the beginning. They have gotten really good at apparel. I think the apparel is great, and they've been expanding apparel rapidly, which is why they just added embroidery, which is really cool. They've also been adding custom packaging, different things. But they have the best selection of wall art, different types. You can see posters, acrylic print, I mean, metal frame posters, all kinds of different stuff in here. Nothing compared to what these guys over here can print with their crazy machine. But they have really good wall art. It's kind of one of the things that they specialize in. So I wanted to let you know about that. Printful is going to be just an all-around. They just have a huge product selection, probably a little bit specialized in apparel. They have a lot of apparel options, but generally the price is going to be a little bit high. That's the big drawback of Printful. But other than that, I've had great experience, and students have had great experience with Printful. Just understand the pricing is generally pretty high. That's been my experience. I know some people in the room had different experience. Printify, I think is good. I don't love the having all the different print providers that you got to sort through, especially because you also get a lot of inconsistencies with the quality, right? Because you've got all these different print providers. That being said, they're one of the top 2 biggest print-on-demand providers for a reason, and I think they can be solid for a lot of people. Huge product selection. I think Printify has the biggest product selection, 900 plus products, like wild. I mean, we don't have time to go through it all, but you guys can definitely go through Printify, like almost unlimited, anything you can think of.
That's why I like them, just because
Yeah.
I do try to not jump between different ones. It's like everything's Printify one customer.
A couple other ones I want to point out. Shine On is another one. I haven't used them personally, but I know a lot of people love them. I know we have some people in the room that use them as well. They have traditionally kind of specialized in jewelry. That was kind of their bread and butter. Especially if you're using Shopify, that would be a good one to go to if you want to do like custom jewelry. Appleek is another one I would point out. Appleek has gotten really popular, and what they're really good for is, or what they're known for is very branded products and very branded product experiences. So if you're wanting to do a really high-end apparel brand, let me just kind of give you a quick example if I can get it pulled up. Oh no. Let me see if it'll pull up from here. Nope. Well, anyways, they will do crazy things like T-shirts where they'll do like a sewn-on tag or like a hang tag. They'll do like these really, like they will sew a pocket on a T-shirt, like a custom pocket. Like they'll do just crazy stuff. They also do screen printing, or they do direct-to-garment. Like they do different types of print. The problem with Appleek is really overwhelming, and their software is horrible. Like it's the worst, probably the worst software I've ever used. So just know it's great if you want to do really highly branded products and branded experiences. They're the go-to for that, but the software is just really bad. So it's hard for me to recommend that to most people because this is a really like a headache of an experience. Yeah. So let's see if there's any other ones that I would point out here. T-Launch, really good product selection. They have some really cool products, US-based company. I like T-Launch a lot. SPOD is another one that I do like. They have their own brand of T-shirts it's a company called Spreadshirt that owns them. And they have some really unique apparel products. Not a huge product selection, but they do have a lot of products. They kind of pride themselves on super fast shipping. So you see like print on demand in 48 hours. They guarantee that the items are going to leave their warehouse in 48 hours. That's kind of the big thing with them. I'll probably end it there as far as that. But if you go through here in the App Store, you're going to find like anything you can think of. Awkward Styles is another one that I really like. I do really like Awkward Styles as an option. They're kind of an all-around. They don't really specialize in anything, maybe apparel if anything, but they're really good pricing. They print everything out of California at Awkward Styles. That's a good company. But there's anything you can think of. You can go through here. If you just kind of look around at these different print-on-demands, you'll see some of the weird products and things that they specialize in. And yeah, there's unlimited. We could spend all day kind of going through all these different things. But I'll kind of end this session there. Do we have any final questions on this one before we?
What about Gooten?
Guten's good, but Guten does have they do have I don't know what you call it. They have like a minimum. So you have to be doing a certain amount of volume already and then switch to them. They don't take new sellers. So that's the only thing about Guten, but I think they're a solid company. The good thing about that is that if you're already doing, let's say, $10,000, $20,000 a month, you're going to be able to go to Guten and get custom pricing for the products that you sell. So a lot of times with Guten, you'll be able to get maybe a little bit better pricing because they will negotiate with you based on your volume, but they just don't accept new sellers. And I don't know what the bar is for them that they ask for.
So let's say that you're looking for a particular product. Do you have a way to kind of start that process? Like, I know there's 100, and I don't want to go through 100.
Yeah.
So do you have a way to, for example, I'm looking to do print-on-demand passport holders?
No, I don't have a great process for that. And that's part of the headache with having 400 plus print-on-demand
I
companies.
know that it's out there because you see the competitor doing it. And,
absolutely.
right, so then trying to figure out where the competitor is getting it, or
Sometimes just Googling it, I'll be able to find a few companies.
Yeah.
Because all those apps in the App Store, they're all going to mostly have websites. So you'll be able to Google print-on-demand passport, and you might be able to pull it up. But other than that, it's just going through the App Store. And that's where I start, is the App Store, right? Searching in the App Store, trying to find it in the App Store. Then also just using Google as a tool. But I don't have a great way of finding those products. It can be difficult, for sure.
Can you link these ones to an Etsy store as well?
Yeah, that's a great question, and something that I do think needs to be covered. Every print-on-demand is going to have different integrations. So if we look at, this is something that's important. So like with Printful, which I was looking earlier, and it's a little bit difficult to find, but I believe it's right here, platforms and marketplaces. So Printful is going to be the biggest, and they're pretty much going to integrate with everything. Shopify, Etsy, WooCommerce, but then if we scroll down, you're going to see Walmart Marketplace. You're going to see Amazon on there, TikTok Shop, eBay. I mean, they have a ton of integrations. Every company is going to be different. So like if we go to back to Gelato, they are going to have a much smaller integration pool. They're going to have Shopify, Etsy, WooCommerce, Wix, Squarespace, and BigCommerce. So this is something to consider. At least here they're not advertising like an order desk or anything, which means if you're doing Amazon, you're probably not going to be able to. There may be a workaround or a way to do it, with Gelato, but they're not readily advertising that they integrate with Amazon, right? Or a few other places. Same thing with just any print-on-demand. You're going to want to look at the integrations, but many of them do integrate with Etsy. Most of them integrate with Etsy. Obviously, Shopify is going to be the number one, and then much fewer of them integrate with like Amazon. But many of them do. So it's just something you kind of have to look at. Here's Printify. Printify has Walmart in there, Etsy, so a few different options. Many of them do integrate with like Orderdesk though, which Orderdesk you can pretty much send anywhere. Okay, any final questions on that before we keep moving? We have 2 more sessions before lunch, so we'll keep it trucking. So session number 3 is more hands-on. This is going to be kind of the initial setup, basic setup for print-on-demand and just connecting up your Shopify store. Do we need a break or anything? Do we need a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
Yes? All right, let's take a 5-minute break. Let's do that. Can I leave my bag? My bag over there.
Tom's so well behaved today, he's like sitting up and working, but I don't know what could be different.
He's inspired.
Lisa! Oh my God! Did you see him sitting up? Did you see
Nice to
the
meet you.
posture?
Incredible.
How are you?
Yeah, great to
It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Did
very
you
much.
see the posture?
Been hanging
with
out
him?
with Tom all weekend.
Incredible.
I didn't know he could type without looking. I didn't know he could type.
What? Let's do it.
He actually raised his hand when he had a question.
Incredible.
Do you notice when I'm around? Like,
That'd be happy.
Hey.
Hi. Hi, how you doing?
Good news.
Good. You look great.
Thank you.
You're like.
Yeah, last week.
That's awesome.
Good for you.
Does he have other people to play with? Cool, that's awesome.
What's
Probably
happening?
whoop my butt. Pros.
Back down over here again?
Maybe you can teach me some stuff. Maybe you can teach me some stuff. That'd be awesome.
This is what I'm saying. You know, listen, neither did I. I just, Tom made the courses right there. So here's this company, this is.
So a whole bunch of stuff out there, man.
So he already liked you on Instagram and all that shit, and he's gonna follow you. He runs they run clinics, different things. He's on this unique.
Anytime there's a lull in action.
Who here saw Tom raise his hand when he had a question today?
Man, thank you. When I got here with Tom, he told me about, you know, that you're not a hater. You didn't want to learn. People hate haters.
I want the tennis sucker.
His name is my wife Lisa.
This is Tasty.
High school.
Nice to meet
But he's a really cool dude.
Oh, wow. And I watched your video last night. Oh, okay, good. Yeah,
You were
good.
here when she did that.
Yeah. No, I was sick.
That's awesome.
Oh, okay.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
that was the
That's
only
awesome. Yeah, let's get hooked up with that. I love it.
I missed you.
Good so far?
Presentation and yeah, covered a lot. No, I am interested to do an influencer program, so am I in touch with that part?
Hurry.
Yeah.
It's open now. It's open, but it's getting full. So get in there.
Be accepted.
Now it's open. Now it's open. The floodgates are
Oh,
open again.
good.
Yeah.
So we have to do
Can
the
it get deeper and
Facebook.
deeper?
Yeah. And that one.
That's easy.
Yeah,
That's the
that's
easy
easy.
part.
And,
The hard part is the
The
videos
one with the
that
black
you
seat?
provide.
Yeah.
It's not
Oh, yeah. We'll definitely.
Yeah,
You
when we
have to
start
provide.
them, just do them and send them to us, and we can check them out and see before you submit them. And we'll say tweak this or tweak this.
Order
this
desk.
Say that again?
Because you only get the 3 chances and then.
You're not on Amazon, it automatically creates on Shopify. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, that would flow to print on, that would flow to any of those
Just
print on
try it
demand.
out,
Yeah.
like follow.
Yeah, I mean, it's an extra
follow that,
layer, you know, that you have to pay for and everything that you
And
don't
then
really
when you have them,
need if
just
you're
send
not
it to us and we'll-
actively
Oh, yeah,
selling on
definitely.
Shopify. But if you
Have
wanted
to
to
get
sell on
the-
Shopify and Amazon,
Hashtag.
yeah, you, I mean,
Just
you can do
the
that. Yeah.
5,000
Absolutely. There's-
fans
Yeah, but you
first.
can buy
Yeah,
those
but
over the
it's
weekend and
very
it'll cost you
easy.
$50.
And then that's it?
Yeah.
It's gonna send you pictures.
That's a really easy part that most people are not struggling with.
They just don't have a direct integration with Amazon. So if you were selling, you wanted to primarily sell on Amazon and you didn't want to do Shopify, they don't have a direct integration with
Every other
Amazon.
country but the United States.
Yeah. Now, what he was saying is if you have a Shopify store connected to Gelato, you can sell on Amazon
Costa
and
Rica,
connect over to
Bali,
Shopify. So you can just
Indonesia,
go
you
from
know, stuff
Amazon
like
to
that. So you
Shopify
get
to
followers
Gelato.
for a lot less money and you just want less, let's say, the links to the
There you go.
page.
Yeah, so you would go Amazon, Order Desk, Shopify, and then it would go to
The more
Gelato.
posts you do, the more
Long
relevant
or
you are.
whatever,
I would say about do 2 or 3 posts.
Yeah, whatever
I
those
would
one of those
suggest you
four
say
print
Ting's
on demand
Travels.
ones. Yeah.
And then post that stuff about your favorite food, your favorite luggage, your favorite this, your favorite recipe, your favorite whatever, it doesn't matter. Repost something that you saw, your
Do you have
favorite
a page
vegetable.
already that you're using?
Correct.
I'm like
And
nothing started yet, so I
I'll
have to
check
do that
Yeah,
first.
yeah, just-
I'll
Yeah, open one up and just start posting like
upsell,
a couple a day.
upsell all day long.
And then once you have, I don't even know what the amount would be, then do the ad, like the guy on our
That's awesome.
and just follow his step.
So great. No, that's awesome.
I know you want to go see the beach too, but
Play with the pro.
They give you.
They're not, I mean,
like go to the beach or do whatever. Just
Before you check out on the
Yeah,
product
from
page.
that, yeah, from his place. Yeah, that's awesome.
just, yeah.
When you go to, when you go to check out.
Talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow morning.
When you finish, they'll pop up with another.
see,
Hey,
when he gives you the
before
green
you
light, come down south.
But you
It's
just
harder
didn't
than
know
where
that
I
you
am.
were charged for the
But
other one.
it's still totally worth it.
Okay, cool.
I think, because you're gonna get.
So you think it's like a 45-minute ride or something like that?
I can run it, but then I say, hey, thank you
Yeah.
for your purchase.
Probably.
Okay.
Thank you for your purchase. I'm gonna give you a special price.
Time of day.
Yeah.
Questions what I get.
No, you're
I'm
good.
ready to get granular.
Yeah, you're good.
But you think,
Yeah, I
oh,
think
I
the
would
next
purchase
two are
this.
gonna be a little more
And the-
practical.
on my end, it says hold.
Yeah, they're waiting for them to finalize.
And then when they say, no, thank you, I don't want it, or yes, it adds it, and it charges the car.
Okay, yeah.
Bro, the upsells is where the money is.
No, you're good. That makes everyone 100%.
Okay, cool.
Hey, did you play?
Yeah, take it off.
Did you play yesterday? Kerry, did you play?
Did I play last night? I did at Tropical. It wasn't very good.
But you didn't go
We
indoor?
went to Lifetime. There's nobody playing.
It was dead.
They heard you're in town and everybody's staying home.
Yeah.
Well, it's Saturday, you know, Miami is hot, you know.
I know, that's why I was like, man, in Oklahoma we don't have anything to do, but in Miami they're like,
No,
they're not
Miami-
playing pickleball on Saturday night.
Yeah, Miami on Saturday. That's why I didn't want to push you to Tropical. I'm like,
Yeah.
that's
There
not
was,
gonna.
there was only like 4 people at Lifetime on one of the courts and they weren't very good, so I rolled to Tropical, and there was only like 2 groups, one on the challenge court and one not on the challenge court. And I played, I think we played like 3 or 4 games. I won all of them,
Right.
and they left. It was like, there was nobody else left.
Now you'll play on the one you signed up over here on Monday. You'll
Yeah, I'm
play.
excited about that.
Yeah,
I
you'll play
appreciate it.
there.
You guys are all setting me up with the pickleball stuff down here. I know Florida's like one of the meccas. of pickleball.
Well, you know the Open, it was in Naples. The pickleball U.S. Open was in Naples. So if you go to that facility, oh, that is
Yeah,
beautiful.
Insane.
That's about a 2-hour drive from here, but
Yeah.
it's beautiful. You could do a vacation with family. You'll fall in love with
Sure.
it.
That's awesome. All right, we ready to get going again? We got 2 more sessions. It's going to be a little bit more hands-on. You know, you can start setting up stuff with me. I'll show you kind of inside how to do some stuff. You know, kind of the basics of starting to work with print on demand. Little disclaimer: I'm going to be using Gelato as the example. If you want to use Gelato, you can. Unfortunately, I can't pull up like 20 print on demands and show you the exact process in each print on demand. But what I will tell you is the steps are basically the same with pretty much any print on demand. You guys are super intelligent. You can figure out how to hit the next button when you're creating a product. So I'm going to show you inside Gelato, but just know that if you're working with Printify or Printful or whatever print on demand you go with, that the steps will be a little bit different because their software is going to look a little bit different. So this is session 3. We got 2 sessions before lunch. Setting up. What does that say? Look at my screen, not there. Look, not try to read it backwards in the mirror. Setting up print on demand and connecting your store. Session 3. All right, what you need a Shopify account and you need a print on demand account. These are 2 things you need to get it, just to get the basic setup. I'll blast through this because I probably don't need to sell you on Shopify. This is just some benefits of Shopify, right? They're the #1, e-commerce platform for many reasons. One of the biggest reasons is the Shopify App Store. It's just incomparable. I mean, there's thousands and thousands of anything you want to do with your store. You can do that via the Shopify App Store, which is just not something you have on other e-commerce platforms. They're competitors, which is one of the things that sets them apart. Obviously, Shopify is an all-in-one platform, so you can pretty much do everything from there to build your brand. They have billion-dollar brands on their platform, so they can support you from $500 a month in revenue to multiple millions of dollars a month in revenue. So that you're going to be able to grow with them. Super customizable. They have the payment processor built in, which is really nice. You don't have to, like with most e-commerce platforms, you're going to have Stripe as a third party or another payment processor. They have it all built into Shopify, which is super nice. And then the last thing I have on here is when you have your own website, the big benefit, the reason this is the way that I go is one of the reasons is you don't have to compete with other products on your own website, right? That's the biggest benefit of something like Shopify, having your own brand versus like Amazon or Etsy or Teespring or Redbubble. Not saying those are great, but just one of the big benefits is everything on that website is your product. Like anything they buy, you get paid for, right? They're not seeing on Amazon when it says compare with similar products right there, and there's like 15 of these other ones, right? So that's one of the big benefits. You drive the traffic, you're in control of the traffic, and everything they buy is going to be it's going to be profit for you. And when you create a brand, you guys have been talking about this so much with Amazon, so I don't have to drive this point home, but when you create your own brand, that's really what sets you apart and makes you unique, and you can't find that product anywhere else. And so, anyways, that's a little bit about Shopify. So I also have a special deal for Shopify if you guys want to take advantage of it. Totally up to you. They've given us this crazy deal on our affiliate link, shirtschool.com/Shopify. You get 3 days free, then $1 per month for 3 months. So you get a 3-day free trial, then you just pay $1 for 3 months. So that means it's $3 for 93 days. you could probably make tens of thousands of dollars in sales in the next 93 days if you hit the ground running. So it's a really good offer. Traditionally, they only offer like a 14-day free trial in the past. So this is really cool. If you want to use our link, we would definitely appreciate that. shirtschool.com/Shopify to sign up for a Shopify account, and you can get that special offer. So just to be clear, just kind of everybody understands, Shopify hosts your entire online business empire. This is where your website lives, your inventory, pricing, products, takes your payments. You own your business through Shopify. You're in full control of your marketing. I think you guys already know this, but a lot of, when I do this session a lot with students, they don't quite understand that Shopify is not another marketplace. So just to be clear, like it's completely different from Teespring, Etsy, Redbubble, or these other places. Shopify is not a place where you go to sell products or a marketplace. It's where you create your own website, your own business there. And to really dumb it down, it's really just a website builder, right? Like that's at its core, that's basically what it is, with a bunch of other stuff built in. And then Gelato is your apparel and product fulfillment company. When you get an order from a customer, the print on demand will have a team member print it, package it, and ship it off for you automatically. So, or any print on demand, not necessarily just Gelato, but any print on demand, that's kind of what they do. And this is kind of the difference between Shopify and Gelato, or Shopify and a print on demand, I should say. All right, so let's go through a little bit of a demonstration just to kind of show you guys how to set some of this stuff up. This part is very self-explanatory, so we're pretty much done with this session, but I'll show you a few quick things. So when you go over to shirtschool.com/Shopify, you type that in, it's going to take you right here to our affiliate page where it's going to say, enjoy 3 months of Shopify for $1, get a three-day free trial, enter your email address there, hit start free trial, and that's how you will initially set up your Shopify account. That's pretty self-explanatory, nothing too crazy there. When we go over to, let's see if I still got it pulled up. You're basically going to come here when you go to Gelato or any print on demand. You're going to go and set up an account. There's actually, let me rephrase that. There's a couple different ways you can do this. So if you're using Gelato, you go to our link, shirtschool.com/Gelato. You're going to hit the sign up for free button, and you're going to sign up an account on their website. And I can go through that offer again if you guys need to, 60% off with the code Kerry. For a lot of other print on demands, you see, do I have it pulled up somewhere? Got too many, getting too many tabs. In the Shopify App Store, if you're signed into your Shopify account, you can also just add the app into your store. So depending on who you're using, some of them you'll go to the website. Like if you're wanting to do Gelato, I would recommend going to their website to sign up the account. But with many print on demands, you can also just if I click on AOP, I can just click install. It will just pull the information from Shopify and add it into the store. So either way you do it is fine. Both those ways will work. So once you have set up a print on demand account, set up a, am I in there somewhere? Here we go. Once you've set up a print on demand account, set up a Shopify account, this is what you're gonna see. You're gonna be inside your account, right? So this is inside Gelato. This is kind of what their platform looks like. And the first thing that I would recommend that you do inside your print on demand provider is go ahead and set up some of your details. So if you click on this button up here at the top and you click on settings, you're gonna have a few different things to go through here. I would start with your profile. Profile is gonna be like your company information, basic stuff. Set that up. Then you're gonna wanna go to language and currency, set up your language, USD in there as your currency. And just go through here and finish setting up some of that stuff. The other thing you wanna do is go to billing. And you wanna go down to payment, and you wanna actually set up a payment method in there as well. So you wanna make sure you do this before you start selling, right? So it's kind of first basic steps. Make sure you got a payment method in there. Make sure you give them your information. If you have your sales tax permit, then you want to go ahead and put that in up front. If you don't have it, you don't actually, it's not required to sell with print on demand, but let me tell you why you should potentially have it.
A resale certificate?
Yeah. Well, mainly a sales tax permit, which allows you to, you want to have all your stuff, but I think I might be getting confused. This is not my area of expertise, but resale certificate, I think, is probably what you want here. You're probably right. The biggest reason you want to input that in here, though, is so that when you pay for your products with Gelato, it will you'll save they won't have to charge you sales tax, right? So I think it's your sales tax permit. I could be wrong, but they won't have to charge you sales tax. So you'll be getting true wholesale pricing. If you don't put in your permit information, whatever legal information they ask you for, you'll be charging the customer sales tax, which by law should be remitted to the state, if your state charges sales tax, and then you will be paying taxes again on the product when you buy it from the print on demand. So there's nothing wrong with doing that. It's not illegal, but if you have those permits, go ahead and put them in, and it will save you that sales tax on the cost of the item, so that you're getting the true wholesale price. So go ahead and set those things up. The next thing you want to do is you want to connect your store. So you're going to click on stores. Again, this might be a little bit different in certain print on demands. Then you're going to go down and you're going to find Shopify. Now, they're not advertising this on their website, but look at all the integrations they have here, including Amazon there inside, and then they also have the custom down here. So lots of good stuff there. So we'll click on Shopify, and it's going to take us over here, and there'll be an install button here. We'll just hit that install button, and quick note is you'll want to be signed into both your Shopify account in one tab and your Gelato account in the other tab. That way it'll sync those up. If you're not signed into your Shopify account, it will ask you to sign in when you click the install button. Once you've done that, they're going to be integrated, and you're going to see inside Gelato, you're going to see that I've got this little test store here, okay dad. You're going to see that it's active and your Shopify store is connected. So once you've connected up your store, you'll see it here, you'll see it in your Shopify store, it'll be both places, and you're ready to start creating products and start selling. So this is a super simple step, just a super quick session, but this is kind of the next step. Get your Shopify account open, get your print-on-demand account open, whether you go Gelato or whoever else. Set up some of your basic information in your print-on-demand account, and then lastly, connect up your store by just either adding the app or inside your print-on-demand. Like in this case, you'll click on stores, and then you'll just click on Shopify. Super basic stuff, but that's how you got to get everything connected. I think that's all we got for this session. Do you guys have any questions on that stuff? Let me see how long this was slated.
Kerry, it's my understanding that if you already have an existing Shopify account, if you're going to connect a new, let's say, print-on-demand Shopify account, so let's say you have a Shopify account for physical products, you need to log out of that account first in order to be able to connect two accounts onto your Shopify so that you can toggle between two Shopify stores.
So if you're saying, if you like in Gelato, if you wanted to have 2 or 3 stores.
I'm talking about in Shopify.
For each store.
Right. If you had multiple stores, if you want to have multiple stores on a Shopify platform.
Let's start with one, Tom.
So each Shopify store you have will be an additional monthly charge. That's
right.
The first thing to know. They don't.
Shopify
does not allow you to have like a bunch of stores, but they have. I'd say within the last 2 years, they've changed it to where you can't have one login and then have multiple stores under that login.
Right.
So but I think you're right. I think the best way to do that would be log out of Shopify,
Correct.
go sign up a new one.
That's what I learned is you have to log out, and then you have to connect your new one, and then you're going to be able to have 2 underneath the same email.
Yep. But that brings up another point is if you're wanting to have kind of on the opposite, if you're wanting to have your Gelato account or a print-on-demand account connected to multiple stores, make sure you log out of the Shopify, log into the other store before you connect up another store to print-on-demand. Any other questions? I know this is a pretty basic deal here, but any other questions on any of that stuff?
Custom domain, you buy it there.
So custom domains you can. Custom domains you can buy. You can either buy through Shopify. I think they're up to $15 a year, something around there, in Shopify, or you can buy them through GoDaddy or Namecheap or any of those places. Either way you want to do is fine. Obviously, if you're not, I would say if you're like super not a techie person, just buy it in Shopify from Shopify because it'll just auto connect everything up. But if you're cool with connecting it up, then you can do it through Namecheap or Bluehost or any of those places. Any other questions on this specific topic? Then we'll keep going. We get it. The next part is a little funner than this part.
Question: When
Yes.
you link the store, all the products you have are gonna be linked there, or you can select some products?
That's a good question. So, are you saying are all the products you created in print on demand automatically linked, or are you
Yeah.
saying are your Shopify store products
Yeah,
linked?
no, that one. Last
Okay, yeah, no. So it's a great question because let's say that you were switching print on demand providers. Let's say you were going from Gelato to Printful, for instance, and you created all these products in Gelato, and you want to switch them to Printful. I would highly recommend that you don't import them over. So like when you log into the new print on demand, it's going to say something like what you're saying, like, do you want to import all these products? And I would not do it because it's usually way more of a headache than just recreating the products from scratch. For whatever reason, it's really bad in most cases. I haven't seen a print on demand where it's like really seamless yet, where you can just like import all the products over really easily. In most cases, you just want to delete the products and then recreate them in the new print on demand. That was if you're switching print on demands. But what you're asking, if you have products in Shopify and you connect up a print on demand, nothing will really sync because, yeah, like unless you have print on demand products in the Shopify account from another print on demand, then it will try to sync them, but it probably won't work very well. But yeah, hopefully that answers the question. It's kind of a weird answer. All right, let's keep it moving here. We're a little ahead of schedule. The next section might have more questions. So the next and final session before lunch is creating products in print on demand. So let's talk about that. Here's some general steps, just print on demand agnostic to what company you're using. But you're going to select what product you want in the print on demand app. So you're going to go through their catalog. You're going to find the product that you want to sell, select that product. Next, you're going to upload your design on that product. You're going to place it exactly where you want it. So you're going to already have the designs created. And after lunch, we're going to dive in a little bit to designing. Not as much as I would like to go into it, but we are going to talk about actual designing and what goes into a winning design and those kind of things after lunch. So the second step is you'll add your design to the product you selected. Next, you'll select any options that you'd like to have on the product. So if it's a first of all, if it's an apparel product, you'll select what sizes you want to sell, what colors you want to sell. You'll also select like what mock-ups you want to feature. Do you want to include a size chart or not? Do you want, you'll set the price, like any options that you need for your product, you'll then select those in the print on demand. And then you'll fill out the final details like your product description. If you want to do any tags, SEO stuff, you can do that all there. Side note is, and I'll show you this in a minute, you can also do that after in Shopify as opposed to doing it in print on demand, which is probably what I would recommend for like the product description and everything. I would do it in Shopify after the fact. And then you'll just hit the publish button and it will publish that over to your Shopify store. And I will demonstrate this in just a second. So some simple guidelines on apparel stuff. I would price your t-shirts between $27 and $32 in most cases. The exception, as I was talking earlier, was if you're doing a really high-end brand and you're doing some custom branded tags and different things, you probably want to go higher, $35, $40. What was that?
Balenciaga t-shirt, $190.
Yeah. $90, yeah. Direct-to-garment print is just print on demand. That's a good thing to bring up, though. I don't have anything in here about copyrights and trademarks. It's really not my area of expertise. But what I would say is most of at least the big print on demands, if you're doing anything copywritten or trademarked, they will catch it and they won't work with you anymore. So that's something to note. They don't want to be printing your Balenciaga tees. So that's something to take note of. Here's another guideline is I would recommend no more than 3 to 5 color variants. And here's the most popular colors of t-shirts: black, white, heather gray, red, and navy. Those are by far the best-selling t-shirt colors. A lot of people tried, and I don't want to insult any Amazon sellers in here, but you might be in the, I know, I gotta be really careful. But don't try to not be in the mindset. It's different from maybe Amazon or some of the marketplaces of like, you don't want to be in the mindset of like, well, I've got all these options, I'm just going to select all of them, and they'll, this is a different experience your customers are going through. We don't want to confuse them or have decision fatigue or overwhelm. So we want to limit to raise conversion rate. We want to limit our color variants to just 3 to 5 color variants. I would lean more towards 3, because what you'll find is you'll go in here and you'll add 10 different colors of t-shirt or whatever the product may be, and you'll start selling it, and you'll find like, oh, I'm looking at my orders, and 90% of them are just black. And it's like, why do I have all these other colors? You're just slightly lowering conversion. Maybe you can get a little bit of a bump by reducing the decisions. And the same thing we go for variants. Variants like for product type variants. So like, for instance, maybe you want to sell a t-shirt, a hoodie, and a tank top. I would lean towards not combining those into one product. I would create different categories on your website for those. So I would have a link that says t-shirts, a link that says hoodies, and a link that says tank tops. Don't combine them all into one listing where they can select the drop down that says, I want a tank top instead of a t-shirt. Again, the more options, the more decision fatigue and I think they say like analysis paralysis or something, like just trouble making a decision. So just simplify it, and yeah, that's what I recommend. And I have that there, one product type per listing, hoodie, t-shirt, etc. I would also recommend using your own mock-ups in most cases. So this is something I don't have, I really wish we could dive into more, and maybe we'll find some time during the day to dive in more into mock-ups and software and different stuff like that, because this is one of my favorite things. But I would recommend in most cases that you use your own mock-ups as opposed to using the print-on-demand's mock-ups in most cases. At minimum, if your print-on-demand has really good like basic mock-ups, at minimum I would add a lifestyle mock-up to that listing. So what I mean by that is have a photo of a person actually wearing the t-shirt or the apparel item as an alternate photo on your listing. You want your customer to be able to see what the product looks like on a person so they can actually visually see a little bit, get an idea of how it fits or how it looks on a person. So I would recommend in most cases using your own mock-ups, even the basic stock mock-ups like just a flat t-shirt on a black background. You got to keep in mind with the print on demand that like there are thousands of brands using these same mock-ups, which isn't a huge deal, but if you really want to stand out and you really want to have, you know, a little bit better experience, a little bit nicer product page, higher converting, go out to something like Etsy or Place It and actually buy, you know, a little bit nicer mock-up, right? And I can show you some examples of that. My favorite place to get mock-ups is a tool called Place It. Anybody ever heard of Place It? No? If you haven't? Place It is, I should probably just show it to you, but Place It has like thousands and thousands of mock-ups, and they have a lot of lifestyle mock-ups where you can actually lay your design on like a person. Like I can have a picture of Tom and just put I can't do my own, but if Tom was in there and Place It, I could just put a picture of the design on it, and it will just superimpose that.
Don't do that to me, Zico. All of a sudden now.
I know, man.
You're gonna see him on there next week.
I know. You probably will as a side hustle. You could contact Place It. They'll make you a model. But anyways, you can superimpose your design on any model you want. It's way better to show it than actually tell you about it. So let me show you that real quick, and then we'll get into product creation. And let me get out of some of these tabs. I'm like a tab Nazi. I don't like having like a billion tabs open. So I'm like.
Photoshop and Illustrator is also coming out with that now, where you can just get a design and put it in any, and it understands where it wraps around the product.
That's awesome. That's really cool. Let me sign back in here. Okay, let's actually just go to Place It real quick, and I'll show you guys that. Some of you guys have heard of it, some of you haven't. So this is kind of what Place It looks like, and you get unlimited mock-ups with the subscription.
And video mock-ups.
Yeah, video mock-ups. They have a bunch of other stuff in here too. Logo generator. They also.
They do designs too.
Yeah, they have a design. Huh?
Placeit.what?
Placeit.net.
Net.
I do have an affiliate link if you guys would like that, but I don't have it in my slides. Shirtschool.com/placeit.
You better be fast with that, man.
I know, man. Shirtschool.com/placeit. Let me actually see what the price is because they're running a promote. So it's 15% off here with the link, $8.49. What price are they running for their holiday sale though? Save up to 43% off regular monthly price. Let's click on it. That's the same. So yeah, $8.49 per month on their like holiday sale. Shirtschool.com/placeit if you want to use that. Anyways, let me just go to apparel real quick. So basically you go in here, this is what they're known for. There's a bunch of other tools in there, it's probably worth about 10x what they charge monthly because it's just crazy. But you can go in here and you can actually just find any type of person that you want. You can see different types of things. You can click over here on the left, specific products and different things. But you basically go through here, you select one of these, and then you just upload your design, and it just puts it right on the person. You can see kind of some examples over here.
Pick the design, the apparel color,
Yep.
sometimes the background.
You can pick the color. Yeah, sometimes you can change out the background. And this is unlimited, and they're super high quality. Like they're very big files. Most of the time, you probably need to make them smaller. But that's basically what they're known for, is like these very realistic lifestyle mock-ups that are very inexpensive. Also, like I don't use Etsy a ton, but
So
one
it's
of the things
unlimited.
It's unlimited.
$8.99 for as many as you need.
Yep, unlimited. Yeah, 1,000 you can do. Yeah, and you'll find tons of other stuff in there. Like another thing, like they have social media templates. You know, if you're looking for like content ideas, there's social media templates in here.
You can probably use it for your ads too, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, I've created so many ads in Place It over the years. So like these are social media templates formatted. They've got banners, all kinds of stuff. And if you go down to print on demand mockups, you'll see it's not just T-shirts, like mugs, wall art. I mean, it's pretty. They're always surprisingly too. Like they add new ones. Like probably every week there's like new ones in here. So tons of cool stuff. So like real quick on Etsy on the subject of mockups. So what's cool about Etsy is we could search a specific model of T-shirt or sometimes other products. And so I searched for Bella Canvas 3001 mockup, and we can get the like exact mockup. So like if you have a female-focused brand, for instance, this is $15, and you get all of these different, chicks wearing your stuff here, and you can add your design on there like in Photoshop or Canva. Which are they really that? They're not really that
You
long.
can also go to the manufacturer. When you go to Bella and Canvas, create an account. They have all the mockups that you can download.
Yeah.
Straight from Bella or Gildan.
Yeah, and that's a great idea as well. I like getting them from Etsy because you get these really unique ones. It's just something I like to do. They're not all female focused. Even if you put like Bella Canvas 3000 mockup men, you'll get some more like manly mockups, $13. Usually you get these in a whole bundle, which is nice. So you get a bunch of different, like these are all Christmas mock-ups of this T-shirt. So I like it because it's really affordable. You usually get a lot of different views and different things here. Like these are probably AI generated. You can see the side hustle, like somebody going out and AI generating these photos and then selling them as a bundle. So anyways, I do like getting them from Etsy. You get different scenes, you get different mock-ups, or you get different outfit ideas, different stuff like that. These are great to use on product pages though, and it's a great way to upgrade your stock mock-up, right, from print on demand. So, something like this one right here in the corner, like could be a good standard mock-up for you, just like a flat T-shirt and stuff like that. So you kind of get the idea, but
You can also just Google free mockups that are out there.
yeah, and there's lots of free ones. Yeah, I mean I'll actually show you here in just a minute when I create the product description. The mockups aren't bad with your print-on-demand provider. They're just very basic. Usually they're going to be on a white background, and they're just very basic. So upgrading the mockup can definitely upgrade the experience a little bit. So let's get into actually creating a product. So how do we actually create a product? Once again, disclaimer, I'm using Gelato for this demonstration, but most print-on-demand is somewhat similar to this process. So there's a couple ways you can do it. We were talking about this earlier, where this gentleman over here, I'm sorry, I forget your name, but you're having some issues with the selecting a bunch of products and that kind of thing. So what I would do, there's two ways you can do it. You can click on Product Catalog, and you can start from here. I would not recommend doing that. I would actually click on Stores. These are, believe it or not, it's a different flow if you do it this way. So I would click on Stores and click on Add Product in your store, and then you'll have these options here. Multiple products or single product. I'm going to start with single product. I believe you can add other products after, even if you select single product.
Why?
What's that?
Why go to stores instead of products?
It's actually just different. Like if you go to product catalog, it's a different flow, but then also like it doesn't add it directly in the store. Like it's just a different way.
Okay.
It's kind of odd. Actually, when you get to the part where you start adding your image on there, it's different as well. I don't know why they have two different experiences, but yeah, they were like, just use the add product button, and that's been the easiest way to do it for me. And it goes to this. This is all, everything I'm doing here is all directly going to the Shopify store. It's all related to Shopify. When you go the other way, it's like a more general experience, if that makes sense. Like if you're using a bunch of other platforms, or Maybe if you wanted to send one product out to multiple platforms, you might want to do it that way. But when we're specifically going with Shopify, just go to the store, click Add Product.
Okay.
So we'll go to men's clothing for this example. Click on T-shirts. We'll click on Bell & Canvas 3001. A couple things I would point out here before we go any further is that you always want to check what the design file requirements are for whatever product you're wanting to create. So this is another thing like we were talking about here was Gelato was just popping the design on other products. The reason that could be an issue is because different products require different design files. So what I really like about Gelato is if you just go to their website, just the front website, and you actually go to any of their products, let's actually go to wall art and go to canvas, just as an example. If you go to the product you're wanting to sell, so click on canvas, and you scroll down, they will give you, let's see if we can find it. Should be in here somewhere. They will give you in the product the file requirements, and I believe they have a template as well, if I can find it somewhere. I always miss where the button is. Let's see. It's in there somewhere. But they'll actually give you the design sizing, and they'll give you a template. And let's go to one more product. Sorry for the struggle here. And let's see if we go to, let's do like a tote bag. That'd be an easy one. Classic tote bag. Let's see if we can find it. I know there's a button in here. Anyways, you get the idea. Here's a size guide right here. I know they have a downloadable file here, though. Here's your file specifications, 10 by 10s. They tell you what size. So anyways, most of the products are going to have that sizing in there, so you want to pay attention to that. There's also other articles down here you can search through if you want to find more specific things, but I would pay attention to that is the point. So anyways, let's keep going. So going back to T-shirts. So this is where you actually create the product and what it's going to look like to your customer. So we've got the T-shirt here. There's a number of things you can do here. If you go to files over here on the left, it will pull up anything you have in your library over here. And so it will save it. So if you want to go in and add other products later, all your designs will be saved in there. You can also obviously upload from your device. And a few other options here. Probably wouldn't recommend these options unless if you've got your designs in Google Drive, sure, you can select Google Drive, but I probably wouldn't pull things from Shutterstock or like Facebook or Instagram specifically. I don't even know why they have that option, but Dropbox or Google Drive is fine. I'm going to click on My Device, and I've got a design that was created with AI that I just wanted to kind of use as an example right here. And so that one actually still has the background in it. Let me see if I've got one without the background. Let's see. Because I removed the background earlier. Anyways, you get the idea. You can remove the back. You need to remove the background before you use it. I'll use a different one just for this example. We'll use this tiger right here.
Just for an FYI, you can't, if you want a transparent background, it has to be a PNG file format.
Yeah.
You can't save it as a JPEG.
That's correct, yeah. PNG is the file type you want to go with.
Transparent.
I downloaded it earlier with the transparent background, but I downloaded it out of Canva, and I might have not hit the transparent background button. Anyways, so using this tiger as an example, this was created with AI and just simple design, tiger here. So you can place it where you want on the shirt. And then also, another thing to note here is that you can add other things, right? So I can go over here to text, and I can add text in Gelato if I want. We talked about this a little bit earlier. So I can add some text to the design. I can change the font type. Now you're going to see this little crown over here. That's going to be the Gelato Gold plan. So if you're on that next tier, you get access to all the different fonts. Some of the fonts are available with the free plan, but obviously you get like a bazillion fonts with that Gold plan, or the Gelato Plus. I'm sorry. So anyways, we select the font we want. That'll change. We can select the color. There's not much you can do in the way of effects. You see shadow and outline, but you're not going to be able to curve it and those kind of things. So you can add text. In most cases, I don't. These aren't options that I really use. I do everything before in Canva or Photoshop or wherever you want to design. So, but that is something you can do in here. When you're on the Gelato Plus plan, there is other things, like you do have access to Shutterstock over here. If you wanted to find elements in here that you wanted to use, you can do that. Graphics down here. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff in here that you can really play with. Shapes and different things. Again, for me, I mostly do the design before. So it's totally up to you how you want to do it. If you see down here, you have some different options for different places. So I can click on the back if I want to upload a design on the back. Keep in mind, any design you add, it's gonna raise the cost, and it will tell you what the cost is as you go through. But just keep that in mind. The more places you add, that's another print area that will raise cost. Inside neck label right there. Now, the way that Gelato does it is they actually on the garments that they offer the inside neck label, they rip out the label and they print. The print provider prints your label right there on the inner neck. So they're not actually sewing in a new label. They're ripping off the Bella label and printing right there on the inside neck. You've also got the back top right there. So if you wanted to do something small, and then you've got each sleeve there as an option. So it's the same process as uploading the Tiger. You would just select wherever you want the print location and then upload your design to that location. So next up, over here on the left, we want to select the options that we want. So it's telling me here that I've got white product that's temporarily out of stock. Pretty wild. They must be having some holiday heights. So you can see as I select different colors, a bunch of these are out of stock right now, which is a bummer.
Well, I think it's just with 5X.
Oh, is it just 5X? Nice. So over here on the left, I can select direct to garment or embroidery, however I want it done. Embroidery is going to be much different. They're going to have like a digitization fee. You're probably going to want to have really simple colors if you're doing embroidery. Like you're not going to want to have any complex gradients and different things like that. So embroidery is going to be a little bit different. So most of the time you're going to stick with direct to garment, and then you're going to select whatever colors you want to sell in the store. So, you know, if you're not really like familiar with design and different things, I mean, as a general rule of thumb, if you've got a light color design, you want to put it on dark colored garments. If you've got a dark color design, put it on light colored garments. I do see it a ton as I look through stores, like just the most random color combos that really don't work together. So just be mindful of that, which is why it's a good rule of thumb to go with those best-selling colors: black, white, heather gray, navy. Keep it simple. So just make sure that your design works well on the color. So like, for instance, if I go down here to one of these dark colors like brown, let's click on it over here. Yeah, you're right. It shows 5X is just marked out right there. Like, this design doesn't really work on brown, right? I've got some dark colors in there, some black. Like, it just doesn't really work. I actually think this would probably look good on like a heather gray.
I got a question about, so if you have
Something like that.
a design, but you want it on black and white t-shirts, but the designs have to be different colors, you'd have to create two separate listings, right?
You can do that in Gelato. You can combine them. You can combine them together in Gelato. You can create one listing. Yeah, so they both show up. They do have an option for that, for sure. There's conflicting like advice on that. Like I know, again, my co-host on the podcast, he's really adamant. Like even if you do that, you should make two separate listings.
I mean, there's a way you just put a black border and you
Yeah.
have the same design.
Yeah.
Okay, you can do the same.
Yeah, but you can combine those in Gelato. So anyways, select the colors that you want, however many colors you want there. You can also select the sizing down here. If you don't want to offer any of these sizes for any reason, you can do that there. And then once we're ready, we've got the design, we've got all the colors and everything ready, we're going to hit continue to mockups up here at the top right. So we'll click on that, and it's going to take us to the mockups. So you can see they have quite a few mockups here. So let's see what we can find. So they've even got a little bit of lifestyle mockups, not anything too crazy. Got your free ones. Click on all this stuff. You can kind of sort through here. You can select whether you want a JPEG or PNG. You can download them if you want. If you want to use them for marketing and that kind of thing, it's nice to just have a quick download button. Again, these are fine. Personally, I hate these ones that I'm mousing over, like these kind of like dude wearing the design, and even this one is like, I probably wouldn't use that because in most cases you're gonna want photos of somebody that looks like your ideal customer. Going back to, I guess we talked about this yesterday a little bit, but you want your mock-ups to be showcasing the right type of person, right? If you've got a brand that's focused on females over 50, you don't want this skinny tattooed dude and this young dude with the hair on there, right? Like, so it's just kind of like, they're very general. If you use any of these, I would just use the primary one and then upload your own after the fact in Shopify. So we'll select whatever mockups we want here to have in the listing, and then we'll just click on continue to details.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Could you go back real quick to the preview? Yeah. In the
Design?
Yeah. And could you hit preview there on the top and see what that does?
Preview.
Next to admin, yeah.
So
Okay, and that shows you some of the models.
I think they've got the preview button there because all this is already down here, but I think they've got the preview button there because on some products it takes a little bit more like it takes a little bit longer to generate the mock-up as you move it around, because like some products like a mug, for instance, which is probably a bad example because it's probably not the case, but like it's got to be wrapped around the product. So sometimes there's a little more generation that has to happen there. I would assume they have the preview button because when you click it, it will actually like generate the realistic mock-up. It might not be able to generate it as quickly for some products if they're like weird products.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. So we'll continue mockups. We'll select the mockups and continue to details. All right, so this is where we actually build our product description. You've got your title, description, and then you've got a bunch of other stuff down here. So let's start up here with, and I do have some stuff later in the day about product pages, so we can dive into this a little bit more, but just some of the basics. When it comes to title, when you're building your own brand, as opposed to like a marketplace, you don't want to just start adding in keywords, or anything like that. Just keep that in mind of like we don't need to add a long form, like those kind of things. Like keep it pretty simple. Like here we might just call this, we might have a name for this t-shirt design. This isn't a great example because it's just a tiger. I don't have any words or anything with it, but we might just call this tiger tee. Just something very, very simple. We don't need to go too crazy with that title. Now, if you want to add some of those, keywords and different things, like you can do that in the description. You can do that in the tag section in Shopify, but you don't need to do that in the title. So we could just call this Tiger Tee, and then I don't recommend writing a product description here because usually the formatting doesn't transfer well over to Shopify. If you want to write it here, no big deal. You can edit it later. But to avoid additional editing, I would leave the stock description and then edit it in Shopify because it's just less editing you have to do. So if you edit it here, you're probably gonna have to edit it again in Shopify because it'll bring over your text, but it'll just look weird. So then you have to like kind of format it. Then you have your size table. So what I would recommend, and let me see if I can show you a quick example. Okay, this is Adventure Threads company. This is one of our students, and she's been super successful with her brand here. And she did this really cool thing, and a lot of people started doing it after that, where she made her own size chart, like her own branded size chart. So you see that right there. Like she made an Adventure Threads company size chart, and all she did was pull the information from the whatever blank she's using, so probably the belly canvas or like a Next Level or something. And you've got all that information in, if I can go back to it, what tab am I in? You've got all that information here. It's literally just making your own and branding it. Now you can get the size chart from the manufacturer's website. Like you can go to Belly Canvas, download a size chart. That's fine. It just looks a lot better and to your customer when you're not just using a Gildan size chart, right? So then they go, oh, it's a Gildan, oh, it's a whatever, So it looks a little bit better, a little bit more premium experience. So that's something, if you want to put that extra effort into it, I would recommend that you do. It goes a long way. And
You can also buy a custom size chart on Etsy for $50.
Yeah, there you go.
You mean the template of the sizing charts on Etsy?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then customize it.
Yeah, and you could what you could do is just you could also just download either from Etsy or from the manufacturer's website, download the size chart, and at minimum just erase the Bell and Canvas logo and put your logo, right? Like just at minimum. She went a little bit further than that.
Yeah.
But this is another good example, just while we're here, of seeing how she's got this set up. She's got a basic mock-up here, and then she's got an additional pink, kind of laying down folded, and then she's got a couple different lifestyle mock-ups. Now she's in the outdoors niche. She's speaking to mainly millennials age, So you can see she's showing that in her mock-ups here. These are 30-somethings, late 20s, early 30s. They're out in nature. You see the trees behind them and mountains. Like, she's doing a great job of showing her ideal customer, having a few different looks on the website, a custom branded size chart. Like, this is a great example of a really solid product page. Only 4 options. All the colors look really, really good. She's even got, you can see she's got the brown and then she's got the white, so she's got the options. And so this is just a really good example of a product page and some of the things we've been talking about. So let's kind of finish this part out here. So we're at the detail section. So reason I brought up the size chart is I would probably take this off because then you could just add your own and it looks a little bit better. Care instructions, you can leave that. You could also just add that into your own product description. I would probably remove the care instructions here. And I think that's pretty much it. You can enter in some tags here if you want to do that for SEO purposes. You can also add it to a collection in your Shopify store. If you've got collections already set up, you can add that. So in this case, it's a t-shirt. So like if I have a t-shirt collection, I can just add it to the t-shirt collection there. Or again, I can do that later in Shopify either way. So that's a few of the different options there. So let's continue to prices. So this is where we can actually set our pricing. Again, we can set this later in Shopify. So either way is totally fine. There's Gelato has some cool stuff here that we can play with here in their price setting. So number one, we can go up here and we can just set our profit margin to whatever we want. So if we set it to 60%, it adjusts our profit here to, our profit's gonna be $14.88, so that's gonna make our price $24.80. I don't generally use this because when you just put in the percentage, it just kind of gives you a random number, right? So I like to set the number to something specific. But it is cool to type it in and then actually see, and you can actually hit this button right here to include shipping cost and profit calculation. So if you are doing, if you're doing free shipping, that's a good button to click to actually see. It's just cool that they show this to you. You don't have to calculate it yourself. So like if I got 60% margins and I'm covering shipping cost, I would set my product price at $34.70, and that would give me $20.82 of margin if I was doing free shipping. And it even shows you the shipping cost there, which is $4.66, and then if you're on the Gelato Plus plan, it's $3.96. And it's even showing you here that the 2 colors I've selected, Athletic Heather and White, are both $9.92 for the US pricing. When it goes up to 2XL, it shows you the increase there. So I like that it's very transparent. Some print on demands, you go through here, like you have no idea what you're paying, and then you get your first order and you're like, oh crap, they charged me way more than I thought. Like, so it's cool that they're transparent here and showing you that. So what I would do, I would play around with this if you want to see what the profit margins are, but I would use this as a guide, and then in this case, I would maybe just mark this all variants up to like $34.99, and that will just automatically adjust all of them. You might want to go down to your bigger sizes and add just a little bit. So a lot of times, like I'll go to 2XL and maybe bring this up to like $36.99. This pricing is pretty high, fairly high here for what we're setting. So I'm not really using it as an example of how I would do it. This is including shipping, so keep that in mind. If we take out shipping and we charge shipping to the customer, that's going to change this a little bit. So if we take that out, and then let's set this back to 60%, so we can kind of see. There we go. So in this case, $24.99. I'd probably bring this up to like $27.99, something like that. So that's a little bit better price. And then if we go down to 2XL, we can change this to like $29.99, just raise it a couple bucks. And then 3XL, maybe go to $31.99. Now a lot of people ask about the 99 thing. Totally up to you. I don't think it really makes that much difference. But if you really look at the historical data, sure, there's a little bit of psychology with the 99-cent thing, but it's totally at your discretion if you want to add it. If you want to just round it up, I don't think it, personally, I don't think it makes a big difference. You guys will probably know just as well as I will if you've actually seen a difference in price and things like that, but I don't think.
Kerry, you mentioned in the beginning that you had only five colors. Do you recommend a certain number of sizes? Because she goes up to 5XL. Is that something that you want to kind of just streamline and make less, or do you find there's a need to go 5XL too? Because that's a lot of different sizes.
Generally, I just include all the sizes that are available. Okay. It is a few more options, but like most people, like
Yeah, no.
That's not really an option. Like they're not thinking, should I get a 5XL if I'm a medium? You know, so it's not really like so in that case, I usually just add all of them. What I would say is, you know, if you absolutely know you've got a certain type of customer that's not going to wear certain sizes, maybe you remove them. You know, if you're, again, if you really know your market's only going to be these certain sizes, in most cases that's not the case. You really don't know specifically everybody in my market's going to be a small, and you know, from an XS. So I usually just add them all in there.
And as far as your main mock-up, when you went to the store for her,
Yeah.
every T-shirt looked to be in black, but just as a T-shirt, just like that, with no, I guess, lifestyle main images. That's the right terminology. So the main image is always just a stock T-shirt on a white background. Do you ever see or do you recommend doing someone in a lifestyle format as your main image?
So personally, I don't, because I think it just looks really like kind of unprofessional and sloppy. It's really hard to create a bunch of lifestyle mock-ups and make them really flow together, and like it makes it a little bit more difficult shopping experience too. Because a lot of times what you get on lifestyle mock-ups is not every lifestyle mock-up is going to be straight on, like showing the T-shirt design. And if you get these different angles of like slightly change and all this kind of stuff, and then you put those as the main image, it just creates for your eyes a little bit more strain, a little bit harder to sort through. So my personal preference is, like she's got it set up here, to have, and I would even probably, well, she's got a toddler. This is a toddler tee, so I won't hate on it too much, but I would have a similar, just flat mock-up like this for all of your main images. Just, it makes it look really professional, it makes it flow, and it makes it easier for your customer to shop. But I do like how on most of her, she's got, when you mouse over, she's got a lifestyle image. I think that's a good idea. It's not absolutely necessary, but I do think that's good. I like that. But when the customer's just scrolling, you want them just to easily be able to identify the different designs and not really have to strain too much looking at and analyzing it. So, and that kind of brings up one other thing that I would touch on in that same vein is when you use mock-ups, when you're on Placeit or any mock-ups that you use, the mock-ups that you really want to use the most are the mock-ups where as my podcast co-host would say, to steal his line, where the design is the hero of the image. You want it to be the focal point of the mock-up. You do not want to use, so for instance, like this chick right here, like I would never use this photo in a product description or like in a product page or in an ad, because even though it's slight, she's slightly tilted to the right. The design is not the hero of the image. What's the first thing you see when you look at this picture? Her hair or her face, yeah. Like you're going to that. So the design. So, and in addition to that, like you're just if you put the design on her, that design is going to be a little wrinkly and a little folded, and it might miss a few things. And although it's a cool mock-up, you might put it on social media as like an organic, nice little mock-up. You wouldn't want to use it as an ad, and you wouldn't want to use it on your product page, because you always want the design to be the hero of the image and be in the focal point and be straight on to the camera. So if I were to go in here, and I think we're at about 7 minutes till lunch. If we go in here and we look through these, like this one right here, her arm is over part of the T-shirt. Again, don't want that. You don't want the design to be covered. This one is fairly close, but she's still even tilted a little bit. So, this one's a crop top, but that would be what we'd be looking for, would be like straight on. This one's pretty straight on, right? These are the kind of ones we want to use. This one's not bad. Those kind of things. And then even a lot of times I even crop out the face, because I don't want people to just be staring at the face. I'm not saying it's bad to leave a face in there, but you just don't want, you want that design to be the focal point. You want that to be what they're looking at. So that would just be a few tips on the mock-ups. So after we've set the pricing, we're just going to hit the publish button. And once we hit the publish button, it will send that design over to your Shopify store, and it will actually be ready to sell. There's a bunch of other stuff you probably will want to do before you sell it, but that design will be readily available in your store. So that's the basic product creation process. Again, we've got about 5 minutes till lunch. So that's it. This little bar will go through, and then it'll publish to your store. what questions do you guys have around any of that? Any other questions that I can answer for you?
Oh, I have a question.
Yes.
When you're first putting up your design, does it automatically place it vertically, horizontally where it should be? Like say it's just like a tagline, not like a full picture.
Yeah.
Because I know sometimes shirts will have it up too high, or like is there a
Yeah.
place where the rule of thumb it should
Are
be?
you talking about in like the print on demand or in the mock-up?
In the print on
Okay. Yeah, in the print on demand, that's a great question. So in the print on demand, I think it's usually just gonna like snap it to the middle. Now for t-shirts, you do want to pay really close attention to that, where it's printed. It's gonna be where you set it, where you actually drag it to in like Gelato or the print on demand, where you actually put it. A general rule of thumb for t-shirts is you usually want the design, my screen printer friend told me this like years ago, this is silly, but if you do your hand like that, you usually want your design to start about right there. I don't have a t-shirt on, but below the collar. If you put your fingers on the bottom of the collar, you want your design to start about right there. So like if you, again, use Tom as the example, if you use his t-shirt, that's like perfectly placed, right? Yeah, see, look, yeah, you got it. That's literally perfect. Put your hand right there.
Is there like a grid on
There is a grid.
Gelato that will give you that measurement?
No. Yeah, most print on demands, like they give you the control to kind of put it wherever you want. That would be helpful to like just to give you an idea of like most t-shirts are here. I think the reason they probably don't do that is because some people like to get really creative with it and they like to do weird designs, which is fine. But in most cases, you want it to start about that. You kind of have to eyeball it and do it just a couple inches down from the collar is where you want it to start.
You did it? I've in the past, just you order a sample of a square, what I used to do, they sell these color charts. Where you put it, you can actually see the color and see actually where the print area is.
That's cool.
I guess what I'm asking too is this is a design that has a design and then it has lettering on it.
Yep.
So where would you start? You wouldn't start the lettering up here.
No, top of the design.
The top of, well, let's say I just want to do lettering.
And the lettering.
So where do I put the lettering? I
Yeah,
guess
so
is the
like
question.
in that case, my opinion would be if it just had the lettering, we
Right,
the people
not
that didn't
the
have the
full
round
thing,
design,
right.
I would move those letters up probably 2 or 3 inches.
So back to the same spot again?
Yeah,
You
pretty
probably start the lettering at that height again?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's the question.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to kind of use your best judgment. Also look at other brands and different things and try to get it in the right place. But there's a little bit of your own judgment and there's a little bit of like that's kind of the rule of thumb for t-shirts and apparel.
I have another printer friend also that runs it under the armpit. So from wherever that is, that comes across as normally right at the center chest.
So that's something that's a good thing to bring up is that with direct to garment, which is the printing method, and most of the print on demand is they're only going to allow you with direct to garment to do center these kind of like center box here. It's like a 12 by 16 or somewhere around there inch box where you're going to be able to put designs like something like that. You're probably going to want to look into like all over print, like sublimation, somebody that print on demand that offers sublimation to be able to do something like that. And that's something that it's an awesome thing to do. It costs a lot more, but when you're printing all over a garment, like there's some justification for charging more for that garment.
How different is the product creation process in a different type of product? Like not only clothing, but calendars.
How different is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great question. Let's see. We got a few minutes here. Let me kind of just take you through a little bit. If we go to wall art. Wall art's one because there's a lot of different sizes. So you see all the different types of wall art. Let's go to canvas. So you got a couple different options. Slim and thick for this specific one. You've got horizontal or vertical. And then you've got all these different sizes. So this is a case where, in this case, do you want to add all these variants? Probably not. Depending on the design, it might be better in a bigger type format. It might be better in a smaller type. So I don't know that you want to add all these variants in like a wall art. But let's add a few of these bigger ones so we can kind of see it. So here is a few different different sizes. Also, depending on the design, right? Some of your designs are not going to work in certain sizes, like with wall art. Then we can select our options up here. We can do horizontal, where it should flip it. Right? I already added those, so I guess I need to add them again. So I could add the same size in horizontal or vertical, which is cool. And then from there, it's pretty similar. We just upload the file. So I could put the same tiger on there, and then kind of place him where I want him. There's other things to consider. There is, as you guys are probably aware, like on a wall art, there is some like bleed area that you probably don't want to put. You don't want to put your design too far onto the edges because it'll kind of bleed over. So things like that, but generally pretty similar, not too different. Just depends on the options of that product.
All right. Let's break for lunch.
Yeah, I think we're good. We're right on time.
Let's I'm gonna lock the door when we all leave, so you can say keep the stuff in here and nobody else will be able to come in. And we're gonna head down to jalapenos here at the end. Lunch should be ready. Stay hooked up if you want.
You want me to just stay, just leave it like this?
Yeah.
Right. Cool. Thank you.
Maybe if I use your.
This is gluten-free and carb-free. Gluten and sugar-free, sugar-free, carb-free. Mexican food.
Only vegetarian.
We want to make sure that the spice they have does have a little kick. We want to make sure you can pick a place that, wow. We start back up at 145, that's a good one. We start back up at 145.
I almost did it. I almost did it.
Yeah, he almost went to the bathroom.
So what do you think?
You guys staying for the bathroom or?
Yeah, bathroom.
Okay, it's gonna lock behind you.
Cover the bar water.
I'm gonna take out the toilet papers.
I'm good.
Good bad, the toilet papers.
You said you were getting to thinking last night? I got a lot of games that are $12, $10, $20. I got a game that's 30, and I got another one that's 50 something. The 12s and the 15s, I'm never gonna be able to run proper velocity, ever in the games. We create bundles, getting creative, or I thought about it too. I in 1995. Like, you know, I run proper velocity all in my life. So what if I figure out ways to drive more traffic to my emails by doing this type of stuff? That would be my result.
Good stuff, right? We're gonna have to move to July. It makes all the sense in the world. Sorry, I didn't answer. No. This is the kind of stuff I'm glad you're seeing this way. It's the green is not assuming something's in it. This right here is gold for you, I think, right? To be able to do this stuff. Kerry, you took out your mic when you went to the bathroom.
I did. I actually walked in there and I was like, oh crap. And then I walked back.
We had one guy that went, I think we had Nate here, Nate McAllister, the print. He went to the bathroom and came back. That was great, man.
Thank you.
Hey, mafioso.
Oh, no way. Couldn't see you in the glare, man.
I know.
Sorry I missed you last night. I dropped off Kerry at Lifetime and nobody was there and then he bolted.
How's everybody doing?
Good.
I saw them walk down.
Yeah. I like the fact that we have the majority of it built, like the 80% of it built. We just have to kind of like fine tune it and make it good on the eyeballs, and we need to clean up designs. So I'm not happy with some of the crap. Jamie just told us go put up crap, and I'm like, my favorite one is the pickleball sucks with lollipops, right? The other one they're just saying, I'm like, you gotta do something a little bit more creative. So. Don't worry, I'm on that. Don't worry, I'm not gonna let that fly.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I'm
I'm just doing my job.
No, this is huge, this is like.
No. I thought it was interesting because I was at the question that you asked of the lifestyle images as the main image.
Yes.
But it makes sense, it's cleaner, it's
Uniform,
faster.
it's uniform. I did see on Grunt Style, every once in a while, they'd bring out like a big like jacket. And it was just like a woodsman and like kind of a bulky, muscular guy in a jacket, because we were selling an $89 jacket. So it caught your flow when you're doing an upsell of something. So if you were doing your products and you were doing all features, but then you wanted to do a $189 print.
Right.
You put the print, you know what I mean? You put the print in an office somewhere.
Neil, nice shot.
Roland, you were
What
saying?
is this, KY jelly, what is this?
Hey, I love your cookies, they're great, but I needed to contact Brinks to get them open.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Brinks, I love it.
Dice 145, right?
¿No?
Dijo 145, ¿no?
No sé, yo llegué después que ya se ve.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So you have your stores already? You sell your t-shirts already?
Yeah, yeah.
So you have your Shopify or you do on Amazon?
Actually, Etsy.
Okay.
Etsy. But it was the cost so high, if you heard what he said, the cost is so high, so I'm not making that much.
Wow. You got the fast book. How many sales over there?
Very low, because
I was in front. I was leading.
Oh, that cookie.
That cookie's gonna help sugar, man. After lunch, some sugar, some coffee, some caffeine. Yeah. Hi. How are you? Come on, yeah, you got it right.
I'm hearing
How are you?
20-year-olds who won't Uber and like, no. Thriller novel.
Same thing. You want us to
Yes, ma'am.
It is cookie time.
Definitely cookie time. The sign specific for what? You talking about games?
You have to see.
Oh, no, I haven't started. No, I haven't started.
You
We're
have
probably
to
gonna touch
see
on that now.
what-
Like how to use AI to design and all that. But yeah, I would imagine either you hire a designer or you use AI or you figure out what is relevant to create a sense. I think that's probably one of the temporary, trends and virality. They're really good when it comes to POV.
You think I'll the Wi-Fi or should
But no, I haven't doing it at all right now.
Show offline.
Just give you notice.
Making me do it again. Yeah, I don't know if I'm still connected to it. You can.
So,
Kerry, do you know where the
go back.
workshops are in South America?
You're right, head back to that link.
Now the product must be read.
You can live interview.
We can. This doesn't matter.
If anybody that's doing it successfully and
But if they drive,
it's not Australia.
So they're located there, and they're.
No.
go back to that tab, Kerry.
Go back to the.
Share screen.
They're here. They're selling in other. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've seen people have success like internationally.
Sometimes international people are not so, they don't have credit cards necessarily.
So you can have.
Or they're not used to buying
You can
online.
hold the stall on one. I don't know if you did, but.
Can you pull up your slides just in case when we get to that to make sure it's.
Yeah.
wondering, do you have a charger for iPhone for?
No, no, for iPhone, I mean.
Maybe over there. I think that's over there.
Only iPhone.
What do you need?
Charger,
He has every cable there is.
not for Samsung.
Oh. Negative. There has to be one around here.
Yeah.
I told you, there has to be somebody. Or in the car. Bring the one from a car or something.
You wanted to connect several stores on the same gelato?
No, I have that.
Oh, okay.
You know, what I was trying to explain was that when I was first trying to connect two stores, I couldn't do it.
Okay.
So what they tell you to do is get out of your Shopify, you have to log out of your first
you sign
Shopify
out.
store, and then you can sign up for the second gelato. But if you have
And
that
then
one
you-
open at the same time, it won't let you do it.
Yeah, I had the same problem with Clavio, so you have to sign out and then you
You
can.
have to sign out, and then you can upload the second one.
Exactly. So you grab a chair over there by the wall, or you grab someone else.
You have one gelato.
Those, you're up and
Yes.
running?
I will be by tomorrow.
I was referring to, I had two
Better.
Shopify
I don't wanna do anything to, I don't wanna get too
connect the second one to July. So what I had to do is I had to
I'm gonna bring my presentation. I will be looking for me.
log back in as my, apply for my second store. And then so only two of them, one was still open. So
Where's Kerry?
log out.
Not in the bathroom, I see, oh,
But it wouldn't, I didn't, I spent 45 minutes Googling YouTube videos.
Let me show you over here. There's so many more tools now than back in the day. Back before, there was only like 3 or 4.
What's up, man? Good, everybody. What's going on?
So this one called dropship hire, okay? And you go here to my tracking. And I'm tracking these. You can get a free account and let you track up to, I don't know, I think like 5 or 6. And these are all different websites that I'm tracking. They're on Shopify. All has to be Shopify. Sales today. Sales yesterday. Let me show you this. Hold on, let me see if I can look at this. My watch. That's yesterday's sale. Look what they've done in 30 days. Yeah, watch. Now it tells you the best one there. They sold this one. Okay. I need to start the way. To start picking product. That was the logo. And now wait, watch this.
Carmen wanted to know how you can buy ice cream for everybody.
Sorry?
No, but now-
Carmen wanted to know why you didn't get ice cream for everybody.
Their website.
Oh my
The
God.
picture's gonna pick you up. So you're gonna show them-
Somewhere around 3:30, if it makes sense, or wherever fits for you,
Snapchat.
we'll do like another break like we did earlier,
Facebook and stuff.
and
So look, you go here.
ready to rock and roll whenever you're ready.
All right, everybody ready to go? Let's get back to work. Okay, so the next little portion here, we're gonna talk about designing just a little bit, winning designs, and then a little bit about AI and AI tools that you can use for this. So I'm really excited about this portion. I think it's gonna be a little more exciting than the morning part. So you guys ready to go? Somebody give me a thumbs up. Good? Ready to rock and roll? Okay. Don't fall asleep on me post-lunch, the hangover. All right, so it's this session, let's talk about the key elements of best-selling design. So first, before you start creating designs, it's good to know, see some examples and know kind of what goes into designs that actually sell, what they look like, and that kind of thing. The design, obviously, in addition to the product, the design is going to be the most important part of print on demand, more important than the product, in my opinion. So having a design that resonates with people, this is the most important thing. So that's something to think about and consider as you're creating. Okay, so winning designs instantly make a specific person feel an emotion. So this is what we want people to feel when they see our designs on an ad, on social media. We want them to feel something, we want them to get it right away. So when you're coming up with jokes, you're coming up with phrases, like you want your ideal customer to understand those quickly when they're scrolling through social media. Don't make it difficult, them have to read into it, those kind of things. We want them to instantly feel something. And so sometimes that can be a little bit difficult, trying to find a design that makes people actually like feel something instantly. So that's why it's important to run these through people and different things and see what people think about them and how it makes them feel. And of course, test it on yourself first. How does it make you feel? Does it make you feel one of these kind of emotions? So anyways, let's get a little bit deeper into this. Here's, first of all, some examples of just some winning designs. The reason I put these up here, I'm gonna go back one slide, is because of these two words, specific person. And so I wanted to show you these designs because they all speak to a specific person. And that's a really important element. So the first one you see, it says, I want to be a nice, sweet redhead, but everyone is just so stupid. So that is for redheads, right? If you're not a redhead, this design is not for you. So it's not a design that's trying to appeal to everyone, and that's good. That's what we want. The second one, just a girl who loves Jeeps and dogs. Disregard the probably trademark infringement. But what's really cool about this design is it speaks to two different qualifying things. That is, you have to be a girl, and you have to have a Jeep. Actually, three different things. You have to be a girl, you have to have a Jeep, and you have to have a dog. You're literally not going to want this t-shirt unless you have those three things. So I'm showing you this because the more specific you can get with these things, the more you can kind of combine these different things together, is a great way to stand out and to be very, very successful. And it goes without saying, but it's just a reminder that when we're working with the internet, we literally have access to everybody on the planet. So something that seemingly might be small, girls that have Jeeps and have a dog, that seems like a pretty small niche, could potentially be millions of people that you can reach and sell this item to, right? Because we're dealing with, we can reach the whole world with the internet. And the last one says, pastor, warning, anything you say or do could be used in a sermon. So if you're a pastor, this is for you, right? It's a great gift for a pastor, but it's not for anybody that's not a pastor. So specific person, right? We want to make a specific person feel something. If a redhead, a chick with a Jeep and a dog, or a pastor sees these, it's gonna get a reaction from that specific person, but it's probably not gonna get a reaction from people that don't fit these characteristics. So let's talk about some of the emotions we can make people feel. Obviously, we can make them laugh. This, in my opinion, is the lowest hanging fruit, right? If you want to just get sales quickly, just make people laugh. That's the easiest thing to do. Create designs that are funny. Relatable. So this is another one that I've just seen so much success with. And another way of putting it is if you can get people to put on take on an identity, right? When they see something on a design, they go, oh my gosh, I get that. I fit that mold. That's me, right? You want to make people have that feeling of like, I get it. Like I feel that, you know? So that relatability or that identity. Pride, just being proud of something, right? You see something on a t-shirt, you're like, that makes me feel that sense of pride. The easiest example of this one is, political t-shirts, right? What's interesting about political t-shirts is that every political t-shirt or every political item that's out there is going to fire up one side, and also the other side, it's going to piss off one side. So it's going to fire up one side and piss off the other side, right? So one side is going to feel the pride of like, yes, I identify with this. This is me. I get this. I support this. I want to spread this message to the world. And the other side is going to be like, no, that is not me. I don't want anything to do with that. I despise that, no matter which side that it's on. And so pride is one of the things that it makes you feel. And then identity, we talked a little bit about that. But also that polarizing nature, that also kind of lends itself to the political side. Right? And when you have something that's polarizing or controversial, that can be a really good thing. Because like I said, for everything that is controversial, there is a whole nother group of people that it gets them really excited and fired up and passionate. Passionate is probably the best word. Really passionate about that thing.
How do you feel about a brand that, I guess, markets to both?
Probably not going to work in most cases. There might be some cases, but in my opinion, you should pick a side because it's going to be so much more powerful. Now, I'm not talking about politics, just in general, anything. Take a stance, be bold about it, pick a side, and because you will make such a deeper connection with that base of people than you would if you're trying to cater to both. I'll give you another example is, I'm sure you guys have this here in Florida, but in Oklahoma we have Oklahoma State University, and we have Oklahoma University, right? You're either an OU fan or you're an OSU fan. Let's go, baby, Sooners. So you're either a Sooners fan or you're a Cowboys fan, right? And so if I see a brand that's trying to cater to both, like I am so passionate about the Sooners, like I don't want to shop with you. No, I'm Sooner bred, Sooner born. Soon I'll be, what does it say? It's Sooner born, Sooner bred, soon enough I'll be Sooner dead. Like that's the saying. Like I'll be a Sooner till I die. So it's like I don't want anything to do with the OSU Cowboys. Now, you know, they play Texas in the Big 12 championship. I'm rooting for Oklahoma, but but anyways, but that's kind of my point. Is like I think you'll make a deeper connection by taking a stance, taking a side in most of these cases, and what I also want to say is be okay with pissing people off. Be okay with, you know, some people aren't going to get it. They're going to be mad or they're going to be whatever. Like you're going to get comments, you're going to get, you know, all this stuff, but that can be a really good thing because when your side sees that, it's going to get them fired up. So that's kind of my opinion on that. Okay, winning designs are simple, clean, and clear. Don't try to be too complex with your designs. And I'll tell you this is that over the last 7 years, like almost 100%, I shouldn't say that, but the vast majority of designs that perform really well, they're almost always just text-based. They're only like 1 to 2 colors. They, you know, if they're not purely text-based, they just have a few small design features, right? So even going back to, and I'll just go back, I think I actually might have them in a future slide, but even going back to these, right? The first one, it's all text. The second one is text with a paw and then some lines. The third one is all text with a warning sign. And we'll see more examples. That's not to say you can't have stuff in your designs, but the vast majority of designs that are successful, they always incorporate text pretty much, and they're usually 1, 2 colors, maybe 3 at the most. But they're just very simple designs, not anything that's going to be overtly creative. If you're a super creative person, there's nothing wrong with that, but it can be a little bit harder to sell if you're just trying to do more abstract stuff. Like I've had students over the years that they're like, I'm an artist, I'm a painter, I want to sell my painting designs on t-shirts. It's like, how are you going to get people to connect with that, right? Unless you have a fan base built up and you have a little bit of authority or celebrity status in that niche, that's going to be really hard to sell those. So,
well, by contrast, AI is almost always overly designed. So, are you saying that those are not the best designs, or
AI can be, but there's also prompts you can put in to dumb those down. Yeah, so I'll show you some examples of that in a little bit. But I would steer you to use AI in a way that does simplify the designs. And I'll actually give you guys some tools and different things on that I think you'll like here in just a little bit. So simple, clean, and clear. 1 or 2 fonts, 1 to 3 colors, simple color combos. There's tons of tools out there where you can, if you're not a color person, you can that will help you put colors together. If you go to color.adobe.com, there's like a color wheel where you can spend a little deal on the wheel and it will tell you all the colors that complement that color, which is really nice. Like, things like that, as you know, somebody who's not necessarily a designer, like I don't have a degree in design or anything, there's different things you can do. Another thing you can do is,
colors.adobe.com?
I think it's color.adobe.com. Another thing you can do, you know, if you use Google Chrome, you can go get a Google Chrome extension called Color Pick Eyedropper, or there's a bunch of them in there, but Color Picker, right? You can go and find a design that you think looks really good. Like I could go, we could do this in a minute if you guys want, but I could go to the Grunt Style website. I'm keep using Tom all day. I could go to the Grunt Style website, find that design, use the Color Pick Eyedropper to steal all those colors so that I can go create the same exact color combo in my own design, right? And all I do is use that Color Pick Eyedropper in Chrome, and it will just tell me all the color codes of all the colors in that design. So 1 to 3 colors, simple color combos, large and easy to see. Most of the time, winning designs are going to be pretty large print. They're going to fill up basically as much space as you can. That's not always the case, but these are just kind of like guidelines on what I see most. Easy to understand. Again, like you don't want to use jokes that are too deep, too complex to understand. Like just make them simple. You understand them right away on the surface. But again, they're for a specific person. So that doesn't mean everybody's going to get them, but your ideal customer, that specific person, will understand. So these are kind of like most of the time, this is what I see. Here's some other things that might play into winning design. So sometimes this is the case. they play off something that is trending, right? So we just use politics as an example. Let's just use that again. We're coming into an election year, presidential election year. So that's going to be something that's trending. I am not telling you to get into that niche. Beware. But I am saying that's something that's going to be trending. Another example right now is, I've been talking about a ton with many of you, is pickleball, right? Pickleball is a trending niche. It's the fastest growing sport in America. You can go on Google Trends and it's like this over the last few years. It's something that's trending that people are talking about. It's in, it's growing. So sometimes winning designs play off something that is trending. This is also like, we're not just talking about niches. So if you have a niche, let's say you're like in the cat niche, right? There might be things within your niche that are trending that you could then play off of. It's not necessarily that cats is trending, but maybe there's something trending within that. Or another way that this can play in, which is probably maybe the best way that you can do this, is combining something unrelated with your niche. So for instance, I'm going to give you a really bad example, but this is the example I always think of. But this is probably not the best example. But let's say you're in the cat niche, and something that was trending in the last couple of years was the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial, right? So that was like everywhere. Everybody's talking about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Unrelated to cats, and I don't have a specific example, but was there something that was said, some kind of quote? There's tons of them from that trial that maybe you could switch out a word and make it cat related, or some kind of picture or image that you could recreate and make it cat related. So adapting current trending things to your niche. Maybe there's one that's going around right now. It's probably a better example than the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. One's going around right now is like Taylor Swift is everywhere. Taylor Swift is everywhere. Like the tour is huge, the Travis Kelce thing, right? So not telling you to go do any trademark or copyright infringement, but is there a saying that you could swap out for cats or for pickleball or for something that is in your niche to kind of play off of something that's trending? And I've been getting Facebook ad after Facebook ad of things playing off of Taylor Swift things, but totally unrelated niches. So,
How do you find trends?
Good question. Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing for me is, and this is kind of going into niche a little bit more. I don't have a presentation in here about niche, but this is a good thing to talk about. Somebody talked about this yesterday too, which I wanted to chime in on, but I'll chime in now, is I really recommend that you go into a niche that you're really passionate about. The reason is because, in my opinion, you're building a business around this niche, and it's something I've started businesses that I wasn't passionate about, and it's like 6 months in, I'm like, do I really want to work on this today? Like, I don't care about whatever this is, But when you're in a niche that you do really care about, you should be in the Facebook groups. You should be, following all these different accounts on social media. It should be part of your daily routine that you're keeping up on what's being talked about, what's trending. So, when I was dealing in the Oklahoma niche with one of my first stores, one of the biggest stores, I'm following these different accounts with sports teams, right? They're talking about what's going on with Oklahoma sports teams, accounts that are posting nature pictures around Oklahoma, groups where it's like historic houses in Oklahoma. Like, I'm a part of that culture, and so I'm seeing what's getting the most engagement, what's being talked about, and I'm pulling things from that, really. Memes and sayings and different things that come up and turning those into designs. So I know that's the long way. That's not the easy, pop up a tool and be like, what's trending? But that is probably the best way, is actually being in that culture to an extent, being a part of those groups and social media pages and seeing what people are talking about. That's the best way. Some other things are, there are tools out there, like one that I've used is called Profit Busters. It's called Profit Busters. And it's a paid tool, but it shows you, it's all print on demand, and shows you each day they add 3 new designs that are actually selling right now, and they add new products every day. They add both Etsy products and Facebook ads products, and you can see what is trending. You can filter by niche, and you can kind of see what designs are selling right now. It's a really cool tool. It's not a huge tool. A lot of people don't know about it. I think it's just run by one guy. That's a tool I really like. There's another one which is an Etsy tool called Everbee. That one is really, really useful for seeing trends and different things like that. And then obviously Google Trends can be helpful. Sometimes it can be helpful. Sometimes it's like, what the heck? Twitter's great. Those kind of, so that gives you a few different options. But the best thing you can do is just be a part of the culture of that niche.
There's another one, Merch Informer. It's
Merch Informer,
mostly
yes.
for Amazon, but I think they integrated Etsy now.
Yeah. Yep, that's a good one. Merch Informer.
If you buy it, let me know, I'll give you that for you.
There you go.
I can't find it anymore.
Carlos turned me on to a magazine called Trends.co.
Nice.
They used to be a paid subscription. I think it was like $3.95 per year, but I mean the amount of stuff that's inside of that, absolutely amazing. And now it's free. It's the same people that write the newsletter called The Hustle.
Mhm.
I'm telling you, there's a lot of stuff in there. And then I'd also say go to the niche that's in your, a trade journal that's in your niche. So if you're into like beekeeping, there's the beekeeping journal or stuff like that. So
Yeah, that's a great thing because like the newsletter in your niche. So like I'm part of like 2 or 3 pickleball newsletters because I play pickleball. So it's like I get a daily newsletter from the Dink or whatever, and every day they tell me what's going on in pickleball. And so I can read that in 5 minutes, and it's like there's so much gold in there. It's like this is what people care about. This is what people are talking about in the niche. So that gives you trends to kind of play off of. That's a great thing to bring up, being a part of the newsletters. Another thing, I'm thinking about this, is I know you guys probably know, I've never actually done this, but I've heard it, I want to do it, is you can set up Google Alerts for certain keywords. And so anytime a news article is posted, you get an email or something that tells you, oh, new article is posted around pickleball or whatever the keywords are. That's pretty cool too, because you can set up alerts and then just get notified of new things coming up.
Yeah, I was thinking more along the lines of like national alerts of like, let's say the Taylor Swift, Taylor Swift
Yeah.
thing just happened an hour ago. You shoot up a design related to your niche that includes them. An hour later, you can already buy that.
Yeah.
That type of alert system, where it's just more national, not specific to your niche, like you already should be everywhere in a niche. But
Yeah.
like something where you can incorporate that into your design.
Yeah, that's tough. That'd be tough because it's just like anything and everything that happens that's trending, It's, yeah, for sure. All right, let's keep going. So this winning design sometimes play off something that is trending, combine interests together in one design. So if I think if I could give you one power tip, print on demand tip, it would be this one, to combine different things into one design, on one design. There's so many examples of this, but one that's very common is like combining anything with wine. So you see like reading a book and drinking a glass of wine, combining that in there, or coffee and reading a book, or coffee and your dog, or coffee and whatever. When you can incorporate multiple niches or multiple interests on one design, it's the easiest way to stand out, especially on social media or like on ads, right? So just to give you one more example, so if you were to run an ad and it was just an ad for dads, a t-shirt for dads, yes, you have a wider market, but there's also probably other billion t-shirts for dads that are going to be also being advertised. So when a dad comes across that t-shirt, yeah, it might be cool, but like he might just skip over it because he's already seen 10 of those today, right? Now, if you create a design that incorporates dads and blank, so let's say dads and football, right? Now you've narrowed down to only dads that are interested in football. So you've gotten rid of a lot of dads that aren't interested in football, right? Now you add something else like whatever niche, and now you've niched down a little bit further. So what it does is, let's just use Florida for instance. So it's Florida dads and football, right? You create a design of those things. Now we've just really niched down to only dads in Florida that are interested in football, right? So when a dad in Florida that's interested in football sees that design in their social media feed, they're not just going to skip over it because they've seen 10 other dad designs today. They're going to go, whoa, how did they get that specific? That's me. Like, wow, right? And so there's a lot of power in combining things on one design, other interests. The only caveat is make sure it makes sense. Make sure it's not like something random. Like they have to kind of make sense together. But there's a lot of examples of this, and it's a really, really powerful strategy. And some of them you would never think that they would sell really well, but they do. So it's a really powerful strategy. Any questions on that?
What's off the table? Like you can't name brand names, for example?
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah. When we talk about like trademark copyright stuff, I mean, you never want to use like celebrity names. You never want to use any company names, any logos, anything like that. You know, I think movie quotes and song lyrics can be a gray area because technically, you know, in my opinion, it's like you don't want to use like recognizable titles or like very recognizable quotes like "May the Force be with you," right? Like, don't put that on a T-shirt. But like, there may be some things that aren't as like recognizable, right? That maybe you could incorporate, but it's a little bit of a gray area. So I'm sure I'm missing some stuff, but companies, logos, celebrities, big, you know, song titles, movie titles, big quotes, things like those would be kind of off the table.
Kerry, in one of your chats, there was a girl that was talking about, she was running Facebook ads and put out a political ad. Do you know?
Probably Dana.
Yeah, what's that?
Probably Dana.
Yeah, that was her. And so, is there like areas that are taboo for us that do Facebook ads in certain genres of stuff that we may want to get into, like political stuff? Is that something that's frowned on, or that can't get approved, or something difficult? What do we stay away from?
Yeah, Facebook ads is a whole nother world because they do have a lot of, you know, restricted categories. So like political is not necessarily restricted, but there is some additional steps you have to go through to run political ads. With Facebook, you have to like submit your ID, and then you have to put a disclaimer. So you have to get approved through Facebook to run political ads. Then you have to basically include a disclaimer on every ad that says this is a political ad or whatever. If it endorses a candidate, like it has to be on there, those kind of different things. You can run political ads. There's a few other hoops to jump through. It is a little bit of a slippery slope because I think they're more trigger happy on political ads just to cut you or shut you down. Other things would be like anything inciting violence, anything that has to do with guns or any kind of weapon, knives, anything like that. You can't put those in ads. Like if you had a pocket knife company, they're not gonna let you run ads for it. Like even like dumb stuff like that. So there's I mean, I'm gonna miss a ton of things, but you can't use curse words. You know, you can't have nudity, different things like that. I don't think so. I think anything guns related is gonna be in the restricted category. Yeah. Now on a T-shirt design, you know, if it's not explicitly talking about guns, it just has, you know, a gun design like. Yeah, I think that would probably. I think that would probably be okay, like something like that, where like, you know, but it's close to the line.
I'm just thinking you're talking about cross-referencing stuff, so I'm thinking whatever category you're in, if you're in the category, somehow make a correlation with Trump or with Biden, depending on whatever side you're on. Would that get flagged? I presume it would. You want to go through the political.
Yeah, as far as Facebook ads go, their algorithm is just ridiculous at picking up on that stuff. Like you'd be shocked at. No matter how good you disguise it, somehow they pick up on it. I don't know if that comes from people reporting it or different stuff, but it just sometimes some things get taken down. Like, how did they even get there?
If you're going to do something like that, best go through the front door, get approved for it first, and then run it, right?
If it's political, I think political, to my knowledge, is the only thing you have to get that additional approval for. But there are restricted categories where they'll just instantly ban your account. So you have to be pretty careful in there. It's a good question. I know it's explicitly listed on there. Like there's lots of things that are, but I don't think that would be in the like.
Something with bonsai and wine.
Yeah, I don't think that would. I think that would be good. But we could pull it. Like we could pull it up. It's pretty easy to look through the restricted categories there.
Would you say if you did 3 interests, that's better, 4 interests, that's better, without getting into wordy, I guess?
Yeah, that's the risk you run. So like earlier we looked at like girls, Jeeps, and dogs. Seems pretty specific, but that's still a pretty big group. That's pretty good. I mean, that T-shirt probably sold hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I mean, it's still pretty big. So it's somewhat hard to like tell how big is this going to be, you know, or how niche is it going to be. That's where you really do need to do some research and try to see if you can find groups of people that are interested in those things and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, you just don't want to go too many that it just becomes like, this is only 1,000 people. How are you ever going to find them? You know what I mean? On the vast world of the internet. So that's the thing to be careful of. And I do see, like when I talk about this specific tip, I do see a lot of students that they create these designs, they combine things, and they're like, where did you get those things? Like it just didn't really work together. So that is something to be aware of.
Kerry, do you recommend any software that can take a photograph and turn it into a cartoon?
It probably is out there, but I haven't used any. Good question. Play off something that's already famous or successful, so got to be careful with this one. But you know, this is basically just taking inspiration from things that are already recognizable, right? Styles and different things. I'm not talking about like stealing anything or anything like that. What I'm talking about is paying attention to layouts of designs, color schemes, font styles, right? So if you go to a Nike T-shirt and you look at the font style and you're like, man, I really like that Nike font style. Like, unless they have the font, trademarked or something, like you could do a similar font style where people that like the Nike font, the Nike designs, they might say, oh, I also like that because they're into that font style, right? So you're not stealing logos or recreating designs, but pay attention to those kind of things, right? Like another example would be like a Supreme T-shirt. Now this one's been overused to the moon, so it's probably not profitable, but it's a red box with like white letters in it, right? That's something that's recognizable. It's not trademarked because it's just a red box with letters, right? By you putting a different word in there, doing something playing off that, like you can tap into the virality of Supreme without, ripping them off, creating something in your own niche, right? And so that can be a really effective thing to do. Okay, so let's look at a couple examples. So I believe all of these are from Shirt School students in our program, just to kind of show you some real examples. So this one that says, try running, it's like walking but faster. So this one did over $50,000 from this design in the running niche. It's only 2 colors. It says white and blue on a red shirt, even though you've got 3 colors there. One of the colors is the T-shirt. So the design's actually only white and blue. And this triggers an emotion for runners. So this, for some reason, connected with runners and did really well. This one says, I am the warranty. It's literally 1 color. This one sold over $70,000. This is extremely simple. I think this is like some kind of clip art that he found on like a, Etsy or some or Creative Market or something. Downloaded the hand with the wrench, put some text on it, 1 color. It's even dark, color on a dark shirt. One of the reasons this works so well is because his ideal customer likes these kind of colors, right? These aren't typical colors that you would maybe sell with a T-shirt, like army green. But his guys were like middle-aged, do-it-yourself, work on the car. I'm not buying the warranty. Like, I'll fix it myself. There was those kind of blue-collar guys, so it connected with them.
When you say something sold over 70,000, I mean, how much went out into ads? Because 70,000 in sales and 68,000 in ads is.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have those exact numbers on these ones, but this is a revenue number, so 70,000. So, I mean, 25, 30% maybe at the end of the day is what you're bringing home. So that kind of gives you an idea.
70,000 over years?
Different time periods. This one was probably 2 to 3 months. Now, keep in mind, this is only one design. So he's got a whole store full of designs, other designs that sell. The other one was probably more like, that one probably sold over maybe 6 months. It's one of his best-selling designs, the running one. Here's another one. This one says, I'd smoke that. And, it's like a cow here. This one did over 1 million. And this was over like a 9-month period. It did about $1 million in sales. This is another one of our students. Niche focus. So this is like, dudes that love to cook meat. This is the demographic that he's going for. So he does really well with this. So causes emotion, makes you laugh, right? It's kind of a joke. But again, simple design, only a couple colors. This is probably something he either found and just added the text to, or this is easily, with the exception of the words, something you could create in AI, or you could hire somebody on Fiverr or whatever you want to do, but not a super complex design. Okay, so here's a couple different types of, different softwares that I use or I recommend. These are paid software options, so Place It. We talked about that earlier. I think it's $8.49 a month for if you go yearly, or $14.99 a month if you do the monthly. We talked about Place It, but Place It's not a great design software, but it is great for mockups. But you can do designs in Place It. You can't do as much with it. Canva is kind of like the happy medium. Canva is not on the level of Photoshop, but it's not like as simple as something like Place It. Canva lets you do a lot of stuff and of relatively high quality, but much easier than you would do it in Photoshop. So then obviously Photoshop's going to kind of be the higher end of that kind of thing, where you can do anything and everything, but you know, some people go to school for 4 years and get a degree in graphic design just to learn how to use Photoshop. So it can be really complex for a lot of people. So for me, I like to use Canva for most graphic design things. It's really, really useful. Billions of templates and just easy to use, you know, but does some pretty cool stuff. And most things you want to do, you can do inside Canva. And then the last thing I have here is Procreate. Procreate's an iPad app, and pretty powerful app. You can do a ton of stuff. You can do with the pencil. It does a lot of the main things that Photoshop does, but it's really affordable. It's only a one-time charge. So you just buy Procreate on the iPad once. There's no monthly fee, and a lot of people love it. Like anytime I talk about design software, there's always people that chime up and are like, I love Procreate, so I put it in here because it's a good option. Free design software. There's also a lot of ways to do it free. So Photopea is a Photoshop clone that's on the internet. It's literally identical to Photoshop. It just has ads on the side, and it's free. The only disclaimer is, like, if you don't have a pretty powerful computer, it is trying to run in a web browser, so it can get a little bit bogged down. There's also GIMP, which is like an Adobe Illustrator clone. It's free. Inkscape is another good one that a lot of like apparel sellers like to use. And then, of course, your print-on-demand app. We talked about that earlier. Like if you're using Gelato or Printful, they have some design tools and elements in there that you can create designs. There's just a few options for you, though. What I'm going to show you in the next section is a lot about AI, and I think that's kind of where everything's going with designs, and it's really simplified a lot of things and made it a lot faster. So I'm going to show you some of the cool things you can do with AI tools around designing, and that's what I'm using the most for a lot of things. But students as well, like, are using AI. It's replacing a lot of these things and making it a lot simpler and faster. So.
Are you doing your own designs? Do you have a team?
Most of the time, I'm doing the designs myself. Yeah, but I mean, I've hired out on Fiverr. I've never had like an in-house designer, but I've hired out on Fiverr quite a bit of stuff. But it's like since the AI stuff started becoming more popular, I find myself not going to Fiverr as much for that kind of stuff. Yeah.
I'm sorry if this question was already asked.
You're good.
How people like you protect their designs?
Yeah, it's a great question. We haven't talked about it at all. I always put the disclaimer out there. Not a trademark and patent lawyer. This is not legal advice. Nothing like that. But my advice would be, if you have a design that is becoming a best-selling design, it's becoming your top design, it's driving a lot of revenue, I would definitely look into trademark and copyright protection. Contact a lawyer and go that way is what it would be my best advice. I would not recommend like trademarking every design or doing any kind of protection on every design. It's a lot of hassle, time, money. I don't think it's worth it in most cases, because for every 10 or 20 designs you have, you might have one winner. It's not like every design is going to be this massive thing. So I would also say this is that, like, people copying your designs, it's going to happen. Like, if you enter this business, it is just part of it. It's run rampant on places like Etsy and different things. And so it will happen. Don't be shocked when it happens. But generally, people don't copy things that aren't already selling. So typically, when you have somebody copying you, it's a product that they see is getting a lot of traction. They can see the Facebook ad's been running for 6 months, or it's getting a lot of engagement, or maybe they're using some tools to see your traffic on your website, different things. Generally, they're going to be copying your best-selling designs. So it is a good idea that when you have a design really taking off, to look into getting that design protected. And you also, typically you can have your lawyer send kind of like a takedown notice. And in our six-figure founder group, which Thomas is a part of, we have this coach named Carlos who's really good at this stuff. So Carlos is a good name, man. But we have a coach named Carlos, and he's like a pro at this stuff. So I wish he was here, because he would give you all the I'm probably like saying all the terms wrong and everything, because I'm just a marketer guy. But he's a pro at that kind of stuff and knows exactly what to do. But he talks about just sending out these takedown notices and different things. Most of the time, those kind of things can be resolved with like a cease and desist or a takedown notice. And sometimes, you can kind of get that going without a lawyer. You can make it look official, and most of the time, people will take it down in that case. But it's if you're really starting to grow, you have some designs starting to take off, I would look into getting a trademark and patent lawyer on retainer, and look into some protection with them would be my best advice. I wish I knew more, but don't ask any more questions on that subject, because I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to that stuff. Okay, so designing for print on demand. Check with your print on demand for specific file requirements. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but anytime you're designing your print on demand products, make sure you're looking at the print on demand. The worst thing, now there are some tools to kind of alleviate this a little bit now with AI, but the worst thing you can do is go and just create a design and go through all that work, and you put time into it, and you got this perfect design, and you're like, it's too small. How do I make it bigger, right? Now, again, there's some AI tools where you can kind of recreate things and make them bigger now, but I would just always check with your print on demand before you start designing to make sure you get the right file requirements. Make sure you get the right sizing, the right DPI, all that kind of stuff before you start designing. .png is preferred in most cases, so you don't want to export as a JPEG and then try to upload it into your print on demand. A PNG allows you to have a transparent background and allows that image to be scaled a lot bigger, so that's usually the best case for files for print on demand. Size requirements are different for different products. Something we talked about a little bit earlier is like the print on demand, you want to put the same design on a bunch of different products. Different products are different sizes. Like you have a t-shirt, the different size from a blanket, those kind of things. So there are different size requirements for different products. And so you want to make sure you're paying attention to those before you put a design on an additional product. Like another example is like mugs. I always find that anytime you make a t-shirt design, it almost rarely ever works on a mug. Like it just doesn't fit. So you got to alter it. Also, because the mug is on both sides, usually that mug design needs to be like made for a mug. So pay attention to that. Use 300 DPI in most cases when setting up your design. So 72 DPI is for digital screens, 300 DPI is for print. So even though you're looking at your design on a digital screen, you want it to be 300 DPI because that's what's going to be printed by your print-on-demand provider. So you want to make sure your designs are 300 DPI, which just means they have more like pixel, there's more pixels in there. So again, I already mentioned this, but you can do basic designs inside most POD apps. So you saw like in Gelato earlier, there was hundreds of fonts. If you just wanted to do some basic text-based designs and with just creative fonts, like you could do that in your print-on-demand provider. But anything more complicated than that, you want to have some additional tools. So the next session, we're going to move into talking about AI and some demonstrations on how I use AI and like how you can use it for your designs. But does anybody have any questions on this kind of winning design tutorial we just went through?
Talking on the legal side, maybe this is not something you know. I know a lot of people that have big Shopify sites, and immediately, once they get big enough, you have the California lawyers that come after you for the Disability Act and all that. Have you heard about that?
I've not experienced that. I've not heard of that. That's interesting. Why are they coming after him about what?
You have to have, for the people with poor vision, you're supposed to have some sort of setting where, for anybody who's handicapped that goes to the website, they have to be able to access it as well as anybody who's not handicapped. And then therefore, if you can't, they immediately go after you. It's like, one of those tactics that these slimy people do. They go after all these websites, they make a list of them, they do it in batches.
I wonder if that's something that like the Shopify maybe have that built in where it's like every website is compliant, but it doesn't.
If you have a high-level designer, they're supposed to cover those bases for you.
Wow.
It's lawyers, ambulance chasers in California generally because of where.
Wow. That's interesting.
There's some really popular websites that have forgotten that and have been attacked.
Wow. Yeah, something to be aware of. But I haven't heard of that. Okay, let's keep it rocking and rolling. Where are we at? I think we're just a few minutes over time. So we've got about 35 minutes here until we'll take another little break. The next section, we're going to go into how to use AI to create designs. Again, I get really excited about this. I love it. I know it's like, is everybody in here, everybody in here is kind of familiar with what's going on with AI. Sometimes I talk to groups and it's like they have no idea what's going on with AI. So obviously it's something that's gaining a lot of traction and popularity. I'll try to skip through the beginning portion of this session because I do have like some stats and stuff here. So I'll go really quick through those, because it's more for people who are like aren't aware of the revolution happening in artificial intelligence. But there's a few things in here. So AI is expected to see an annual growth rate of 37.3% from 2023 to 2030. So it's growing rapidly. 64% of businesses expect AI to increase productivity. ChatGPT, has had 1 million users in the first 5 days, grown a lot since then, but it's just crazy adoption. It's like the fastest growing software like in history. 77% of people are concerned that AI will cause job loss in the next year. So these are just crazy things that are out there. It shows you how much AI is impacting like everything we do. There's the growth, projected growth, right? It's just going to be humongous, and it already is starting to be a really big industry. Some of the quotes, these are really interesting. So this is CEO of Google. Artificial intelligence will have a more profound impact on humanity than fire, electricity, and the internet. Pretty crazy. I know, I was like, fire? Tim Cook, AI will affect every product and every service that we have at Apple. Sam Altman, these AI tools will help us be more productive, healthier, he gives some examples, smarter, and more entertained, which is interesting. And then on the contrary to Sam Altman, Elon says, mark my words, AI is far more dangerous than nukes. It's crazy. So I only bring that up just to kind of put it in perspective. Like, I think that, there's so many opinions out there on AI, and you can kind of take whatever stance you want to on the AI stuff. I think you kind of have to adapt or you'll be left behind. Like, that's kind of where I'm at with it, is like, you can take the stance of like, oh, it's going to take jobs, and oh, designers are, even what we're talking about today, like the designers aren't going to have jobs. It's like, this is technology. It's going to happen whether we like it or not. So like, let's embrace it and let's see how we can use it to our advantage as business owners, entrepreneurs, creative people, all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of the path that I'm taking, is just kind of adapting and using it to my advantage currently. So how can we use AI to our advantage? Here's some current uses. Idea generation, one of my favorite things to do with AI, getting ideas, jogging your brain. Like, it's so hard to look at a blank piece of paper and then just come up with stuff. So AI helps you come up with those different ideas. It can write product descriptions. It can write ads for you. It can write emails. Obviously, it can do designs and image generation. It can even do video editing now, which is pretty crazy. There's voice cloning. I don't know if you guys have seen all this voice cloning stuff. It's pretty wild. One of the cool uses for voice cloning is like, you can, if you have a podcast, you have anything that has your voice on it, you can feed your voice into AI, and then you can type in words that it will add in your voice to those podcasts, or do an ad read and different things like that, which I know that's not really your thing, but I find it really interesting. Text to video, you can type in things and it will create a video for you. It can edit photos, increase productivity. Anyways, tools that I'm using. ChatGPT, obviously, you guys probably know what ChatGPT is. You talk to it, it's a artificial intelligence chatbot. Midjourney is, some of you guys are familiar with, probably has been the #1 text-to-image tool. So I tell it what I want, and it gives me some artwork or an image of that. I'll demonstrate that in a little bit and show you some of the things you can do with Midjourney. But that's probably been the #1 tool so far for that. This is one that's more recent in the last, I would say, 4 or 5 months that's popped up. It's called ideogram.ai. And if you're wanting to do like t-shirts and apparel, it's light years ahead of even like Midjourney in the fact of in the realm of it can interpret text. So if you say put this text on the design, it can actually do the text, which is kind of revolutionary. If you've used Midjourney, it doesn't handle text well. And some of the other AI tools. This is the only one I know of so far that can actually handle text. Canva has some AI tools built in. Not really using Canva for the AI tools. They're actually pretty poor currently, but they do have some AI stuff in there that's cool. Vectorizer.ai, I'll show you in a minute. Vectorizer is just, you can upload any file to Vectorizer and it'll turn it into a vector file, and it's still free, to where you can scale it up and make it really high quality. And what else is cool is when you think about turning an image into a vector, is if you are doing like screen printing or you're sending items out to be screen printed, Vector will allow you to do that color separation for screen printers. Screen printers need the colors to be separated. So there's some cool stuff about that, but I use it mainly to take an AI image or any other image and upscale it and make it as big as I want so that it's really high quality for print on demand, and it's still currently free, which is cool. So blasting through these a little bit. If you don't know what ChatGPT is, natural language processing tool driven by AI technology that allows you to have human-like conversations and much more with the chatbot. Language model can answer questions, assist you with tasks, such as completing emails, essays, even writing code. I'm skipping through. Everybody know about ChatGPT? Do I need to? Okay, just keep going. You've got a free plan. They've got a $20 a month plan. It's on wait list. I'm on the wait list for Plus. I didn't get in before they went on the wait list. So I have some examples here which we can run through in ChatGPT. Let's just go ahead and do it. I like to show AI in this kind of how the flow will go from nothing to having a finished design. So I know this is a workshop. If you guys are good with that, like we could start from scratch and then take you through the whole process of creating a design with some of these AI tools. So let's just do it. Let's go over to ChatGPT. So can somebody in here give me a niche, and we can kind of play with this a little bit. Just give me any random niche. We'll pick one. Pickleball, salsa dancing, Christmas trees. I like salsa dancing. What was the other one that was just said? Gardening. All right, let's go with gardening. Let's just go with gardening. Let's go with gardening. So if we go in here to ChatGPT, we'll literally just write in.
Wait, Kerry. You gotta do one of those where you put two together.
There you go. There you go. Okay. Put two together.
Gardening and wine.
Wait, what was that?
Gardening and wine.
Gardening and wine. Okay, so let's just start with gardening. Let's just start with gardening and then we'll add in wine.
In a red t-shirt. Yes.
So we just start with a really simple prompt. Let's put in, give me 10 t-shirt design slogans about gardening. So it gives me 10. Planting dreams, growing greens. In the garden of life, bloom where you're planted. It's like, these are pretty good, right? Some of the things you can do with ChatGPT in this realm, I'm gonna try to get this above that thing. So some of the things I like to do. First of all, we can just say, give me 10 more, right? And we can keep going. It'll keep popping these out. Another thing you can do, a lot of times they're really long. Like that list it just gave me, it's pretty long for t-shirt designs. So we could say, we don't need to tell it I like those, but sometimes I like to talk to it like it's my friend. You can say, I like those, but they are too long. Make them shorter. There you go, please, yeah. It really cares how you treat it.
What's a good character count?
What's that?
What's a good character count
For t-shirts? I don't know. I mean,
you saw it, you immediately said that's too long.
yeah, I mean, if you just think about adding those onto a t-shirt, it's just you don't want the text to be too small. But I've never thought about a character count. I think shorter the better, probably. If you can get it down to like 5-6 words. But also, you see those designs that are like, they have all the different fonts and stuff. I mean, you could probably use some of the long ones. I don't think it's a bad thing. If it flows well, it's just harder to make it flow when it's a little bit longer. So I can tell it, I like those, but they're too long, make them shorter. So it gives me 10 of these that are shorter. And in my opinion, when I look at these, like, I really think it gives you some good ones. Like, there's really some good ones, and you can keep going. Another thing you can do is you can say, give me 10 more, but make them funny. Right? So if I specifically want funny ones, I'm just here for the plants and giggles. Yeah, so like, these are great. So then let's take it a step further. Let's say,
Gardeners have the best dirt on everyone.
can you give me 10 more, but incorporate wine into them? Let's see what it does if we do that. Sip, plant, repeat, wine and vines. Wine a bit, weed a lot. Gardening and wine, the perfect pairing. So I mean, yeah, there you go. Give me 10 more. Yeah, I mean, we could kind of go on forever. Like we could do, another example is, let's use the one from earlier. Give me, and I may probably need to start a new conversation for this one. Give me 10 t-shirt slogans combining, if I can spell, combining girls, Jeeps, and dogs. All right, so, if we were wanting to combine those, there you go, like that, a bunch of them. Girls, Jeeps, dogs, Adventure Squad goals. Make them shorter. So you just play with this to get ideas, and I think they're really good. There's another tool that that's also really good to do this part, and it's called Vexels. If you go to vexels.com, they created this thing. They created this quote generator right here. It is a paid tool, but they created this quote generator, and it lets you select a niche first, or type in a niche, either way, and it's designed to pop out, quotes for T-shirts and apparel, which is pretty cool. So that's another thing you can do. But I think ChatGPT does a great job. So okay, so let's take one of these gardening ones. You have any preference on one that you like that you saw? I'm sorry. Here, there you go. I'm just scrolling through them, so I don't know if you like the ones at the top.
Planting dreams, growing dreams. I think the other one you had too was, I think it just said garden dreams or something.
The shorter ones?
Cultivate kindness.
Cultivate kindness. Okay, so that one right there. Okay, so let's say something like, I like cultivate kindness for a T-shirt about
I like the wine next to.
gardening. What are some ideas for the artwork for a T-shirt design? Okay, so we can ask it that, and okay, so it gives us some ideas. So heart-shaped garden tools. Oh wow, that's a great idea. Blooming flowers with smiling faces. Hands planting seeds of kindness. Garden of hearts. Okay, so like an idea that this kind of sparks with me. What if we had some flowers on a design that were shaped like hearts? Maybe that's something that we could do. So okay, so I've got my slogan, cultivate kindness. I've got an idea. I've got a few ideas for the artwork. So now let's see if we can generate some of that artwork. I've got a bunch more slides here, but let's just. I don't need to go through the slides. So.
What was your prompt for the for giving it? What was that one right there?
I like cultivate kindness for a T-shirt about gardening. What are some ideas for the artwork for a T-shirt design? So, so from here we want to go into the design part. Now, I want to give you guys can download this for free. Full disclaimer: this will also get you on my email list. But I created this for you. So if you actually go to shirtschool.com/prompts. Shirtschool.com/prompts. This will give you a free prompt guide. It's like a PDF, and it has, I think, first of all, it has like 100 and some odd different styles. Ooh, I don't even know how to get there. Maybe it's Kerry Egeler. Let me see. I can't remember I think it's Kerry Egeler. KerryEgeler.com/prompts. There we go. So it's 171 prompt ideas.
What is the URL?
So it's KerryEgeler.com/prompts. Let me actually put it on the screen real quick. I got it in here somewhere. Here we go. You guys can jot that down or go to it. And all it is I put like 100 and some odd style prompts in there, so you can actually get different styles of art inside like Midjourney or Ideogram. I'll show you in a minute. But then also there's a section at the bottom. I need to just pull it up so I can show it to you guys. But there's a section at the bottom that has specific prompts for T-shirt designs and for print on demand. So to help you we were talking earlier about simplifying the designs down to only a few colors or getting a transparent background, different things like that. There's a few prompts in there. There's probably 30 or 40 prompts in there that specifically are for like T-shirts and print on demand items. Let me see if I can just pull that up real quick. Carlos, is there any way for me to stop sharing for a moment or no?
What are you trying to do? Not show something that's...
Yeah, I want to pull up a tab that's not going to be on the screen. I'm just going to go into my Google Drive, so I probably got a million different files in there.
So it's not showing no more on the screen, and I'm just going to turn the TV off.
Okay, cool. Yeah, just real quick, I'll pull up that prompt guide. I'll just pull it. I'm trying to think it's in there. Okay, you can turn it back on. There we go. Okay, so this is the prompt guide you'll get. It's just a free prompt guide. It'll send it to your email when you sign up here at kerryegeler.com/prompts. So it's got design style prompts here at the top, all these are just different styles, and I actually want to show you how that works in just a second. And then down at the bottom, t-shirt, apparel, and custom printed merchandise specific prompts. So these are different things you can put in there. You see different words like flat white background, isolated, white canvas, sticker is a good one. There's a bunch here that you can try, but basically if you're not getting what you want, like try some different words in there. You can include multiple words. So let me actually show you. So Midjourney, if you've never used Midjourney, Midjourney actually operates inside Discord. So I'm not going to go into all that, but if you go to Midjourney, I think it's midjourney.com, you can sign up for Midjourney, and then it will actually operate in a chatbot here in this program called Discord. So inside Midjourney, I can just type in text and tell it what I want. Now, what I wanted to show you first is if you see all these tigers here, what I did was, starting right here, I did the simplest prompt you could ever do, picture of a tiger in the style of blank. And this one is surrealism. All I did was change out one word. And I used these styles right here. You see all these like 170 odd some odd styles. By changing out one word, look at the difference it made in the art. So surrealism, gothic, steampunk. Look at those tigers. Come on, those are pretty awesome. There you go. So there's pop art. That was steampunk, Baroque, Art Nouveau.
You've heard about people being able to monetize AI-generated art.
Yes, you can.
You can. Yeah. Now there's some things to talk about around that, which we can talk about if you guys want.
And also, can ChatGPT check for a phrase? Check if a phrase is trademarked.
We could try. I don't think so because I know it's pulling from old data.
Right.
So if it can, it's going to be like a year or two old or something like that.
2 years old.
Yeah. So let's keep going here. Maybe we'll dive into that, like the kind of the I guess the legal side of it in just a minute. But so this is, I just want to show you this different example. This one's X-ray art. This is like one of the styles that's in that PDF list. But literally, it's the same prompt: picture of a tiger in the style of, and then it's changed the style. So you get X-ray art, magic realism, super flat. That's really cool, and that's actually a little bit better for T-shirt and like print-on-demand type stuff, like. Putting something like that on like on a wall art would be really cool. This is lithophane. Anyways, I thought that was pretty cool, just how you change out one word, it makes such a big difference. And so I thought, if I just put together a PDF of like all these different styles that you can kind of go back and reference when you're trying to get some cool art. But anyways, let's go back to our idea here. So let's go back to ChatGPT real quick. And so we're gonna do we're going to try to find heart-shaped flowers. So what we're going to do in Midjourney is we're just going to, what's that? Yeah, let's try it. So we'll just hit \imagine. That's the first thing we need to do, hit \imagine, then we'll hit a space bar. Now we can type in our prompt. So we can say garden full of flowers shaped like hearts in the style of super flat. Okay, then I'm going to put a comma, and we're going to want to, let's just actually start with that, but we're probably going to want to use some of those prompts to make it more applicable for a T-shirt design. So let's see what super flat looks like though, because if we scroll up, super flat was like the colors look like they could be better used for like a T-shirt design. They're a little more flat, I guess is probably the right word. So we'll give it a second here, and it should. We'll see what we get. And it might not even come close. I don't know. That might be too complex for it to come up with. But maybe we need to edit the prompt a little bit. So you can see what it did is it created flowers and made the garden shaped like a heart. So let's see if we can finesse it a little bit.
Single row of heart-shaped flowers, back to style.
What were you saying?
Single row.
Single row of heart-shaped flowers.
Yeah. Super flat or icon style.
Let's try like vector, icon style, flat white background. Let's try something like that and see what comes up. I would say that Midjourney does the next tool I'm going to show you called Ideogram, it probably takes a little bit less finessing than Midjourney, but sometimes in Midjourney you can really get like some pretty amazing stuff in some cases. It's not going to work in every case, but let's see what we got. So this is actually much closer to what we're looking for. I like this one down here on the right. Let's wait for it to fully go.
Yeah, you just throw the text on that.
There you go. Cha-ching. Yeah, so
Bottom right, or variations of the four colors.
that's, yeah, they're not necessarily shaped like hearts. Yeah, the first one and the third one have more heart shapes.
Can you open it?
So that's what it came up with. What do you guys think? Maybe the first one? What do you think? The first one? Okay. So let's keep going with this right now, but I also want to show you what Ideogram does. So what we're going to want to do here is next, it's going to give you 4 generations like this. Now you could continue to, let's start with this first. Let's hit V1, and let's have it, what that's going to do is it's going to have it give us 4 variations of version 1. So we're going to hit V1, and it's going to create 4 more that are similar to V1. So maybe that's not quite what we want. So let's see kind of what it comes up with for that. Yeah, let's just wait for a second. Anybody have any questions while we're waiting? Anything you're thinking about?
That's coming up with the transparent background. Like if you save those, it'll be.
It's using the same prompt, but it's basing the new ones off of the first image that it created.
Okay, so yeah.
I'll show you how to do that.
That's Canva, yeah.
So now we got 4 variations of that first one right here. Do we like any of these better? Let's open it up.
3?
I think I like 3 better than the original 1, right?
Can you use this to alter an existing photo, or is it just a starting spot?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's tools out there to like edit stuff. Like, okay, let me give you an example. I don't know how to do this yet. I'm sure it's relatively easy, but I'm in this group. I keep getting it suggested to me on Facebook. That's like people ask for Photoshop edits in there. Like they post a picture and they're like, "Can you edit me out?" Have you seen that? They're like, "Can you put me in a football stadium instead of like in the bathroom or something?" And people will like edit them out and then post it in the comments. And so one I saw the other day that blew my mind. I probably can't pull it up, but one that blew my mind was this girl posted in this group, and it was a picture of her and Taylor Swift that she went to a red carpet thing or something and happened to get a selfie with Taylor Swift. The problem was she was so rushed that the photo was too close, and so it was cutting off like half of Taylor Swift's face, like literally her eyeball and stuff, and like the other girl was like cutting off her head, and like it was just a horrible photo. But she was like, "But it's a photo with Taylor Swift. Can anybody like make this better, fix it?" And blew my mind in the comments. Some people had used AI to fill in the rest of the photo and actually like create the rest of Taylor Swift's head and like the girl's hair and everything, and it looked flawless. Like it was mind blowing. Like it really like almost like just gave me a little bit of the chills.
There's a new Google phone now that like you take a picture of your family, one of the kids is looking down and it fits the face, the eyes.
So crazy.
Makes the kid look up.
It's so crazy. All right, so let's keep going. But yeah, I think there's tools out there like that. But
You can upscale one of these and do variations. After you upscale, you can add, subtract, change things, zoom it in, zoom it out.
yeah, there's a lot more you can do here in Midjourney. We're just kind of using the basics today. But let's go with number 3 and let's hit this U3 button, and that's actually going to upscale that design for us. It's not going to make it super big, but it's going to give us a bigger image. And you see some of the other options here. I could even do like a little bit more. We could vary it.
The very region, you can add stuff, or you want to put an astronaut in the back, you just tell
Yeah.
it you want an astronaut back there.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So I'm gonna open this in browser, and I'm just gonna download it. Oops, wrong button. Download it. Download it to.
So what I'm pretty sure you can do, Kerry, is you can grab that link, stick it in Midjourney. Then
Yep.
once the link is there, then you can say, take this image
Mhm.
and make all the hearts blue.
Yep.
And that'll edit.
Yep.
existing photo.
Conversely, what you can do is you can do. This is really cool. If you do \describe, you can hit enter, and it will have you upload a file. Now this is, you can upload any file, and it will tell you what prompts to use to get a similar design. And they're never like, it's never it's never going to give you the exact same photo. But what I think is really cool about it is if you see a design out there and you're like, I really want to do something similar, like it will give you the prompts to do that, which is pretty cool. I think that's pretty awesome. There's so much you can do with it. So anyways, let's keep going. So we've downloaded our upscale design. Now the next step would be going into something like Vectorizer. So this is Vectorizer.ai. They have, I think, recently rolled out some pricing, but the pricing doesn't even, like, you shouldn't pay for it. It's like, the free beta version is still really good. I don't know how long it's going to be free, but this is really good. So we're just going to drop that image right in here, so that row of hearts. Okay, so it's going to turn it into a vector.
It'll also make it transparent too?
I don't believe it'll do that, but I use Canva to do that. But there's also AI tools that'll do, like, remove the background. But I don't think this one will do that. So here's the original image, and here's the vectorized image. So let's see if we can. This one will allow you to zoom in, but I can actually zoom in a minute and show you. Usually it looks pretty identical. So we're going to click the download button, and then it's going to give you a bunch of different options. I generally just leave the options and select PNG, and then hit download. But like, you can do a ton of stuff here. If you're an Illustrator person or something, and you want to do like SVG, you can do that, and then edit it later.
But you're vectorizing it and saving it as a PNG as opposed to a UPS?
Well, the only reason I want to do it that way really is because I just want it to be bigger. Like, I don't really want to edit it after that. I just want it to be bigger.
In Illustrator, you need a UPS.
What was the original?
JPEG.
No, the original size, because this is 1024 by 1024. What was it before?
Probably the same size.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If it's the same size.
Well, I'll show. Let me show you here in a second, because you'll see kind of how much bigger it is. Let me just. I'll show you real quick. We can actually look at the file if we need to, but.
Right. Yeah.
So if I drop it in here to the browser. But I was just going to show you, like, if we zoom in.
Yeah, it's almost.
So that's kind of the old one. You can kind of see the pixels. But this one is like super sharp. Yeah. So I think that's you really see the difference.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
But yeah, I mean, you can play with it. You can get it however you want. But
Also upscale it more in mid-journey before you export it.
yeah. Okay, so now we've got our large design.
What size dimensions does the image need now?
For what now?
Size dimension.
Depends on the product. Each product
Yeah.
is the same. I'll ask you, a mug is smaller design than a mural for a wall.
Yeah, so like, I wouldn't worry about it too much at this point because we're basically just have an element for our design. But when you actually go to create the actual canvas for the design, that's where you really want to pay attention to like what the design file requirements are. So what I would do next is I would go, and I'll show you that. What I would do next is go to Canva. Should I have that pulled up somewhere? I might have it pulled up. There it is. Yeah, I have it pulled up in there. So if we go to Canva, we can hit Create Design. And they're going to have templates for a lot of things, but we can also do custom size. And then we can set it up for whatever product. So in this case, like a t-shirt, somewhere around 12 by 16 inches, but we could set it up for whatever product. At this point, we've got our blank canvas, and we can pull in that file, which should be the upscaled file, I think is this one. Pull that in there. Okay, so now we've got our upscaled file in here. Now this currently does have a white background, so I really like the Canva background removal tool. It's really good. Which this isn't really gonna illustrate it too well because I can change the background color so you can see it a little bit better. Let's see if I can go back to the things here. Oh, how do I get my stuff back at the top? Look like a noob. Background. Here we go. Let's just go to black. So you can see the white background there. So if we click on this and click Edit Photo. Can use the BG remover, and then it's going to make it transparent. And it's an AI tool, but it just works really, really well. I really like the Canva one. So there we go. So now now it's transparent, right? Zoom into it a little bit. So then from here, we can add our text. So we can literally just go over to text, and add a text box. Now they've got all kinds of different styles and different things if you want to use like a pre-made style. But we want to use our phrase from ChatGPT. So we'll say, cultivate kindness. And we can obviously make this really big. And we can stylize it however we want. Yeah, you can grab one of the pre-made ones. I mean, this isn't going to be like the greatest thing ever here because we're just messing with it. But I'll show you another cool thing I like in Canva here. Yeah, that's not the most gardening font there, but we can change it. Anyways, not the prettiest design so far. We could spend a lot more time on it. But one thing I do like is if you click on the color right here, cool thing about Canva is it will pull in the colors from your design, so you can match the colors really easily, like that. That orange is from the design, like the pink, it's from the design. So that's a cool thing about this. And then like if we change our background, whatever color our shirt might be, we can continue playing with this. They also have, there are a lot of text effects in here in Canva. So like curved text is one you'll use a lot, like with t-shirts. And so it's got the curved text feature. So maybe we wanted to curve it and we wanted this to be a little bit smaller so that it kind of goes around the design. We definitely need a cuter font because this is not working. Okay, so we're getting closer. Not perfect, obviously, but play with this a little bit, add your text in, and then when we download it from Canva, we can download it with a transparent background right here. We can select this button, and you can set your size here. So you'll definitely want to pay attention to those pixels based off whatever your print-on-demand is giving you for that product. So you can kind of adjust it there, but export it as a PNG so you get the transparent background. So that's kind of like the first flow, how we can go from ideas all the way through creating designs in pretty quickly, right? And we could do a lot of these if we're using this method. So the other thing I wanted to show you, we have like 5 minutes left. I wanted to show you ideogram real quick because I want to show you how that differs from Midjourney. So sometimes there are some inappropriate things here, so just fair warning. But this is like the library of things that you'll see. The cool thing about ideogram is that it will handle text. So we will do the exact same. Design. Not the same design, but the same text and same elements here, and we'll see what it gives us. So let's say single row of heart-shaped flowers with the text. Cultivate kindness. And I'm going to put t-shirt design, flat white background. Let's see what it does for that. And this is still actually currently ideogram is still completely free. Sometimes there are like waits because if you're on the free plan, it'll get backed up and then it will like make you wait a little bit longer. I think they just rolled out subscription plans.
Kerry, can you scroll down just one row for a second?
Yep.
So right there on the left where it says Melanie,
Mm-hmm.
can you take that design that's there and then just say cultivate kindness in that?
I think you can see the prompt that you put in there.
Yeah, so there's a couple things you can do that are really cool with that. Here's our designs.
Wow.
So first of all, that's perfect. Yeah, it handled the text perfectly. How about that? That's way better than my Canva design. Okay, so the spelling is missing an I.
That's how you spell it. It's a Chinese guy behind it.
So what we can do here is, now that's wrong, right? So all we need to do is if we click on remix, we can just leave this as is. Now we can adjust the image weight, but if I really like that image, so I'm actually going to weight it 5 because I really want it to be close to that, and I'm going to hit generate and see if I can get the text to be right. Because usually it will fix the text. Usually you can get it.
In Canva, you could highlight the words or highlight cultivate and change it
You couldn't highlight it. You'd have to like.
You select it and did you spell cultivate right?
I checked and I did.
In this case, what you do is you copy the I from kindness in Photoshop.
Yeah, you would take the I from kindness and put it in there and just adjust it a little bit, which wouldn't be too difficult. But what I probably did here that might fix it is I need to lower that image weight a little bit, and that might fix it. So let's yeah, I guess these are all pretty good. Let's do. Here's the parent one. So let's remix it again. Let's keep the image weight on 3, and let's see what that does if that gets it. So they probably won't be identical to what the original one is, but it'll be close. And I'll show you how you can basically that remix button. You can use that for. We're still not getting. Oh, there we got it on the end. Let's go AI. There you go. I mean, I like that one. That's pretty cool. So anyways, from here, you do the same thing. You download this. You pop it into Vectorizer to make it big. Remove the background in Canva or another AI background remover, and you're done. Like, that's your design. So ideogram is pretty ridiculous for like print-on-demand T-shirt type stuff. That's a pretty deep subject. We could, but yeah, I mean, there's different ways to test different things. If you've got any kind of organic following or you got any kind of email list, I would start there, like email it out to your list, see what they think, see which ones they like the best. You want to try to get as much data as you can before running it to paid ads, if possible. If you can get any opinions at all, if you've got 10 plant friends and you can send this design to 10 plant friends and get their opinions like before you run paid ads to it, anything is better than nothing. But I would first start by trying to test it on organic social media, email list, anything like that. If you don't have that built up, yes, you can test with ads. I would probably start with the carousel, and start there. You can, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could.
So if you have a bestseller, would you recommend?
If you have a bestseller, I would probably recommend, putting it out on other, like expanding it out to other marketplaces.
So if I have it on Amazon, on merch already, let's say, would you recommend putting the same design on Shopify?
Yeah, definitely.
The price will be more. Where do they find it used to make?
Anyway, so I wanted to show you just real quick. If we go through Ideogram and we see something that we really like, so let's see if I lost the Melanie thing. Where's it at? Yeah, I don't see it. There it is, right there. Okay, so we click on that, and we click on the same thing. We click on this remix button. Now, the image weight is something you want to play with. So let's just leave it on 3, and let's just change the text. What do we want the text to say?
Same thing as what we did.
Okay. Let's just do it exactly like that and see what happens. We can play with the weight if we want, some more fun with it.
This website is a little bit more friendly for T-shirts.
I don't know if they like purposely did it that way or if just like one of the
designs.
Yeah, they are, for sure. So there you go. So you got almost the exact same style. Let's see if it got the text though. Yeah, like this one's a little bit funky, but like this one in the middle is pretty good. But again, if it's not exactly what we're looking for, we just remix it again. We get some more generations, and like it's pretty cool. Yeah.
I know some of them wear it.
So I think that's pretty much it. We're like 2 minutes over time. Let's see if I had anything else in here that I wanted to. I pretty much covered everything. I just didn't do it via slides. I did it via kind of, that kind of stuff. So any other questions about AI stuff that I could help you with?
What was the website that you used for the slogans?
I was using ChatGPT.
Oh, you were using Chat, yeah, but you showed another one.
Vexels, Vexels, Vexels. Yep. That one's a paid tool, but Vexels is like, I need to dive into it more, but it's got a lot of stuff in there. If you're in the apparel, print-on-demand category, there's all kinds of tools in there. It's like a suite of pretty cool tools. So I think we're ready for a break. Unless anybody's got any other questions to kind of wrap that up. But I think we're going to take about a 30-minute break, or a few minutes, however many. Cool.
That's how you get to 7 figures in an afternoon.
It's a lot. It's pretty
It's like
mind-blowing.
almost every one of those things is like, not just a one-day
Yeah.
deep dive.
No, you're exactly right. You could probably do a whole day. I'm sure you could on AI, like, or Facebook ads for
I
sure.
was talking in the car, like, yeah, I was gonna have one door, 9 more open, and I'm like, oh.
I know.
Okay.
Well, the AI thing is crazy because like for you, I know how you work now that I've met you. It's like you got 18 other business ideas that just came up in the last hour. You're like, oh, geez. Yeah. And I almost get more excited on the AI stuff about other types of products than I do even apparel. It's just like some of that stuff you get in there is so good for like wall art, you know, like man, like you can do some amazing stuff for wall art and all kinds of different stuff, you know. So.
You said your sister and brother-in-law had a company that does continuous.
Seamless, yeah.
Seamless art. Is that something you could share so that we could actually buy stuff from them?
Yeah.
Use on, yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Would they do something that's customizable too? Like if you
Maybe.
asked them to do something like in a specific niche or genre, they would do that?
Possibly. I'm not sure if they do like one-off requests or not. That's a good question. Behind the scenes disclosure though, they're using Midjourney for all the designs. you could go creative. You could go creative.
Like patterns for.
Yeah.
Let's say you wanted to do.
Hey, yeah. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it. I wish you the best on Leaves and Soul. It's awesome. I'm excited to hear about it.
You tell them to do seamless pattern.
Yeah, there's a term in there. Is it seamless? Like something like that. Yeah. And it will make it seamless. It's pretty wild. Let me use the restroom and then jump back in. I took the mic off. The mic is off.
I think you just execute on a couple of things every day. You just execute. Just make sure that whatever the scheme you have is not doing the same thing. And not. Thanks for coming.
Living the dream. You had it designed, had everything uploaded, connected, but not activated on it.
So why don't you also connect your Shopify store to Amazon? Why don't you have a Shopify store connected directly to Amazon to visualize? Open up the Shopify thing. Kerry had a shirtschool.com/Shopify. It's $1. The first 3 days are free. The next 3 months are $1 each.
Do you Shopify to Amazon or print to Amazon?
You can do.
Does Wix offer the same service?
Okay, I'm sorry. Just do gelato straight to your.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, this design right now, the cute shirt says champs, which I think, champs, pants, for people.
You just came up with one right there. What did you say? Sip more, so more.
Well, I put gardening and wine or something like that. And it came out flat, sip, pant, and then repeat. I'm like, that doesn't rhyme.
There's something with wine stoppers. Come up with something with the wine stoppers too. Especially in the style.
That's what I needed.
Wine stop and roll.
Yeah. Why, the people who want, usually the people who are gonna do vinyls, like plants,
Well,
right,
put up
or
on,
no?
put up on, put up on, with the wine stopper. And then say, wine stop and. Bam!
When
You
you
like
do
that?
canvas, do your idea.
T-shirt and wine stop the combo. Wine stop
No,
now.
and then I picked like a very, like, pink and green palette.
That's where you're gonna miss it.
Right.
You're getting emotional. No,
I picked
serious.
stuff I like.
No,
Yeah.
what's the customer like?
But usually what I like is what
No,
I'm what can I show you the design before you have it?
no, I want you to say, I'm gonna make 5 variations, 5 different colors, and you put them up. Tú vas a ver, es más feo. There you go. Trust me. It took me a long time to understand. Y es más feo the one that I
That's what I
said.
like.
Everybody has the same text. We're from Miami, rest of the country.
Yeah. I'm telling you, es más feo the one you're gonna sell.
So do you have pickleball tonight at Mikasuki or no?
No, that's tomorrow.
Tomorrow night, okay.
I don't know what I'm doing tonight.
Is James gonna reach out to you about this other guy, or
That's what he
what's?
said.
Does he have your number and stuff? All right, I'll talk to him tonight, I'll make sure. James is hooking him up with a guy named Matt, who's a senior pro tour, but also has his own pickleball school down in Palmetto Bay. So he's got pickleball courts, he'll play with you, coach you, train you, whatever you want. So to me, that's a home run. And then if you're gonna go tomorrow night to play Mikasuki, man, you're probably gonna need a special Uber with a bed to get you back to
for
playing.
real. No jokes. No jokes. You can't pass up that senior pro though.
Yeah, I wish we had teed that up earlier for you. But I didn't know you wanted to play pickleball. Usually when people come, they don't want to play their sport.
I don't have like plans tomorrow. I didn't have like set in stone plans, so it's kind of like do whatever. I'm down for whatever. You're right.
Okay.
I need to figure it out though. If I want to go down to the beach, I gotta figure that out.
You need to get going in the morning.
Yeah.
Either need to get going, so I don't even want to say early, just if you're gonna walk around, grab a bite to eat or something like that, maybe spend a couple of hours, get there like around 10. That's when everything's gonna kind of be opening up a little bit, but.
I'm trying to get by this. I'm slowly.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's gonna depend on James when James got come over. I'll communicate with him today. We'll see what I can do, or first thing in the morning, and I'll just text you. So I'm thinking, and I don't bug you with text. I don't get that. It's not nice.
No worries. No worries.
Okay, next time we have to tee this up a little bit more so we can get you, if you like his pickleball school. And
Yeah. Feel good. I was telling him I haven't released a video in like a month or two or something. I just took a little break after the last 5-day event that I did. It's like a little bit burnout.
You did Alibaba, right?
You talking about the conference? I went to the conference. Yeah. It was a free trip to Vegas.
what conferences are you going to this year?
I don't know. I think if Kajabi does one, I'd probably like to go back to that one. I thought they did a good job.
I thought it was good.
I always go to funnel hacking. That's one of the year.
I haven't been in a while, but that's all it used to be the highlight, but it started conflicting with too many trips.
Yeah. Well, they're moving it back to early in the year, so there's not going to be one in 2024. The next one's like January or February 2025.
Did they move from Orlando? I think the last time I went was in Orlando.
So the last, I think, 3 have been in Orlando, and the next time will be in Vegas. It's at Caesar's Palace. Next time.
Have you been to traffic and conversions?
I have not.
You like that?
That one's pretty good.
You like that?
Yeah. Thought about it. And there's like
They moved it though.
social media marketing world. I don't know if that was
Used to do it.
What's it used to be amazing? What's his name that runs that? Mike Stelzner. Mike Stelzner. But I think traffic and conversions really moves the needle a lot. That's really good. That's with Ryan Deese and Roland Frazier. And they sold their company to Blackstone, but they still integrated themselves to be able to speak and run their whole scalable process through there. They were in San Diego. They moved it to Las Vegas, but I can't go this year because they moved it like during the biggest trade show. I think it's Consumer Electronics Trade Show is the same weekend they're doing it. So for me to fly to Air First Class is like $4,000. I'm like, I'm not doing that. You can fly to freaking Hong Kong for $4,000 first class.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna do that. But traffic and conversions. We used to go to social media marketing world. There's also content marketing world. Have you heard that one?
I don't think I've heard that one.
There's a really good book, Content Inc. Content Inc. Guys, all about building content, which helps you build community around your stuff that you're doing. So they have I think we're going to try to go this year because it's later on this year and it's in Washington D.C. area. Not that.
Yeah. There's also in the print-on-demand, not even print-on-demand world, the custom apparel, printed apparel. It's the Impressions Expo. I think they do 1 or 2 or 3
They do
a year.
3. There's one in Long Beach.
Long Beach, Dallas, I think. And then
there's one in Long Beach, and then there's Atlantic City, and then there's Dallas this year. So I'm going to go to one in Atlantic City.
Long Beach is, from what I hear, Long Beach is the biggest one. It's the one to go to in Canada. A couple print-on-demands have asked me to come. You need to come. I have not come.
So that's discipline the print on demand supply.
What?
That's discipline the print on demand guys, really, right?
I think it's all the people that are players in the print-on-demand space will be there. So it's kind of like a trade show / conference for print-on-demand.
It's more like there's a lot of like screen printers. There's a lot of just like people who are in the apparel, custom printed apparel or custom printed merchandise world. So like there'll be technology companies that build the printers will be there showcasing their printers, and there'll be print-on-demand companies, there'll be apparel like manufacturers like Gildan and Bell and Canvas and those kind of brands will potentially be there. Like just anybody in the apparel, decorated. I think they actually call it decorated apparel. That was maybe the term they use, decorated apparel or something like that.
I was really impressed with Print United. It was massive.
Really?
So it flips between Las Vegas and Atlanta. And then it flips with the other one. There's another print show, one that we had gone to, which is smaller. But the Print United one was absolutely huge. And I mean, machines that do everything. I mean, I think there was a machine that was probably from that wall next to the bathroom that was just T-shirts. And it was showing you how they print their T-shirts, and it was in this big conveyor belts and printing machines. I mean, I was just like, oh my God. Like it was pretty massive. And all I kept thinking about as I'm walking around, I'm like, some part there breaks down and the whole thing breaks down. You better have a good technician on hand to get that stuff back up and running.
Yeah.
They had a machine that was these big suckers that was going down, grabbing sheets of paper, sticking into this like printing machine, and I kid you not, Kerry was going in like this, whoop, whoop, grabbed it in, and it was printing a massive 6x8 like piece of paper, like posters that would go like in movie theaters or whatever, like big giant ones. Like, it was impressive. So, and then they had lots of the supply companies, different printers, supplies, ink, and all that stuff. Where I think we may want to go is the licensing shows, like the sport licensing shows, because a lot of them actually they've actually gotten the licensing agreement from, let's say, the NFL to put NFL logo on this, for example. And so you'll be able to sell that product through them, but it's a licensed NFL product. That's great thing. He buys low bucks. He buys low bucks.
Get a new
One of those images that you generate with AI, I'm upscaling it like this.
That's good.
That's insane. That's PS1, 1995 or whatever, Lara Croft, and then you just throw it through magnetic.ai.
Just turns it into a real.
Turns it into like a real.
Crazy.
Wild. That you could do something like that.
If you just think about it, we just started doing this in December, right? So we're now in December again. It's been 1 year.
Wow. It's only been 1 year. Happy anniversary, right?
Wow. This is wild.
So I think I'm going to go on this cruise. A couple of other like trade shows related to like food and content marketing work. We'll let you know what the ones we go to.
Yeah, I'm down. I like traveling with stuff. I usually do like a couple of
magnific.ai.
a year. Like we're about to go to Seattle.
It's massive.
It's not a good business. Outside of that, like business stuff, we do like maybe 3 conferences a year, 2, 3. Yeah. I went to Sean Campbell's conference in 2022.
I'd love to go to that one.
I was good.
Yeah, it is. He's doing it,
He's doing it?
in April in Vegas.
Yeah,
I got tickets.
Is it vid
Grow
copy?
with video, man.
Oh, I didn't know they had tickets already.
April.
I paid for the VIP thing. Met Gary V. Met Patrick Bet David.
Right.
Oh, yeah?
They still have him on the ad for Investor Ones.
It was one of the best ones, and it wasn't that big. It was like
That's the ones you like.
like the speakers. You had Alex Ramosi, you had Gary V, you had Patrick Bet David. Like it was a great lineup of speakers.
Yeah, it's in April. Sam's going. I'm going with like 5 people.
Oh, would you shoot me a text on it if you don't mind? Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
We had a bunch of
Tickets
TikTok
are cheap.
influencers.
Tickets are super cheap. When he's regular. When VIPs are.
April, Las Vegas, Grow with Video Live. I'll have to check. Yeah.
Oh, really?
I bought the VIP thing. I think it was like 5,000 or 3,500. It's cool. Set up front everything. And you got dinners. Met the guys.
No, it's always fun.
April 24th to 26th.
Nice. Does he have a lineup on there?
Not best.
Super early bird. Oh, cheaper.
He does the China group, and he's an admin.
Depends on who's there.
They haven't shown any speakers yet. I don't think that's a lineup yet.
I'm sure we did.
Sean's connecting with some people.
I just stepped out to Starbucks real quick, and he's coming back.
I think Shailene Johnson will be there. They're connected.
What hotel's it at?
Last time it was at
This is a new one.
it was a newer one. I think it was the same. It was great, but it's just, it's not on the strip. It's not on the strip. It's like way off the strip.
Take it to a party set. It's something the end resort. That sounds familiar.
Yeah, if it's the M, it's like, it's in the middle of nowhere, but it's very nice. It's just like, it's way off the strip.
That's fine.
But it's not, like, it's very nice. The rooms were some of the best rooms that I've stayed in.
I usually think that's better than really dealing with all the distractions that are around the strip of Vegas anyway.
Traffic and things like.
Where do you want me to send it? No.
Just send it in our chat, the breakfast chat, that's fine.
That's definitely what I'll person.
Either way.
I'm going to Norway. I'm going to Norway.
Which a lot.
I think I want to speak on AI, so I'm excited about that. That's like, but the problem is the way they do it is they're like, they want me to come out to Norway, and it's literally like travel for 20 hours, speak, travel for 20 hours. So it's like it's a 2-day conference. And I'm like, I'm gonna email them, like, is there any way I can get one day?
Listen, if you're gonna go that far, I would just come out of pocket and bolt something out the front, bolt something out the back, it's not that far, even if you're bringing the wife along, with the kids stay at home with grandma or something like that.
I'm like, as I was thinking, is that minimum, if they pay for the flights, I'll pay for the extra couple nights in the hotel. It's also like, I'm gonna go across the world somewhere I've never been and not really see anything, like I'm just gonna go to a conference for 2 days.
No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I would definitely go there and probably, if I'm gonna go across the pond, I wanna stay a week. So whether that's maybe one day at the end, just to kind of get, in space, and then get back on a plane, and maybe the first 3 or 4 days up front with my wife sightseeing and everything else, and do my thing and see everything. I always try to upgrade out of front of the bus when I get there, because I don't believe in traveling all that way, having so much jet lag. But I spend the next day or two just beat up, and then I'm not functional, and I'm like, oh, and then I have a couple of fun days, and then I'm back on the plane doing it again. So I'd rather lie flat. So find out whatever they're going to buy you, make sure it's an upgradable ticket, and then get some miles. So find out what airline that's on, get some of those airline miles. I don't know if I play that game. I like to play that game.
I play the American Express game a little bit, just to rack up points, but I could do more with it, the miles and stuff. I just don't travel quite enough right now.
So Barclays has a card, first dollar spend, 60,000 points. Then they have the MasterCard, this with American Airlines. I think it's the minimum spend, it's either $1,500 or $2,500 that you spend, and they give you another 60,000 points. So it's 160,000 points right there. If you got your wife credit card, same way, she gets 120,000 points. You get one for your business, do the same thing, right? So it's a different name of the company. Do one for your YouTube channel, it's a different name of your company, and now you have 240,000 points. You can fly over there, so I do that.
Yeah, that's nice.
And that's not, you're not coming out of pocket. Now, it's something you want to plan for. You just don't want to go all of them all of a sudden. Get one underneath your belt, make sure you have your American Airlines with you, or for your flyer number so you can log into there, so it's seamless. Do your minimum spend, get your points, do it again. Get your minimum spend, your points, do it again.
Nice. That's good.
Just the most points you're going to get are with that introductory offer, not the, I got to spend 60,000, I get 2 times points, whatever, so.
Good stuff. All right, let's just get hopping. Are we ready? It's about, I'm going to put this back on. All right, we ready to rock and roll? Finish out the day? Let's do it. Okay, hopefully you guys are enjoying it so far. Last kind of portion of the day, talk a little bit more about marketing and conversion. Again, there's been lots of topics talked about today. I would love to dive into email marketing and all that kind of stuff, but just it's like it needs its own day almost. So what we're going to talk about these last few sessions is, first of all, session 7, we're talking about product pages on Shopify, because these are where almost all of your traffic is going to be directed to, is to your product page. So you want to have a high converting product page. So talk to you about what that looks like and how to do that. Then we're going to move into some organic social media stuff, how to sell organically with social media. The last session of the day I have it's on the agenda for Facebook and Instagram ads. It's the same stuff from yesterday. If you were here yesterday, I don't know how many of you guys were here yesterday. Happy to go through it again, time permitting, but I will let you know depending on how long these go, there's only like a 15-minute session left for Facebook and Instagram ads at the end of the day. So we might maybe just open that up to like some questions. We can talk about some strategy around Facebook and Instagram ads. Maybe just not go through the whole presentation, but still talk about it a little bit. So we'll just see how time permits, but definitely want to get you guys out of here at around 5, I believe. Let's see, was it 4:45 or 5, Carlos? Let's see. 5. Okay. Okay, cool. So let's rock and roll. So let's get it going. So this session, 4 Ps of a high converting product page. So product pages are the most important areas of your website. Most people will land here. So common misconception on having your own website or Shopify store, a lot of people really think like the home page, right? And although the home page is important, you want to make sure that your home page looks good. The most important page on your website is your product page. Biggest reason for that is because whether you're doing email marketing, organic marketing, or like social media, or doing like paid advertising, 99% of the time you're sending people directly to the product page. So that's when they click an ad, they're going to land right on that product page, and you've got to have a product page that's optimized for conversions, that's really high converting. So that's why it's so important. All right, so product page design. The design of the product page should be simple and not cluttered. You want to make sure it looks clean on mobile. This is something, again, we could probably do a whole session on, but a lot of times what we do is we create our Shopify store, we're designing it, and we're designing for desktop. But I think the statistics say like over 80% and growing of traffic comes from mobile. So what I would recommend, in Shopify when you're designing, you can look at mobile view, but I would highly recommend pulling it up on your phone and kind of as you're designing, looking at it on your phone, refreshing it there, because that's going to hold a lot more weight than even what your computer screen shows. And sometimes it will look a little bit different even than the mobile view on your computer. So mobile is really important. Another thing I see on mobile a lot, kind of related here, but a little bit unrelated, is you got to think when you add a lot of apps in and you have all these different pop-ups and different things, sometimes it doesn't look too bad on your desktop, little bubbles in the corner and all those kind of things. But then when you go on your phone, you just don't have as much real estate on your phone. So for all those little widgets and different things to fit into your mobile, it just doesn't work. So I would recommend like any pop-ups, bubbles, chat icons, like keep it to an absolute minimum. What I would probably recommend is just one pop-up for email collection. Whether you're going to do like the wheel that spins, if you guys have seen those, or you're just going to do a basic pop-up that collects emails for 10 or 15% off. Other than that, I would lean towards not having like a chat icon, have a contact us page. They can go to the contact us page to contact you. If you're using a chat widget that's very non-intrusive, looks good on mobile, it's probably fine. But I tend to lean towards just one pop-up for the email. Don't clutter it too much, again, because on mobile it gets weird, and that will definitely decrease conversions when there's all kinds of different kinds of phones, different sizes, and they go there and then they can't click the button because the little pop-ups are coming up. And I'm sure you guys have all been to those websites. They look spammy. It can definitely decrease conversion rates. So try to keep it as clean as possible, especially on mobile. Spelling, punctuation errors. I see that a lot. Just going through it, fine-tooth comb. If you're not a spelling or punctuation person, lean on somebody, a close friend or something that can maybe look everything over for you. I don't know I'm sure you can feed that into ChatGPT or something. I'm sure you can. So there's probably tools out there for that. And there is order to the product page. So there's an order to kind of the way that things go. And I will walk through what I prefer as kind of the product page order. But I don't know why I worded it like that, but there is a flow to the product page. You want it to be optimized for conversion. So we will talk through that. So this is a little framework that I came up with for product pages, and you can kind of filter everything you are editing through these 4 Ps. So I call these the 4 Ps of a perfect product page, or 4 Ps of like a high converting product page. If you really want to go Ps though, the 4 Ps of a perfect product page. So number 1, product description. Number 2, photos. Number 3, price. And number 4, proof. So we're going to walk through all 4 of these things, but when you're looking at your product page, these are the 4 things you want to make sure you have, and you want to make sure you have edited, you have upgraded from just the stock things. So I believe we'll just walk through each of these. So let's first walk through product description. You want to write a simple but engaging product title. Now, I just include the title kind of in the product description. It's a separate thing, but somewhat related. So simple but engaging product title. What we talked about earlier briefly was like you don't need to put a bunch of keywords in the product title. We don't want to do that. Just keep it very, very simple product title. Yeah, I mean, just saying something about the design on the product, naming it something related to the design. If you have words in the design, you can use those words, but just needs to be a simple product title. Capitalize the first letter in each word. Keep it pretty basic. When it comes to the product description, I will show you some examples here, but your product description should be as short as possible, but as long as needed, right? Like, it doesn't need to be super complex. Generally, what I go with is like 1 to 2 sentences at the top about what the design means, why you created it, that kind of thing. Then move into bullet points, going through the benefits of the product or, the benefits of the product, kind of talking about things like shipping. I'll show you an example, but shipping, talking about the quality, especially if it's apparel, talking about the fit, potentially where the product is made or where it's printed, but setting shipping expectations, maybe touching on return policy. Just think about the things that are very important to the customer. Those are the things you want to include in those bullet points. So 1 to 3 sentences about what the design means, then move into just some short bullet points covering the important things. And one thing we're going to talk about is focusing on benefits versus features and rewording some things to make them a little more intriguing, a little sexier. We'll do that in just a minute. Bullet points with benefits, some features as needed. If there are features that are absolutely necessary, you can include those, but mostly what we want to focus on is the benefits. So let me talk through with the t-shirt what this looks like. This gives you an example. So this is, I don't remember what print on demand this is from, but this is a kind of a stock print on demand t-shirt product description. So it says classic fit, 100% cotton, pre-shrunk jersey knit, seamless double needle 7/8 inch collar, tape neck and shoulders, tearaway label, double needles. This is like boring stuff. Like, I don't know what any of this means. I sell t-shirts for a living and teach people, and I don't know what all this stuff means, okay? So it's boring to your customer. They have no idea what this is talking about. So we can get rid of quite a few of these. Now, a few of these, we might need to keep. Tearaway label, the fit, but we do need to reword those. But these ones that are marked out here, we don't even need them. Just delete them. There's no reason to even keep them on there. Nobody cares about those things, okay? So instead, here is how I would approach writing a product description. So classic fit, instead we say, fits true to size, perfect for all body types. Or we might want to say, fits small, order a size up. Fits big, order a size down, those kind of things. Next point says 100% cotton. Well, instead of saying 100% cotton, maybe we add to that a little bit. We say printed on super soft 100% cotton. Because as much as we think people do, not everybody knows that cotton is soft, right? And not all cotton is soft. Some t-shirts you get are 100% cotton and they feel like sandpaper. So let's let them know that this t-shirt is very soft, right? Some other things, so tearaway label, we would turn that into no more itchy neck with our easy tearaway label. What is the benefit of that tearaway label? That you're not going to have, it's not going to be itching you in the back, right? We all have that label and you're just like all day, like, God. So let's communicate the benefit of that. Proudly printed in the USA, right? Those are something that matters to some people. Most of the time, your apparel products are not going to be made in the USA, but they, if you're using a US-based print-on-demand provider, they are printed in the USA, so that's something we can put there. Shipping expectations. We talked about setting shipping expectations. Ships fast. Arrives at your doorstep in 5 to 7 days. So we set the proper expectations with them and let them know when it'll be there. Easy, no-hassle returns within 14 days. Return policy is something they care about. Most customers care about. You could also include a link here to your return policy. To read more, click here. You could have a link out to your return policy. And then I have a bullet point there for the size chart. Need the sizing details? Click here. That links to the size chart. A lot of people ask, should I link to the size chart? You could put it in the mock-ups, in the actual photos. You could put it down below in a drop down. Any of those ways are fine in my opinion. I think probably my favorite way to put the size chart in there is what I showed you earlier, like with Adventure Threads, where you've got it down in the product description. It looks really nice down there.
Less clicks away from the product page, the better.
I agree, yeah. And so like here, where how I've got it linked in this one, probably not the top choice, right? What a lot of people do is they just upload it as a picture in the product. That works too. It's not quite as nice looking as having it down in the product description, but so that's kind of how I would approach writing product description. It's okay to keep some of those features, but anytime you can reword those into benefits that matter to the customer, it's definitely going to help increase conversion rate. Is there any questions around product description before we go to the next one?
Are those important for SEO purposes?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely factors in. I'll be fully transparent with you guys, not an SEO expert, which is why I don't really teach on it. But yeah, Google does take into account the product description for sure. And there's an additional, there's a meta tag section, I believe, in Shopify where you can edit the tags and different things. Again, that's something I wish my Carlos was here to teach on that. But it is going to take anything that's on that product page, like SEO is going to, Google's going to care and take that into account, what's in there. But
So it's not necessary to keep it long.
yeah, I wouldn't focus on like adding in certain words to rank it. I think there's other ways to do that through like the meta tags and different things. I know somebody else might know a little bit more about that in here than I do. But there are ways to do that in other ways rather than just in the product description. Okay, moving on to product photos. Make sure your photos are high quality. They're not pixelated, low quality. Color, style, and crop should match with each photo. So this is kind of a big one. What I see a lot is that Shopify sellers or apparel sellers, whatever, they have a bunch of mock-ups in there, and they have good mock-ups, but they're all cropped differently in different sizes. So I can show you again if you like, but I pulled up Adventure Threads earlier. Let's just pull it up. I'm just using her as an example today. But when we look at this product, see how she has her mock-ups all cropped into a square style. So if one of these was really tall or really wide, it would kind of look a little bit unprofessional, look a little bit out of place. It flows much more professionally and smoothly when they're all cropped in the same sizing. So that's something I see quite often, that just a bunch of different sizes of photos. So you want to try to make them match. Again, with the style, using her as an example we talked about earlier, the style is very similar. She's got similar people in the photos, similar age groups. They have similar look. She's also got backgrounds in those photos that relate to her niche, like she's got mountains and she's got trees and different things. So those are things to consider. The style of that kind of matches in the color scheme. Color, style, crop, those kind of things. You can brand the photos to make them your own. If you want to put like your logo on the mock-up or something like that, feel free, or the photos. This is a small thing, but another way to make your upgrade your mock-up a little bit. So what if you just took the standard print-on-demand like gelato mock-up and just added your logo in the corner, right? Like that just adds a little bit more branding to make it feel to the customer like, oh, this is their photo. This isn't just a stock photo. This is the brand's photo, right? It's a small touch, but it just upgrades that experience a little bit, so it's a little bit more of a premium experience. It doesn't just look like the stock stuff. Include photos of people using your product or wearing your product, whatever the product is. We've talked about this, but just having people in the photos and lifestyle mock-ups is a great idea. And make sure the product is front and center. We talked about that earlier when we got into place it. You just always want the design to be the hero of the image, be right up front in the mock-up, not be tilted to the side, not be in the background. You want it to be the focal point of the image when it comes to product photos. Make sure your ideal customer is the person in the photos. People buy people like them. They say people buy themselves. People buy people like them and people that look like who they want to be. So I think there's another like marketing thing out there where people buy like 1 or 2 levels up from how they look, right? Like you aspire to be 20 pounds lighter. Like I want to buy that, right? It's close to me, but it's just a little bit better. Right, so that's kind of just a little marketing thing there. So talking about pricing next, this is the third P. Research your competitors' price accordingly. Justify your pricing by offering more value. If you ever feel like your pricing might be too high, and in my opinion, in most cases, it's not too high. It probably needs to be higher. We tend to price low. But if you ever feel like your pricing is too high, justify that pricing by offering more value. What are some ways that you can add value? Well, number one, look at the things you're offering. Like, one of the things is your return policy. Maybe you could provide more value by offering a more generous return policy. When we think about Amazon, that's literally how Amazon, like why people shop with them, right? Is they started providing value in different ways. They thought, well, we're not going to like give you a free product when you buy this product, but we could ship faster, or we could provide really easy returns. So that's one way that you could add more value. You could add more value by bundling products together or adding lower cost items in. This isn't like, I wouldn't say go this route immediately, but it is something to think about if you're wanting to kind of raise your price, justify the price with offering more value. Thinking about things like stickers or things you can insert in the package to kind of provide a little bit more value to people that are low cost items. That is one way to do it. Another way to add more value is by bundling in digital products. This is a strategy I wish more people would use because I think it's super simple. But let's say that the first one that comes to my head is let's just take the doggy niche. Well, actually, let's take the gardening niche because that's an easy one. So let's say you're selling a T-shirt about gardening. The one we had earlier says "Cultivate Kindness." But what if with every order they're also going to get a free ebook about how to start a garden, right? How to actually start your first garden. And you had ChatGPT write it, or you hired somebody, or you wrote it yourself, whatever. But they get that free ebook in there, right? That is that just provides more value. And that's so easy to do because all you have to do is in the email they get that says, "We got your order," just attach the link right there to download the ebook, right?
Do you advertise that on the listing or make it a surprise?
You could. No, no, I would definitely advertise in the listing because you're saying, you're really just offering more value to justify your pricing, and you're giving them more things than maybe a competitor would give them. And so I would definitely advertise it. Yeah, like with every order of this T-shirt, you get a free XYZ. Now, like, I gave you a free PDF earlier. It could be just a short 2-3 page PDF about something. Top 10 tips to keep your dog healthy, something like that. So if you're in a niche where you could provide a little bit of expertise, you don't even have to be an expert. Obviously, like we talked about, you can go have AI write something for you and edit it, or have somebody write it. It's a great way to provide more value. Offering a small video course. Maybe it's 3 videos that teach you how to do something. Those things work really, really well to just increase the perceived value. That's what I should say, is that perceived value.
I was showing Tom now a website that a friend of mine owns, and just showing him a tool, and he does that precisely. I'm in the niche of the family niche, right? Family gift niche. And then he sells something to a daughter, right? You're supposed to give this to your daughter. But that's his best-selling product. His second best-selling product is a PDF with 100 activities you can do with your daughter.
That's awesome. And it costs him nothing, right? So it's like, yeah.
So it's an upsell for him. He doesn't add his value, but he puts it there for an extra $4.95.
Yeah, that's a great way to do it too.
They take it all the time.
Yeah, just a great way. Like anytime you can add products that have a high perceived value but are low cost to you, it's just a way to bump profits. It's a way to increase conversion. People love it. So it's a great tip. Don't try to be the cheapest. So there's so many sayings out there, but like I think it's Dan Kennedy who says there's no strategic advantage to being the cheapest, but there is a huge strategic advantage to being the most expensive. Now, do you want to be the most expensive? Maybe, maybe not, but I would be middle towards the high end of the pricing spectrum. You don't want to be the cheapest because why? Because people can always undercut you price. If you're just selling on price, we all know like anybody can come along and just undercut the price, right? So I wouldn't try to be the cheapest, but adding to that, when you add that branded element, you create that branded experience, and you're building a brand, not just selling cheap T-shirts to people. You do automatically raise your perceived value and can charge more for that. But I would never try to be the cheapest. Okay, let's keep going. The last P is proof, social proof. So talking about social proof, reviews are a must-have. 9 out of 10 shoppers read reviews before purchasing. So 90% of people, if the reviews are there, they're going to read them. They're going to check what people are saying about those reviews. And I think you have to have reviews. Just don't sell without reviews. Go get some reviews. Even if it means it doesn't mean you need to have sales. If it means getting a few friends, family, just to text you, shoot them a text and say, hey, what do you guys think about this design? Have them text you back, and then add those reviews to your website. Get some reviews. Don't make them up. Don't put fake. Don't be dishonest. But just getting people to tell you what they think about the design, the product, and then putting those on your website can have a huge effect on conversion. And having 3 reviews there versus having 0 can be a big thing that can change conversions.
Do you request reviews and maybe give them a discount for sending a video?
Absolutely.
Review it or something?
Yeah, absolutely. And getting into the best reviews are obviously going to be real, verified reviews, people sending pictures, those kind of things. And pretty much any Shopify review app that you install. My favorites are Judge Me, I like, and then there's Loox, Loox. I think I actually have these in the slides, but they have automation set up to when you get a sale, they will email the customer and try to collect reviews. And some of these reviews apps are really, really good at getting reviews for you. So you should definitely have a system in place to get reviews once you've made sales. But even before you have sales, if you're going out into the market and selling, you need to have some kind of reviews there, some 5-star reviews, just to show that you have some reviews. It's better to have them than to have none.
So when you decide, you immediately look for three reviews? Or?
At least 3, as many as you can get, but at least 3. Another trick you can do, they do this on Etsy, but I would do it on your own website, is you can add reviews that you get on a certain product. You can add them to all your products, right? It doesn't have to be for that specific product. You want your reviews to be as many places as possible. When you go to Etsy, you look up a product and it says 2,300 reviews. You click on those reviews, start reading them, you find out they're actually reviews on other items in the shop. It's not always that exact item. And so I would recommend, if you can only squeeze out 6, 7 reviews from maybe a few friends and family or whatever, take those reviews, go in yourself and just put those everywhere that you can to show that social proof. Do you have a question?
Go ahead, sorry. It's easy to upload reviews from your friends and family, not actually a sale.
Yeah, you can go in on the back end in all the apps and you can upload your own reviews. Now, again, have integrity. Don't put fake reviews on there, but.
Too late.
Where do these reviews show? Is there a review counter that shows that you have 1, 2, 3, or 3,000? Is there something that shows that on each t-shirt?
Yeah, it'll be a little different depending on the app you use, but a great website, I think I actually have it in the slides, but you won't probably be able to sell it really well. But this brand called Whole Strength, if you've ever heard of them, it's for Christians who lift. That's their niche. They're like the review kings. I just love using them as an example. So if you scroll down on their homepage, they have the best reviews. I mean, look at these reviews. And they pretty much have unlimited reviews, but they just have great photos and videos. It's never ending, just 5-star reviews. But you can see, let's see. So this one doesn't actually have a number here. It might actually have it. Yeah, here you go. 6,649 reviews. And they have them popping in there at the top. I like using them as an example because they use reviews so well. They've got it on the homepage. They're popping in on the corner so you can't escape them. And then usually most of their products, I believe, will have them on their products as well. So let's click on one. So this one's got 67 reviews.
Go back to the previous page because they all have the same number of reviews.
Did they?
Yeah. It's 67, 67, 67.
So yeah, they're probably, so some of these have different, but they're probably using that same strategy, right? They want that social proof to be everywhere, so they're putting them on all the products. Here you go. So they're here on every product page. So reviews are super important. Do everything you can to get some, even in the beginning.
Can you see what apps any Shopify store is using on their site?
I bet there's an easy way to see it, but because they're using probably one of the higher tier plans, it doesn't show what the actual app is. But it, yeah, Chrome extension. Yeah, I'm sure there's an easy way to do it. I think I have it in my slides, but if you go to apps, the App Store, search for reviews. There's a ton that come up. I like Judge Me. It's relatively affordable. It's really good. Looks is a very popular one. Vitals is another one that I really like, but Vitals does a lot of other stuff in addition to that. But there's a million of them in here. This one is, side note, I was talking to this gentleman over here about AliExpress or Alibaba. Like, there's a, this app is really cool because if you grab an item from AliExpress, it will auto pull the reviews from that item onto your store, which is really cool.
Amazon too.
Yeah, that's awesome.
AR reviews. Yeah, you can.
Pretty cool.
Download as many as you want.
Okay, let's keep it rolling. I think I got a few more things here. Let's see. Okay, social proof, Shopify apps. So Vitals is one I just briefly talked about. There's an affiliate link if you want 10% off for life. So that link just gives you 10% off that app every month. You know, save you a few bucks. Vitals is a 40-in-1 Shopify app. It does a lot of really cool things. You know, if you want like an animated add to cart button, you want reviews, you want a countdown timer, you want stock scarcity. It does visitor replay videos. If you want to see where your funnel's breaking down, you know, you can actually watch the replays from what customers are doing on your website. It also has some email marketing built in. It has upsells built in. It does a lot of stuff. It's a great app. It's fairly expensive. I think it starts at $29 a month. So it's fairly expensive for an app. Does a lot of things, but that's an affiliate link if you want to use that. It does have reviews in there. Judge Me, that's another good one. That's probably my favorite just reviews app. And like the difference between, you know, using something like Vitals and using something like Judge Me, Vitals has like this little part of their, you know, it's one of the features in their app, 40-in-1, where so it doesn't do all of the advanced things like Judge Me will do. If you want a really robust reviews app, I would go with either Judge Me or Looks. Those will have like the email automations pre-set up. When you load it into your Shopify store, they're going to be going after your customers, getting reviews for you. And they have really advanced features for how it looks and feels on your website. And so those are going to be much more fully featured for reviews specifically than something like Vitals. Okay, this is like really ugly kind of just breakdown of where you want things placed on a product page. So over on the left, you got your photos. Over on the right, you got your product title. Right under that, you got your product description. If you can, I like to have reviews right under that. Like I want them to see the reviews. I don't want them all the way down at the bottom. So, no, I'm sorry, I don't have the add to cart on here. The add to cart button is like right up there above the product description. Yeah. So it'd be product title, add to cart button would be right there, pricing and all that stuff. And then you got your reviews as high up as possible. I like to put them, you know, above the, you all might also view this, like if you can move them up with the app that you're using, I would get them as high as possible. So here's, you can't really see the one on the right, that's from Whole Strength. It's really small on the slide. But the one in the middle, you don't really need to see the specifics, just I want you to see the layout of it. Yeah, I can't make that bigger. But this is from one of our students from Runnerisms. And I just love the way they have it. I mean, this is perfect how they have it set up. Hopefully you can see it. But they've got their mock-ups over here on the left. They've got their, you know, title up there at the top. They've got a size, you can see the sizing guide. Is my mouse showing? Oh. You can see the sizing guide right there in the mock-ups. So they've got like a branded sizing guide. They've got their drop-downs here with bullet points, short product description, and then right below that they've got their reviews. And so I really like the way that this is set up, and that's you know, kind of how I would recommend you set it up. Also, another thing that I'll just mention here on the product pages, Shopify Auto, the way that it comes like automatically set up is usually there's two calls to action here. There's an add to cart button, and then there's like a quick buy or like a Google Pay checkout, or you know, it adds this second button. I would highly recommend that you always have one call to action. You can go and remove dynamic checkout buttons, and it will just leave you with one add to cart button. So for conversions, like you always just want one call to action. The only thing we want you to do on this page is hit the add to cart button. That's what we're trying to get you to do. Press add to cart. So we want one call to action, and we want it to be solid color. Sometimes it's outlined, like make it pop, make it stand out, solid color. If you're concerned about the dynamic checkout, like the Google Pay, Apple Pay, all that stuff, they can do it on the next page. Literally, if you remove it from this page, it's still there on the checkout page. So they can still check out with that. This just helps increase our conversion rate a little bit, lessens confusion.
I have a rule of thumb for me when I develop my pages is, you know, 3 clicks.
Yeah.
If there's more than
Yeah.
So I break it down to one click is variation, sometimes I have two variations depending on the product. Then I have maybe an upsell, then I have a checkout. More than that is like, you lost the customer.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. This is runnerisms. Runnerisms. Yeah. I think that's it for that session. What other questions do we have around product pages? Just kind of optimizing those for conversions.
Colors of the AutoCart button, name, colors, white background, size of the font.
Those are good questions. Let me talk about that one first. White, I would recommend always going with white background on your website. It's like proven that it's easier on your eyes than like even like a black background. Like it's just easier on the eyes. When you have like a colored background, it kind of, sometimes it like hurts your eyes a little bit. Like on the main page? All your pages, white background. I would go white background. As far as add to cart button, I would use one of your brand colors. Whatever brand color kind of stands out, pops a little bit more. I would use that. What other questions? Was there anything else? But
For me, green works.
green, yeah, I mean,
For me, green button
color of money.
has been the best one for me.
What are your best converting upsells for, let's say, apparel? What are your best converting?
It's a good question. There's lots of conflicting things on this. I've tested a lot of different things. I would say that I usually start with a higher priced item as an upsell, but not like significantly higher priced. And so I usually will go, like if it's a t-shirt, if it's the right time of year, if it's fall through winter, I'll usually upsell to a hoodie or a sweatshirt with the same design. And so I think the psychology is they're buying like a $25 t-shirt and then you sell them a slightly higher priced $40-ish hoodie. You know, it's not like crazy expensive. It's a little bit more than the first item. It's maybe discounted a little bit for the upsell. So that's kind of typically what I lean towards. Some people still with t-shirts say, just sell them another t-shirt, another one of the same one. I had like some success with that, but it's not been like the most successful thing ever. I would lean towards complementary designs that are very related. So, so like if you're going to upsell a second t-shirt, there's nothing wrong with that. But I would upsell a design that is very similar to the first design they sold, but just a different take or a different slogan or something like that. So if they bought the Cultivate Kindness t-shirt, you might upsell them something somewhat related, but with a little bit of a different design, but you know, same kind of messaging and that kind of thing. Also, you know, super low ticket items work great for upsells. So some of these, we've been talking about that a lot. We talked about the game that has maybe a little bit lower margins. Like those are things I would put in the upsell for sure. Anything that's like easy, like, oh yeah, why would I not get that? It's $15. It's like those things make great upsells. Stickers, mugs, you know, stuff like that. It's a little bit lower.
That's my question. Do you upsell something that's higher priced or upsell a equal price or a lower price? I guess that's kind of what
Yeah, I mean, really both work. I would test them and just see kind of what works for you. But also don't be afraid to do like, there's a couple, you can do multiple upsells. You can have one upsell, then have a second one. I usually don't go more than two. Like on a one-click upsell, it'd be like they buy and then there's an upsell and then there's another upsell. And you can also do different things depending on if they say yes or no. So if you, let's say that you discount a hoodie down by 15% and you offer that as an upsell. So they buy a t-shirt, they go to the hoodie, and they say, no, I'm not interested. Well, then you could say, let's discount it heavier to 25% on the next screen. If they say no, you know, okay, let's discount that a little bit and see if that bumps it, right? And then if they say yes, if they're in the mode of saying yes, let's sell them something else, right? So offer another upsell. I usually don't go more than two, but then what you can do is you can upsell them on the thank you page, right? So they buy, they click yes, they click no on the second one, and then they land on the thank you page. Thank you for your order. Here's a few other offers for you. You know, there's some other offers there. So there's a lot of different things you can do when it comes to upsells.
Priority shipping,
Mhm.
package protection,
Mhm. Yeah.
all that's free.
Great. Yeah. 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 One of the best things I ever did was I literally just put in a checkbox on a funnel one time on a T-shirt that said, you know, check this box for $2.97, and I'll move you to the front of the line and ship your order first because this is a limited item.
I have $4.95 protection plan automatically checked on,
Mhm.
so they don't even notice. and then after that, I have priority shipping, $14.95.
Mhm.
If you want both, it's $19.95, and you'll see people just, they don't even realize, you just, okay, priority shipping.
Yeah.
Or if you want, expedite process is the what I use. Expedite process, $7.95, meaning I'll expedite your order faster.
Mhm.
It's just going through the SKU.
Sure.
So it's free money.
Yep. Yep.
What app do you use for upsells?
I like an app called Reconvert. So RECONVERT, Reconvert. I do have an affiliate link, shirtschool.com/reconvert. It gives you,
I'll hit that one.
I think it gives you 10% off. I think it gives you like 10% off monthly.
You just do church school links.
Yeah, well, I do have, yeah, I have that.
Link page.
I can give you that.
Is that in Shopify app, this Reconvert?
Yep. Yeah, and the thing I like about Reconvert, so it does post-purchase one-click upsells, which is becoming more common in Shopify apps, but back in the day, like one or two apps that could do it, but with Shopify 2.0, they've got more options. But Reconvert does one-click upsells, which means, you know, after they buy, they don't have to re-enter their credit card. They can just press, yes, I want this additional item, and it just charges their credit card without re-entering it, which converts way higher than them having to re-enter their credit card. But what I also like about Reconvert is there's a ton of different ways in there that you can upsell. You can upsell on the cart, or on, you know, when they add to cart, or in the checkout page embedded, or after they check out, or on the thank you page, yada yada. And you can set up funnels in there, and you can say, I mean, it's literally like drag an arrow. I want to do this after they do this. If they say this, I mean, it's pretty cool. And it also comes preloaded with like basically their best converting upsell funnel ever. And so they'll just use like AI to, and your sales data to like predict what the best selling products are, and they'll just set it all up, put that funnel in place and basically upsell for you. So it's not like always the greatest. You might want to go in there and make some tweaks, but it's cool to have like a funnel out of the box that they just install for you to get started. So pretty cool. Cool. Okay, so we're moving into our last session, selling through social media. We're going to be talking about organic social media. So this is so inside Shirt School, let me just say this. Inside Shirt School, which is my program on all this, we cover 3 main organic strategies: selling through original content on social media, direct message sales, and then influencer marketing. Today, I'm just going to be covering the first one, which is mainly like organic content, which is kind of, if you're doing organic, it's kind of the first thing that this is the first strategy that people kind of go to, is creating content and that kind of thing. So we're going to cover that, and then, I won't be able to get into the other 2 strategies, but those are available in Shirt School.
Direct messaging sales, just to make sure I understand, that means email?
No, direct messaging means like sending a DM to somebody on Instagram.
SMS?
Mm-hmm. No, not SMS, like a direct message like on Instagram, like if I were to direct message you, or, yeah. So my first tip for you would be focus on mastering one platform, ideally where your customers are already hanging out. So, there's different ways to approach it. I think what I'm learning is a lot of you guys in this room, and guys and gals, are like, man, you can do a lot of things at once. You're like doing all kinds of stuff at once. So, if you feel like you can manage more than one, sure, do it. But my advice would be focus on like becoming great at one platform, because there's definitely different strategies when it comes to different platforms. And ideally, you want to go to the platform first where your customers are already there, right? So we know that there's different age groups and different demographics and different types of people on different platforms, right? TikTok's going to skew a little bit younger. Instagram's going to be like your millennials. Facebook's going to be skew a little bit older. Facebook's not as old as you think it is. I don't think I have the stats in here. I think I took those out. But Facebook still has like people, a large group of people, I'd say 25 plus. But they do have, they skew a little bit older than some of the other platforms. So in my opinion, just to answer this question that may come up, I think the best platform is Instagram overall for specifically when we're talking about apparel, print on demand, building a brand. I think it's probably because Instagram started as a very like lifestyle heavy, nice photos, those kind of things. And that lends itself a little bit to apparel, just because apparel brands, it's what you wear, so you want to look nice, and it just kind of fits that aesthetic. But I would say most students, where I've seen the most success, where I've had success, is mostly on Instagram, organically. We're not talking about paid ads, we're just talking about organic content. I think it's probably the best place to sell on. So let's talk a little bit about the content selling strategy, what you should do. So first of all, post valuable, viral, relatable content daily that draws people into your account. So, you know, right now, I've got more of this in my presentation, but right now, Reels and TikToks are kind of still, like short form video is still the hot thing. And, you know, you don't want to, the big thing you don't want to do is you don't want to always be selling on social media, right? People want to buy, but they don't want to be sold. So you've got to draw them in with content, with valuable, relatable content. Whatever niche you're in, you know, think about the kind of content that's going to bring value to that person. That might be tips or advice, or it might be just funny things, funny videos, different things like that. But you do have to have a content strategy to actually bring people in. And the way that the algorithms work now, especially with short form video, mainly talking about TikTok and Instagram, is that when you post a reel, you know, if that reel is good, like it will go out way outside of your following base, and it will bring in new people with that content. Before like Reels and TikToks came out, like there was a space of a couple of years where it was really hard to find new people on social media through content. Like there just wasn't like the algorithms just really didn't push it out very much. Like it was very difficult. But with the introduction of Reels and TikToks, like it's, I wouldn't say easy, but it's not as hard as you would think to put out a piece of content and like thousands of people see that don't already follow you. So the best way you can bring in new followers and start to warm them up and sell to them is the first step is posting content to actually bring them in. So I would also, in addition to putting out content, I would be proactively looking for people that are your ideal customer. What accounts are they already hanging out on? So, you know, looking at, we need to probably do some examples to kind of bring it home. Let's go back to gardening. This is the easiest one. So you're in the gardening niche, talking about this step specifically. What accounts are your potential customers already following, right? There's maybe you find 20 different gardening, let's just take Instagram for an example, Instagram accounts that have 100,000, 200,000, 1 million followers, right? The people that are following them are probably the people you want to sell to. So I teach a proactive strategy, and this is definitely going to take a little bit of time. Maybe you delegate this to somebody, maybe you do it yourself, but of at least finding 25 to 50 new people each day and following them, liking a few of their posts, maybe leaving them a comment, actually engaging with them. And that's more of a proactive strategy. Hopefully your content's going to bring in some people, but you're also going to be going out and finding your people. And it gets really easy when you start following these accounts that already have they already have these followings built up. You can click on the followers button and you can find those people, right? If they're following other gardening accounts, like go interact with them, right? Bring them over to your account. And bolting on the direct messaging aspect of it, there's kind of a whole separate strategy with selling in the direct messages, but I would encourage you to not be afraid to also shoot a direct message to people as you're engaging with them. You're liking some of their posts. Just send them a message and say, hey, I love your content. Like, that's it. Just get on their radar if they're a potential customer. Now, the direct messaging strategy, again, which I unfortunately don't have time to get into today, a little more aggressive. Like, it's a little more, there's a script. You're actively trying to sell. It's high volume. You might message 100 people. You might make 5 sales. But it is a way to start bringing in sales for free. It just takes a little bit more legwork. But here, when you're talking about content, this is just, you want to have a strategy. The strategy is putting out content that's hopefully going to go out to more people, bring in some people to your follower base. But then in tandem with that, you're proactively following other pages in your niche, engaging with people that are already following them, and then potentially shooting some of those people direct messages. So this is another thing, kind of to put this in perspective a little bit. This is from, I don't remember what account this is, but some cat account. So the photo on the left says, your cat is not your baby, me, he's holding the kid back, right? And you see the engagement there. 7,390 likes, 295 comments. So that was kind of a little bit of a viral post, right? Got a lot of engagement. Now that same account posted the t-shirt on the right, introverted but willing to discuss cats. And you can see the engagement was incredibly lower, like way lower, right? Now, unfortunately, that's super common. When you go and you try to sell, you post your products, yeah, you're going to get less engagement typically than your other content, like your viral type content. But what I want to make sure like you understand is that you need both. You need that content on the left to feed that content, right? The viral content on the left brings people in, makes people laugh, makes people like your page, all those kind of things. And that's what drives people to look at the other posts, and it puts it on their radar, right? Because they hopefully become followers via the viral content. Main thing I want you to know is like, you're not going to bring in people with these posts. Nobody's going to care about the t-shirt post, especially when you don't have a following or you have very little following, right? So you have to have both to sell, but you specifically need the viral content to bring in new people. So my rule of thumb on kind of this is, you know, for every 2 to 3 value-based posts or, you know, things that make people laugh or whatever, that then you're posting 1 sales post, right? So you don't want to always be selling nonstop. 1 to 4? You like 1 to 4?
That's what you were saying, right? 1 sell to 3.
Yeah. Yeah. 2 to 3 value posts for 1 sales post. Yeah, I think 3 is probably a better number. So 4 total. Okay, all of your content should be funny, relatable, or controversial. It literally, I mean, if you put it in those 3 buckets, I think you'll be good. Funny, again, I talked about with designs, but funny designs or funny content is the low-hanging fruit. Like, it's the easiest thing to get eyeballs, to get new followers. So not every niche is going to lend itself to being like to funny stuff, but funny content is the easiest one. Relatable, anything that makes somebody like feel something, connect with something, any kind of content that does that, or controversial, anything that makes people get a reaction. One you could probably add in here is things that make people like cry or get emotional. That might be another bucket. You know, like make them kind of feel those kind of emotions. Did you have a question back there? No. Okay, cool. But most of your content should just kind of fall into this bucket. Okay, so let's look at a couple different examples. So I talked about short form video a little bit. So you've got 2 examples here. Over on the left, so my wife actually started an account. I don't even remember what it was called. She reads like 1 million romance books. So she started an account, and what she started doing was she started putting out these short videos where she would recreate a book cover of a romance novel that she thinks should have a different cover. So like, if you guys have ever seen romance novels, they're like, you know, they're all the same, right? It's like the Fabio dude with his shirt off, and he's like holding the chick, and she's wearing this crazy dress, and like, yeah, she reads them. They all look the same. They all look the same though, right? And she, like, my wife reads like 300 books a year. She's crazy, but she was like, man, like, I want to create a book cover that actually is about, like, relates to the story, right? Because that's what they do is when they make the cover, they don't even care about the story. They just want what's going to make the woman pick it up and read it, right? So the Fabio. But so she just started drawing these like recreated designs or recreated covers, and like she had like, you know, a couple hundred followers, and then they started blowing up. It's like 253,000 plays, 100,000 plays, 84,000 plays. And so these short form videos, now this is a little more complex because like she's actually drawing these on her iPad and everything. Like, yeah, not everybody can do that, right? But this is just an example of how some of these videos were like 5 seconds. Like, they're like, it's like a static picture. Like, she's not even doing anything. But it was just bringing in crazy amounts of followers, like building up her account through short form video. This is another example. So this is Mini Bike Apparel, one of our students over here, Josh Stover. And so he started putting out short form videos. And you see right there, that one, all of a sudden that one popped off 160,000 plays. This is a great example because this almost had nothing to do with his products. He actually just went behind the scenes. He wanted to take people behind the scenes. This is how I'm printing, or whatever he's printing there, stickers or something that he's printing. This is how we print it. Like, check it out. This is how we do it in the shop. And all these people wanted to see how you do it behind the scenes.
Did your wife ever write the book?
Nah, she has written a book, but she hasn't had it published yet.
She should get a ghostwriter and write that book.
There you go.
Got 100,000 views.
Well, no, those are real books.
Those are real books.
She just
Those are real books already.
she redesigned the cover. Yeah. So anyways, the reason I bring up this guy right here is because he did a phenomenal job of putting out a bunch of content, and there's actually a few more up there. Like, one of them has like 3,700 you can't really read it, but a few thousand.
That you're showing us there?
What's that? Yeah.
Instagram?
Yeah, it's Instagram. But what he did was he's really good about engaging with these people. So he's posting content, bringing in followers, likes, engagement, all this kind of stuff. But he's going the extra step of everybody that's liking that 160,000, he's going and sending them a DM and telling them, thank you so much. If you're ever interested in any of our products, here's our website. Like, taking that next step to connect with them, DM them, right? And this dude, like, made so many connections with people. He was in the mini bike, like mini motorcycles niche. And, he'd have these pages that have 25,000 followers, and they post, like, mini motorcycle content. And they have these followings, so he would link up with them. They would find each other through this content, and then he would message them, and they would do like free shout-outs for him, and he would do a free shout-out for them, right? And he just started making sales like free from just engaging with people and being proactive with it.
So how do you just say like, thank you, hey, by the way, this is our website?
Yeah, it depends on how aggressive you want to be with it. Excuse me. As I was mentioning, like, there's a whole separate strategy on direct messaging that's like way more aggressive, but in this case, I would keep it pretty friendly and lighthearted. Like, thank you for liking our content. Let us know if you ever need anything. Like, we appreciate you. Start there, then maybe follow up in a couple days. And see. Just try to have a conversation with them. Most of the time, you're going to get a response. Maybe they'll say, "Thank you, love you," page 2, and then you can kind of go from there. You might want to message them when you have a sale. Those kind of things. I mean, there's even tools where you can do that, right? Like, there's tools where you can now send messages within Instagram, with Facebook. Those have been around for a few years. There's a lot of rules around that and everything, but you can, in some cases, like automate messages out to larger groups of people. So, anyways, let's keep going. What to create content on? This is something that kind of trips people up a lot. Like, how do I come up with content? What the heck am I going to post, right? So niche-related topics, anything in your niche that's popular, funny, those kind of things. Anything niche-related. How-to and tips is another thing that you can do, right? You don't necessarily have to be an expert. You can, again, use different tools, research tools, AI tools to kind of come up with little tips, little tricks that you can provide to people in your niche. That's another great thing you can create content about. Sharing your experiences. If that niche is something that you've been a part of, that you're passionate about, like, share stories, share experiences you've had. Talk about that kind of stuff. Jokes, funny niche-related things. So memes, funny little clips, those kind of things can be posted. And I'm going to show you a strategy here in a second to where you don't even have to come up with content. I'll just show you how to basically just repost other content. Trends you can latch onto. I don't know exactly what I meant. I guess just talking about trends like we talked about earlier. Behind the scenes of your business, I just showed you that with Mini Bike Apparel, just showing them what you're doing. Like, people are interested, believe it or not. Like, creating just a quick 30-second video like, hey, here's what I do every day. I'm the owner. Kind of showing them what you do. All right, so let's talk about what I call content hacking on Instagram as an example. You can do this on TikTok as well. Just a simple strategy, and it's shocking how well it works. So content hacking is basically this idea of just reposting content that's already gone viral. Like, if it's already gone viral, there's a reason it's gone viral, and you could just repost it, right? Like, it's pretty simple. So it's content that has already gone viral has a much higher chance of going viral again. A lot of times when you're seeing a reel or TikTok and you're like, oh man, it's got a bunch of engagement, a lot of times it's actually reposted. There's another one somewhere that probably has more or less engagement. And so content, like, it's called social media, and like, it's supposed to be social. There's a share button for a reason on Facebook. Like, social media wants, like, the point of it is to share content, to repost content, right? So it's not something we should, like, feel bad about. And as long as you credit the original user, the original creator, where you got it from, like, that's something that's encouraged on social media, is to repost content, right?
Do we need to ask for permission?
I would, unless you can clearly see the content is already reposted from somewhere else. That would be the only exception. If you see it's kind of going around. So most accounts love to be reposted. This is something that's like, if I make an original piece of content and you message me and you're like, hey, I'd love to repost this. I just thought it was funny. Like, I'd be like, yeah, get it out to more people. Like, I want more people to see it. This allows you to piggyback on content virality and reap the benefits for yourself. So first step, find large accounts in your niche or closely related to your niche. Identify short form videos that have large amounts of views. So you'll just, on Instagram, it's cool because you can just click the little Reels button. You can look at right there in their feed. You can identify which Reels have the highest amount of views. Always ask for permission from the creator unless you can clearly see that the content has been reposted one or more times. So you'll see, in the caption of that Reel or TikTok, they'll say, credit, and they'll have the account there. Just make sure you include that in your post. Don't try to claim any content as your own. For sure, don't do that. You can go to the App Store and you can search like TikTok video downloader, Instagram video downloader, or you can do it on your computer as well. But there are many apps and websites that allow you to like just download a TikTok video or Instagram Reel from an account and save it as a video, and then you can repost it, credit the original user. Pretty simple. Yeah, always credit the original creator in the post. So if you know who the creator is, or if you don't, wherever you got it from, make sure you tag them. Like you're not trying to like steal people's content and claim it for your own. So I think I have a few examples here. So a few other students of ours. These are 3 examples of reposted content. Like this content already has views on somebody else's account, but they just got permission, reposted it, and they're like 20,000 over there, 541,000 views. This is like he has a Christian focused apparel brand, and so he reposted this like church choir. I don't remember. It might have been from one of the Kanye West church services that he did or something. Reposted it on there, 541,000 views. Brings him in like hundreds, if not thousands, of followers, right? And all he did was just repost somebody else's video. I think that was it. Same thing over here, 6.2 million views on that, like some kind of funny reel. I don't even remember where that was from, but I think it was from one of our students. It's been a while since I put that on there, but yeah, I mean, it's reposted content. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Like, you should probably create some of your own content when you have ideas and different things, but there's nothing wrong with finding other content that's already gone viral, reposting it as long as it's related to your niche. It's a great way to grow. Doesn't always work perfectly. It's not like a 100% guarantee it's going to go viral again, but I would definitely say content that's already gone viral has a higher chance of going viral again than new content because it's already got some proof there, right? Like it's already proven to be good.
The after effects of it can't be understated, right? If they watch the video and they like it, they're going to go to your page and see. Nowadays, more people follow immediately after one video than
Yeah.
ever. So it's not so much about all the other content you have in there, but they will go check. And if the page that they're looking at kind of looks appealing, they hit follow and they move on.
Yeah.
And now with the most recent updates, I'm sure you guys have noticed when you're scrolling, you'll see content from one account, and immediately the next post is from the same exact account.
Nice.
So 2 posts back to back.
Mhm.
So it allows for a lot of your growth to kind of spiral, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Do you post this in only Reels, or do you actually post it in the account page?
If you post it in Reels, it should be in your main account page automatically. Yeah.
I'm sorry, which one is the one that goes away after 24 hours?
That's stories. That's in your stories. And I do have a little bit about stories in here. I'll talk to you about stories.
Date yourself there. That's not my thing.
Is there any way to tap into this when someone follows it with an ad of some kind about your products? It's already.
Yeah, absolutely.
How do you do that?
Yeah, I'll explain it. This would be a separate tutorial for sure because it is a little more in depth. But inside Facebook advertising, in Facebook Ads Manager, there is a place where you can go into a tab or a place called Audiences. You can click on Audiences, and you can actually create an audience of anyone who has. And there's different options in there, but specifically, you can do anybody who has either viewed a video on your account, or you can do anybody who's engaged with you, meaning like they liked, followed, that kind of thing, within a certain time period. I believe that time period only goes up to 180 days, which is 6 months. But you can create an audience of people who have engaged with your Instagram or Facebook account over the last 6 months, and then you can run an ad to them, which is great, like a form of retargeting. But you can imagine how powerful that is, right? If somebody sees your reel, just randomly scrolling through reels, they hit the like button. Maybe they don't even follow you. Maybe they just hit the like button, but then a minute later they get an ad from you because Facebook, you have that audience set up, and Facebook dumped them right into the audience and like showed them the ad right there. A minute later, they're going to be like, "Whoa, wait! I just just watched that reel. Now I've got a T-shirt available for sale. You know, there's a lot of really creative things you can do there. And I found that audience to be, in addition to, so that audience of like people that have engaged with my social media accounts, along with people who have visited my website recently, along with past purchasers, those have been some of the most valuable audiences that I've sold to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So if you were in the pickleball niche and you saw this amazing pickleball back and forth, you know, bang, bang,
Mhm.
bang, and everything else, you reposted that. A bunch of people that followed it like pickleball, and you know, they like that, they want to see more of that kind of content. And you can advertise pickleball stuff to them again.
Yep. Yeah.
So when you're talking about the audience, is that only Facebook or Instagram also have that feature?
So Facebook, Meta owns both. They own both Facebook and Instagram. So what we're talking about is if you're running ads, anytime you're running an Instagram ad, you'll run that from Facebook. You'll actually you'll set up the ad in Facebook Ads Manager. So when it comes to advertising, everything's done from Facebook for both Instagram and Facebook. Okay, let's talk about selling a little bit more. So we've been talking about how do you get people following you, how do you get, you know, the content kind of going and everything, and getting people engaged. And let's talk about just some best practices for selling. So of course, goes without saying, put the link to your website in your bio, right? Anywhere that anywhere that you have social media, put the link in there. Instagram stories can include link stickers to products, and I just put in parentheses, sell in stories. Like, I would encourage you to sell in stories as more of a primary place to sell. So to kind of give you an example, you've got in your feed, you're posting a bunch of reels. Those are hopefully getting some traction, bringing in people to become followers, as we talked about. Then if they see that red ring around there, when they click on that, that's probably the best place to actually sell your products. Reason being is because that's a warmer audience than if you were posting in your feed, right? The idea of the feed, hopefully, bring in new people. But the stories is I want to show content to my people that already follow me, meaning they're a little bit more warmed up.
To speak to that point, it's kind of like the FOMO, because it's about to go away, right? It's about to go to the next one. So they want to press it and stop it, which is already a CTA. And then they're going to sit there and either read or click on the button or whatever the offer might be. So I totally agree. It's a warm place to sell.
So
In your feed, it would be more like 3-to-1, and in your stories, like mainly just selling?
I mean, you don't have to mainly sell in there. I mean, you can put content in there, you can put stuff in there, but I would say focus more on selling in there if that's your primary goal. You don't want, I mean, if you're selling, if you're just selling all the time in there, like nonstop, they could lower the view count a little bit if they pick up on that, but I don't know. I would tend to at least put a little bit of content in there, but sell more, definitely more heavily in the stories. I'll give you one other tip or one other little hack, which is like really good, is you can right now you can put a little sticker on the story that links to your product. That's great. I would definitely try it, test it, but a better strategy would be swipe up to DM me. For whatever reason, like it's been tested a billion times, you get way higher conversion when you ask somebody to swipe up and send you a message versus clicking that link sticker. It's like it's the conversation, the engagement. So doing something like, hey, we're running a 20% off sale for Black Friday. DM me the word discount to get the discount code or get the link, to the sale. That
The word or DM me this word?
DM me,
Like
yeah,
the most popular thing right
yeah.
now that you could do.
DM me the word BOGO to get the offer, and you send them the link or the discount code to the buy one get one free offer. That compared to click on this link to get the new offer, way more effective. Sending it to them in a DM.
It also bypasses the rule of you being able to contact them first.
Correct.
They contact you.
Yep. Yeah, so what he means is if you were doing an automation where you were actually like automatically sending the DM, the rule is they have to send you a message first. You can't just go out and like blast a bunch of people on social media with DMs.
You get shadow banned.
Yeah, you get shadow banned. So they'll have to message you first. So by having them message you a word, that opens up like a 24-hour window for you to market to them, and it's totally legal. So that's good.
It's 2 for 1 because you create engagement
It's awesome.
on your post.
Yeah.
So they put whatever the logo is, and now all of a sudden that's a comment as well,
Mhm.
which you can also react to them and respond and create
Yeah, that's great. It's great. So I like selling the stories. Lots of cool things you can do in stories. Try different ways of posting your products. So not just reels, but also try, at least testing images. Images still do get some reach in some situations. Can also do it's not necessarily a slideshow, but like a swipe through. I think I have an example of that here in just a second. But one way that a lot of accounts have a lot of success selling is they'll do like a swipe through, it's carousel, I guess you could call it, but where the first image is more of like the content. When you swipe, you see the products. So the products are almost hidden behind the content. Anytime you can get user-generated content, so images of customers wearing your products, using your products, that's always really, really good content. It's some of the highest performing content. So anytime you get pictures of customers and different things, you always want to post that. Show that your products are being bought and being used. That communicates well to new customers. And always promote your sales on social media. It's very basic, but anytime you're running a sale, promote that on social media. Another tip is if you are using Facebook and Instagram Shops, which I would definitely recommend right now, because it is like kind of the new thing, and Facebook and Instagram is giving more reach to, if you're tagging an item in your shop, like they're definitely rewarding that right now. If you're selling and if you have the shop set up, always tag the product. There's a little, you've probably seen it on the piece of content. There's a little tag. You click on it, it just takes you right to the product. So you can actually tag the product in the shop.
Very underused.
Yeah, definitely underused right now. And again, it's being rewarded by Facebook because they want people to start using that function. So you can potentially get more reach to more people by using the new features. You want to go back?
That's the future of selling online right there.
Yeah, I think so. I think so too.
Social media platforms.
Yeah. A few examples, and I think we're done. Close to done.
Are you familiar with TikTok Shop?
What's that?
Are you familiar with TikTok Shop?
I've only heard about it a little bit. We did a podcast about it, but I haven't used it.
Yeah,
So.
issues trying to integrate the Shopify stuff.
Okay, a couple more slides, and I think we're done. So just a couple examples here. So this is an account I really like called Middle Class Fancy. If you never followed them, they're a great follow, like hilarious stuff. But this is basically the idea of like that swipe through. So you can see over on the left, this post got 63,000 likes and 488 comments. And all it was that like image with the little text, meme on it, some kind of funny saying there. And when you swiped, it swiped over to their products. And they had like 5 or 6 products that you could just swipe through, but it was all kind of hidden behind the content. That way they drew in more people with the content up front. Now, obviously you can't do that with like a reel, but it is a way that you can do, an image, but create like a swipe through and put your products there behind that.
I've seen a lot of accounts that do like 5 posts and the 4th one is a product.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, it's great.
A little more content after that.
Yep. And it's kind of the same idea we're talking about with like 3 to 1, right? You're just doing it in one post, providing a bunch of value, with just a little bit of selling. I just put this in here because I'd encourage you to think of unique ways to post your products, not just posting like a bland, mock-up. Like, don't just put your T-shirt on there and be like, this T-shirt is for sale, right? Like, this is an example. I don't remember what account this is from, but this is just an example of like adding a little bit of flair, a little creativity to the mock-up before putting it on social media, so that there's a little more, value added to that post, I guess you could say, a little more connection to the post. So there's lots of different ways you can do that. You kind of have to come up with some different ideas for that, but just wanted to throw that in there. This is back to Runnerisms. Again, Runnerisms does a great job with, this is one of our students, does a great job with reviews, social proof, and this is an example of one of their customers bought the hoodie, 26.2, and went to, wherever this is, took a picture, sent it over to the owner, right? And so he got this user-generated content and posted this on his social media. So definitely recommend, again, anytime you get user-generated content, like always post it. It's always really good to have that on there, even if it doesn't get crazy huge engagement. People just want to see before buying a product that other people are buying it and using it. I guess that's it. Q&A. Before we get into questions, real quick, I've got one more session here, Facebook and Instagram ads. I'm happy to dive into talking about that, but it's going to go way longer than 15 minutes, and I did teach it yesterday. So I'm kind of planning on probably not going into that last session, but happy to take some questions on everything we just talked about or anything else as we kind of wrap up the day.
I want like a 30,000-foot overview, and correct me if I'm wrong, stop me if I'm wrong.
Yep.
Get the Shopify, integrate it with your POD, but before that, you need a company name or brand name, do all your socials, Facebook page, Instagram page, TikTok page, run your ads, make $1 million. Well, then you test for whatever's.
So you want like an overview of just kind of like the strategy.
That's
Yeah.
about it, right?
Okay, so yeah, just walking it through. I apologize for not having this in a list type thing, but first thing I would do is select a niche. That's a process in itself of really picking a niche that you are passionate about, that has profitability potential, and that you know enough about to really go into. So picking the right niche. We didn't have a session on that today, but that's definitely an important part of it. Second, all the things you're talking about. Get the accounts open, pick your brand colors, get a logo, those kind of things. Open your social media accounts. That's kind of number 2. Number 3, getting your print on demand connected, set up, all that stuff connected would be kind of number 3. Number 4 would be creating your products or designs and products, right? Do your designs, put those on the products you want to sell. Go ahead and create those products. That would really be number 4, is getting the products created. Number 5 would be designing your store, designing those product pages, your home page, making sure that your Shopify store is functioning, you've got shipping set up. Those kind of things would probably be next.
And at this point, we don't even know if these products are going to sell yet.
Yeah, you don't even know.
Maybe pick whatever we think, and then, okay.
Yeah, and so this is kind of how it's laid out inside Shirt School. Is each module takes you to the next step, and what I do inside Shirt School is module number 3 is all step-by-step on like designing your store, making sure your store is ready to launch. And then after module number 3, I really encourage you throughout module 3 to build a store that's called your MVP model. It doesn't need to be like the best store ever. It just needs to be good enough to start, trying to get some proof, right? Take it to market and get some actual proof that you can sell. Because like you just said, at this point, you're like, I don't even know if any of this will sell. So we don't want to spend months creating this perfect, amazing store. Let's go out and do some basic marketing, get a few sales in the door with our MVP. Once we've proven this niche, we've proven that we want to continue with this, then we can go and make some of those tweaks, add in the upsells, add the email marketing, maybe do some paid advertising. And so, so that would be kind of, I don't remember what step I was on, but getting your store built out, then move into marketing. The best way that I recommend to start with marketing, depending on your budget, is, if you have small budget, start with organic, start bringing in sales that way. Maybe do that for a couple months to bring in your first few sales, and then use some of that money to move into paid, paid ads at a low budget. On the contrary, for someone who's like, I'm okay with risking some money, I've got some money built up, moving into paid ads sooner or at the beginning, after you've built your store, can get you to sales and profitability quicker, because you can just gather data quicker. You're paying to acquire it as opposed to earning it via social media hustling, right? So either way, I've had students do it both ways. I've had students scale up quickly with paid ads right off the bat. I've had students utilize some of the organic strategies, go slower, get some sales in, and then move into paid ads. But yeah.
How many products do you suggest starting with on a page on your Shopify? 1 or 2, 3?
I would try to just have enough that it doesn't look like it's super empty. I mean, I would say 5 to 10 is probably a minimum product mark. Yeah, I'd say 5 to 10 designs. If you had 5 designs and you put those on 3 or 4 different products, you have a pretty full store. So, yeah.
Is there any tool to track like a Shopify store? Can you repeat the question so you answer?
Yeah.
Is there any tool that for you to track a store by your website to see how everything's released?
Yeah. I mean, there's lots of tools out there. Really, if you just Google it, if you Google look up website traffic, there's all kinds of different tools. I don't recommend I don't have one that I recommend because most of them are actually pretty expensive. There's one called SEM Rush that I think runs a couple $100 a month. But there's a lot of tools out there, some free that will give you some data, but that will mainly what they do is show you the traffic that is that.
If I buy a month
Yeah. Yeah, and it's really hard to find like the sales numbers. I mean, there is some software I've heard of out there that like will give you like sales from certain Shopify stores, but they're not 100% accurate. They're making an educated guess based off a bunch of different data points.
So how can you make an educated decision and find a niche?
Yeah, it's again, I could do a whole session on niche, but there's a quick framework that I have for selecting a niche. I talked about it just a little bit. I love P's for some reason, the letter P, but it's 3 P's of choosing a niche or niche, and it's passion, proficiency, and profitability. Those are the 3 things I would think about as you're selecting one. So I would start by writing down 3 to 5 subjects or niches that you are potentially passionate about. So just think of the first things that come to your head. What do you love? What do you love to do? What are your hobbies? You know, for me, I might write down pickleball. I might write down sports. You can ask ChatGPT. What's the most profitable niche?
20 unique passions.
Yeah. So write down a few things that you're passionate about. Then move to proficiency. What do you know the most about? So of that list, what do I know the most about? And one way I like to think about it is, what could I go to the water cooler over here and just have a conversation freely about for the next 2 or 3 hours and just go, right? It might be fantasy football. It might be something like that. So that's kind of number 2. And I would eliminate the things that you can't really hold a conversation about, you don't know enough about. And then lastly, profitability. The way that I would determine profitability, the easiest way is by going out and searching for other brands that are already having success. I look at that as a indicator of a good niche, not a deterrent that would tell me, oh, there's other brands, I don't want to go into that. I look at it as, hey, maybe I want to go into that niche and just have my own unique spin on it, and that'll help me stand out from these other brands. So I research other brands that are related to that. Now, one thing to note there is like, sometimes there's a bigger market that you can look at for proof. So taking dogs, for instance. If you go into the market of dogs and you want to create an apparel brand for dogs, let's just say hypothetically, you can't find other apparel brands about dogs. But we know dogs as a market is humongous, right? There's stores out probably on the next corner that have dog food and dog leashes. So like, we know that's a proven market, and there's a good chance that I can have success with that in the apparel category. So sometimes if you can't find a direct competitor, you can zoom out a little bit, look at the bigger market, and you'll be able to find relevant proof there. But you really just want proof of profitability, you know, that it's going to be something you can make money with. Best way you can do that is by finding other products and brands that are related.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? No? All right. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you. Everybody.
Your mic is hot if you want to take it.
7 hours and 10 minutes.
Let's go. That's including lunch? That's including lunch.